The blue staff has pretty good attributes. The mainstream in the channel is still in the category of green equipment. Some green equipment can be sold at a good price in regional channels. This blue staff is actually a very good reward. But compared to his own Spark staff, both its attributes and attached skills are much inferior. It seems that this staff can only be used by necromancers. It's a pity that only one was rewarded, not the blueprint. Move on to the last reward, the mental enhancement potion. I have also come into contact with enhancement potions recently. The physical enhancement potion purchased from the half-demon alchemist will strengthen the body after taking it. In today's mission, he also showed off his melee combat abilities that were difficult to achieve in the past. View properties. Mental enhancement potion. Category: secondary pharmacy. Efficacy: enhanced psychoactive potion. Description: a physique-enhancing potion made by an alchemist. It can enhance your physique after taking it. There are no requirements for use. It is indeed a second-level potion. Fong Hao didn't use it immediately. He was about to eat, and he didn't want to take such an irritating medicine before a meal. Not long after, called him to eat. The sumptuous dishes gave Fong Hao a good meal. After lunch, 2 p.m., the black-footed cat, Luo Li, peeked his head behind the door. Luo Li, are you looking for Njia? Fong Hao asked with a smile. Luo Li walked out from behind the door and said with some trepidation, "No, sir. Are you free? I want to tell you something." Looking for me? Fong Hao was slightly startled. Every time Luo Li came here, he was looking for Njia to hang out. Today he was looking for him. Then come in and talk. Fong Hao called her in. Luo Li walked into the hall and sat down on a chair nearby. "Tell me what's going on?" Fong Hao asked. Sir, do you still remember the migration of my tribe? You promised to help us build a village." Luo Li lowered his head and said while picking his fingers. Of course Fong Hao remembered this. The reason why Luo Li came here was to help the tribesmen find a place where they could live stably and rebuild the village. She joined Fong Hao, and their agreement was that Fong Hao would help her tribe build a village within the territory and protect his tribe. But after arriving here, Luo Li felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship when he saw the bones of the dead all over the mountains and plains. He never mentioned anything about his clan members again. Fong Hao did not mention this matter. Luo Li lived in the territory for half a month and followed Njia around the territory every day. I also have some understanding of Fong Hao's character. Today he finally decided to mention this matter to Fong Hao and bring the clan members over. Find a suitable place to build a village. Luo Li had already visited in the morning, but Fong Hao was not there. "Remember, what's wrong? Your tribe is coming over?" Fong Hao asked curiously. "No." Luo Li lowered his head and explained. "Is the promise of establishing a village still counted?" "Of course it counts. The territory is so big, there are many places for you to build villages." Fong Hao replied. "The territory is vast, but sparsely populated. Many places are desolate places." Fong Hao naturally did not exclude the Luoli people from coming in, not to mention that there were not many of them. Hearing Fong Hao's answer, Luo Li's face instantly showed joy. "Oh, thank you so much, Lord. Can I go out for a few days and bring my people here?" "Okay, is it a long journey? If it's far, you can ride a purple-scaled horse or a bone dragon back." Fong Hao thought for a while and said, "The orc area has never been very safe. Valley, what is still an orc village today may become a bandit camp tomorrow." Therefore, Fong Hao is still a little worried about Luo Li's safety. Relatively speaking, riding a bone dragon will reduce the risk a lot. After all, the bone dragon flies on the clouds, and the dangers along the way can be avoided to a large extent. Hearing that he could use the bone dragon, Luo Li instantly became happy. "Really? Can I ride the bone dragon back?" "Of course it's true, but we can't lose the bone dragon." "Definitely," Lori assured loudly. But in his mind, he had already thought about how majestic it would be to ride the bone dragon back. "Then can I leave today?" Luo Li asked again. "Okay, be careful on the road." "Oh, okay, can I take on Jiao with me?" Luo Li said again. "No, this matter is not negotiable." When the two of them come together, the danger index rises sharply. This is much more dangerous than meeting a robber on the road. Seeing that Fong Hao's expression became serious, Luo Li immediately calmed down and said, "Then I'm leaving." Kindness. Luo Li left the hall and ran directly to the bone dragon. Along the way, he showed off to the rabbit mate he met that he could ride a bone dragon alone. After sending Luo Li away, Fang Hao took a bath in the hot spring as he wished, and took mind-enhancing potions. The next day, early morning, Fang Hao woke up from his sleep. Yi was like a kitten, curled up in her arms, holding Fang Hao in her arms, her fair and round thighs resting on Fang Hao's body. He wanted to move away the thigh pressing on him, but he didn't expect Yi to be faster. Turning over, he sat directly on Fang Hao's body, his face flushed instantly, and he said in a charming voice, "Good morning, master." Half of the bunny girl's clothes were removed, and her fair skin and plump figure were exposed to the air. "You've been so energetic all morning." Fang Hao rolled his eyes at her. Yi's face turned red, her body twisted slightly, and she refused to admit defeat and said, "Where is the master's spirit?" At 7 o'clock, Fang Hao and his wife walked out of the room. The maids have already gotten up to work. Seeing Fang Hao coming out, he smiled and said hello. "Had breakfast?" Fang Hao called out all the people in the Lord's mansion, including Anjia, who has not yet fully woken up. The upgrade materials in the Lord's mansion are complete, and Fang Hao plans to upgrade directly. 8th level Lord Stone Building. 8,500 hard and tough wood, 11,000 stone bricks, 950 iron, 750 metal parts, 1,200 terracotta tiles. Upgrade. The upgrade was confirmed, and the Lord's mansion was enveloped in light. After 20 minutes, the light dissipated, and the 8th level Lord Shirlu appeared in front of everyone. The main body of the city lord's palace was expanded again, and the original flat roof became a tiled sloped roof. A new circular tower was added to the left. The six-sided cone-shaped tile roof on the top of the tower reminded Fang Hao of the spire of the Magic Academy in Harry Potter. 8th level Lord Stone Tower. Lord Fang Hao. Ability: Production/Gathering plus 3.7%, Unit Movement plus 4%, All Attributes plus 2.5%. Existing buildings: Level 6 Underground Cemetery, Level 6 Stables. Note: the core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade: 10,500 hard and tough wood, 16,000 stone bricks, 1,100 iron, 750 metal parts, 1,800 terracotta tiles. For the Level 9 Lord Stone Tower, the amount of materials has been increased again. The remaining types are quite sufficient, but they are still stuck in the number of terracotta tiles. At that time, the number of pottery kilns will be increased to increase the output of pottery tiles. Yi and Anjia immediately went to visit the main mansion for upgrading, while Fang Hao continued to upgrade the remaining buildings to level 8. After being busy for a while, the time came to 9 o'clock. Returning to the room, Fang Hao began to prepare his next plan. Lie on the bed and cast divine presence. When he opened his eyes again, the gray bird skeleton had appeared on the grizzly bear's body. It's still the same bedroom as before, but now there is no one in the room, and there is still a thin hemp rope tied to the leg of the skeleton gray bird. Prevent the skeleton gray finches from flying around at will. Fang Hao shouted twice in the direction of the door, but no one came in. He untied the hemp rope on his legs and flew out through the open window. Soon, Fang Hao spotted the grizzly bear. At this time, Millie was sitting on the stone steps nearby, and in front of the grizzly bear, Millie was waving the weapon in her hand. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. It looked like he was practicing. Fang Hao flew down directly, and if he was beside the grizzly bear, he asked, "How is Millie?" Hearing a sudden voice next to him, the grizzly bear's expression immediately changed. When he looked back and saw the skeleton gray bird, his nervous expression relaxed again. He replied, "Millie is very talented, but she is a little too playful. She only trains when she is watching." This is also the reason why asked Fang Hao to arrange the task. In the main city, Millie is the most playful one. "Well, get ready. There will be a mission soon." Then he explained and dismissed the divine presence. 12 o'clock noon. 10 skull dragons fell from the sky. This time, Black Sword led the team directly, and Fang Hao was still present on the skeleton gray bird. Lord Black Sword." Grizzly Bear stepped forward to greet him. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton gray bird to fly down. "Grizzly Bear, those are the equipment for you. There are 100 sets of armor in total. Please count them, and I will send them to you next time." The bone dragon grabbed the huge package and opened it to reveal the complete storm iron suit, piece by piece. The Storm Iron suit is blue armor. Not only is each component a level 3 armor, it also has a very good set effect. Attack, life, and skill success rates are all increased. The grizzly bear is no stranger to the Storm Iron suit. In the previous battles, the skeleton warriors wore this kind of dark black metal armor. But they were envious. Feng Hao didn't ask for the equipment dropped by the skeleton warriors during the battle, so they quietly collected it. Only the backbone of Grizzly Bear and Shanzhai are qualified to wear it. The rest can only be envious and look forward to the next battle where more skeleton warriors will die. This time Feng Hao sent 100 sets directly, and more will be sent in the future. Everyone showed a look of joy. Thank you, Lord. Grizzly thanked him immediately and arranged for people to distribute the storm suits directly. There are only so many people in the village, so those who can go on missions will be given priority. After the equipment was carried away, Grizzly Bear continued to ask, "Do you have any other missions this time?" Recently, the tasks in the village have become more frequent. This time we need to go to a place called the Wilderness Cemetery. Organize your manpower and set off immediately. Feng Hao explained. This time he led the team here with the intention of completing Wild Cemetery, one of the 2 field missions he received in the mission hall. There is not much information mentioned in the map, suggesting that it may be wandering undead creatures. Undead Feng Hao is familiar with it and understands every skill. Master, at this time, Millie came over and shouted softly, "Well, I saw you training this morning. Have you made any progress?" Feng Hao said, "Yes, Sister Grizzly took me hunting yesterday, and I even killed a gray wolf with my own hands." Millie raised her head, feeling somewhat smug. Feng Hao felt funny in his heart. Millie has reached the 4th level, and it is not difficult to kill an ordinary beast. Killing a wolf is like slaying a dragon yourself. Then you have to work harder. When you reach the 6th and 7th levels, I will arrange some new tasks for you. Feng Hao said, "Really, what task is difficult?" Millie was still eager to try it. Whether it is difficult or not depends on whether you are good or not. You can also lead the team by then. The group of subordinates behind you will be very impressive. Feng Hao said as if he was lying to a child. "Really, Master? Give me more people then, and I will become a bandit too." "What kind of bandit do you think you are?" Not long after, the grizzlies were ready. 100 men wearing new armor have been assembled. Dozens of pallet trucks and some tools that may be used have been prepared. After everything was ready, Feng Hao gave the order directly and headed towards the map location. The terrain here is very familiar to Grizzly Bear and others. When I was a bandit, I didn't know how many times I had walked through these places. It took about 2 hours of walking through several dense forests. The team finally approached the mission location, Wild Cemetery. In front of you is an ancient stone castle. The walls of the stone castle are dim. The doors and windows have been severely rotted, and the vines climbing on the walls bloom with strangely colored flowers. In front of the stone castle, there is a square open space. In the open space, there are old and broken tombstones, densely packed like a low stone forest. Along the way, you will encounter some wild beasts on the way, but stay close here. It was like a forbidden area, without a single wild beast, and even in the woods on both sides, there were no chirping insects or birds. The silence was a bit eerie. Feng Hao stood not far away, looking at the scene in front of him. Reminds me of Blood Hunter's Shadowwind Castle. It is also a stone castle with carrion guards set up outside. But the two are not of the same scale. There are only about 100 tombstones in Enfeng Castle, and there are enough tombstones in the thousands. Grizzly Bear, are you familiar with this place? Feng Hao turned his head and looked at the serious Grizzly Bear. The Grizzly Bear also frowned and looked at the group of tombstones in front of him, while Millie's face turned pale and she hugged the Grizzly Bear's arm tightly. Hearing Feng Hao's question, Grizzly Xiong nodded and said, "I have never been here, but I have heard some things about here." "What's the matter?" The Grizzly Bear recalled for a moment and said solemnly, "There were bandits who set up a camp near here. They were attacked by monsters here. The camp suffered heavy losses and eventually had to move the camp. So this is where the bandits set up their camp, restricted area. That's it. Are there any types and quantities of monsters?" Feng Hao continued to ask. "I haven't heard of this. My camp has never been close to here." The Grizzly Bear shook his head. Grizzly Bear has little contact with other camps except for his own group of people. There is a certain distance from this area, and all I hear are some gossip. I can't even remember the source of the news. At this time, the skin monkey standing behind the grizzly bear suddenly spoke. Sir, I have heard something. I wonder if it will be helpful to you. Pihu came over. Speak out and listen. I heard that it used to be a church orphanage. Then, for unknown reasons, all the people here died. Some people said that this place was cursed, and anyone who came close would bring misfortune and death. Pihu introduced in a low voice. With a pair of eyes glanced at the stone castle in the distance from time to time. Hearing Pihu's words, Fong Hao's heart moved. Looking back at the stone castle not far away, we can indeed see some symbols about the temple on the mottled walls. It is undoubtedly the building of the temple. But it used to be an orphanage, so there are so many tombstones here. How long has this place been abandoned? Fong Hao continued to ask. Pihu thought for a while, and then said, at least 30 years or more. He wasn't sure how many years it had been idle, but he roughly estimated it based on his age and the time he heard the rumor. Is there any monster inside? I don't know. Pihu glanced at the skeleton gray bird. He wanted to say that if there were any, they were undead, but he swallowed the words before he spoke. It's better to say less, as your life is still in other people's hands. Fong Hao nodded and did not ask any more questions. No matter how many questions you ask, you will eventually need to go in. Go in and explore the way. Still following the old rules, Fong Hao asked the skeleton warrior on the side to go in and explore the way. The skeleton warrior received the order without any hesitation. He stepped directly into this cemetery. He walked around the entire area, even crushing 2 coffins on the way. But the imaginary rotting corpses did not appear. There were only skeleton warriors walking back and forth in the entire cemetery. Could it be that it has been too long and the undead in the coffin have rotted away? Wild undead cannot be preserved, and the embalming is not done properly. Okay, come out, Fong Hao said. The skeleton warrior swaggered out again and stood back to his original position. Black Sword, go in, Grizzly Bear, and your people will follow. Fong Hao ordered. Yes, sir. The two nodded in agreement. The skeleton soldiers began to form a neat queue and stepped directly into the cemetery. There was still no danger, so Fong Hao began to call for people to collect the shadow stones along the road. There are many shadow stones in this area, just what he needed. The brigade advanced unimpeded and approached the castle. If there were no enemies outside, they were probably inside the castle. Blah, blah, blah. The team had just approached when the sound of violent running came from the castle. The next second, bang, bang, bang. One after another, figures rushed out from the castle gate and the upstairs window, jumped into the queue, waved their slender claws, and launched an attack. Ghoul, level 5. The team instantly fell into a melee, and Fong Hao also saw clearly the attributes of the monster that jumped out. The ghoul is very close to a human appearance, with blue skin, pointed ears and fangs, and a long and slender tongue like a spitting letter. His height is close to that of a skeleton troll. His arms are above his knees, his palms are unusually huge, and they have sharp and slender nails. Such long nails reminded Fong Hao of Wolverine. Many ghouls jumped from the second and third floors of the castle. He jumped directly to the back of the team. Huge palms and sharp fingertips are their weapons, swinging at the enemy in front of you. A cry like the howl of a wild animal came out of his mouth. Even if the ghouls rush into the queue, they are still facing the undead of melee units. The long-range archers and mages kept their distance from the front queue. Grizzly Bear, take your people to protect the long-range archers. The black sword cut off 5 fingers of an ogre and said to the Grizzly Bear on the side. Even though many of Grizzly Bear's men have reached the 3rd or 4th level, they still maintain the style of bandits in terms of fighting. Although tough, the combat effectiveness displayed in this kind of battle is actually not as good as that of the skeleton soldiers. Seeing the ogre starting a long-range attack on the rear row, he gave the Grizzly Bear an order to protect the long range. The Grizzly Bear didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop these monsters for me." The bandits stood in front of the remote area, forming a human wall, blocking the ghouls rushing behind. There were only about 20 ghouls rushing out from the castle. Fortunately, it's not much. Boom. The shield in Black Sword's hand knocked a rushing ghoul out of the air. The whole body fell to the ground, and the Black Sword stabbed directly, and the sword penetrated his body. Even though he was nailed to the ground, the ghoul was still not dead. He waved his sharp claws and scratched out sparks on the iron armor of the black sword. Puff! Another sword cut off the ghoul's head, and the struggling body gradually lost strength. The black sword continues to kill the next ghoul. But this dead ghoul was eaten by its own kind. In the blink of an eye, the limbs and heads were decomposed, and the ghouls excitedly began to eat them. Fong Hao looked a little nauseous and urged, "Hey Jin, speed up. Don't let them eat the corpse. This will help them recover from their injuries." Black Sword nodded, urging the skeleton soldiers to speed up the battle. As the number of ghouls decreases rapidly, the grizzly bear and his men are no longer just defensive. Start attacking the ghouls. Millie's face was a little red, and she was following the grizzly bear, surrounding and killing a lone ghoul. She stood next to the ghoul, and her height only reached the ghoul's waist. Chi! The ghoul's claws scratched across the armor, making a harsh noise and causing Millie's body to fly backwards instantly. After falling more than 2 meters, he staggered back to his feet. Wiping the dirt on his face, his expression became more solemn. As soon as he stepped on his feet, he rushed out again. Return to the grizzly bear and continue the siege. Keep an eye on its vital points. This monster is very resilient, the grizzly bear reminded. The key? Millie raised her head and looked at the tall, blue-skinned monster in front of her. The sword stabbed directly into the middle of the ghoul's butt. Puff! The sword went down surprisingly smoothly. There was no obstruction, and most of the sword body was directly submerged. Ouch! The ghoul let out a wail of pain, turned around, and swung out a claw, and Millie's body flew backwards again, rolling far away. Even the sword in his hand remained in the ghoul's body. The battle is over. Fong Hao began to order the battlefield to be cleaned. Ghouls do not seem to be undead. After death, the body does not disappear but remains. However, several corpses were eaten by other ghouls, making it difficult to piece together the corpses. It doesn't matter if you can't fight together, the main thing is to unlock the troops. The team took a simple rest, but there were casualties on the bandit side. Grizzly Bear was directing his men to collect the bodies of his fallen companions. How is it? Fong Hao looked at Millie, who was silent. Millie also looked a little embarrassed. Her face was covered in dirt, and there were several clear scratches on the front of her metal armor. "I'm fine." Millie didn't say much. Millie emerged from the hands of the slave traders and witnessed as much death as anyone else. "Yes." Fong Hao nodded and continued to say to Black Sword, "Organize people to enter the castle. Grizzly Bear arranges people to guard outside. If there are any problems, let us know." "Yes, sir." They both responded at the same time. The skeleton soldiers began to enter the stone castle. The stone castle was slightly dark, with temple carvings on the walls, rotten tables and chairs on the floor, and a fallen metal chandelier. Even all the wooden furniture is rotten. But from the traces, it can also be seen that the layout here is more like a church. There are regular benches in the horizontal direction and a lectern on a high platform in front. "Go upstairs, be careful." Fong Hao landed on the shoulder of a skeleton soldier and said softly. There was no danger on the first floor, so everyone began to move towards the second floor. There are many rooms on the second floor, and several of them are dormitory-like rooms. A rotting single wooden bed can be made out. Judging from the size of the wooden bed, it is consistent with Pihu's statement that this place was formerly an orphanage. Most of the people living here are children. Continue to the third floor, which is the room where the church employees live. There was nothing left, and all that could be taken away were some rusted metal objects. "Sir, there are no enemies," Black Sword said after checking each room. "There are no enemies and no treasure chests." "How can this be? It makes sense for the enemy to be destroyed, but it's completely impossible without the treasure chest. Move out everything that can be taken away, and then conduct a careful search." Fong Hao said. "Yes." The skeleton soldiers began to take action and moved all the items out of the stone castle. Fong Hao was standing at the window on the first floor. Watching the skeleton soldiers coming in and out, I wondered what was missing and why there was no treasure chest. Click. Suddenly, there was a clear, crisp sound ahead. Fong Hao looked up and saw 2 skeletons dismantling the desk on the steps. When the lecture table is moved, a square stone slab below can be seen slowly rising. As the stone slab rose, a hole slowly opened on the ground above the podium. Fong Hao was overjoyed. Sure enough, there was something missing. Black Sword, if necessary, call over the manpower. Fong Hao said and flew over directly. This is an underground entrance 2 meters wide. The entrance was dark, and only the smooth stone walls on both sides and the stone steps extending downward could be seen. Sir, what's wrong? At this time, Heijian also walked over quickly. As he asked, he also saw the entrance to the underground. Did you bring the luminous stone? Fong Hao asked. Bring it. Every time he goes out, Fong Hao will be fully prepared. Considering caves or dark places, he will ask the hero to carry luminous stones. Black Sword took out 2 luminous stones from the package. Let's go down and have a look. Hang 2 luminous stones on the necks of the 2 leading skeleton warriors. The downward corridor is only 2 meters wide. Led by 2 skeleton warriors, 2 in a row, Fong Hao and Heijian were in the 3rd row and began to walk down. As you go down, the corridor becomes darker and darker, and the luminous stones become brighter and brighter. On the stone walls on both sides, sunken lampstands began to appear. Unfortunately, they were severely corroded and could not be lit at all. Continue down. After walking for about 3 minutes, the road suddenly became wider. This is a simple room, or prayer room. In the middle of the room was a rotten leather rug, and on the wall in front there were still traces of the statues hanging there. What's the situation? Fong Hao was a little confused. This is a temple building, so why would a prayer room be built underground? Gulu, gulu. Just as Fong Hao was thinking, a squirming sound suddenly came from the corner of the room. Even Fong Hao is now in a skeleton state. I was also shocked. If there was any skin, goosebumps would all stand up instantly. Heijian, did you hear anything? Fong Hao whispered. I heard it. It's in that direction. Black Sword took out the sword from his waist and pointed to the corner ahead. The skeleton soldiers quickly walked down the stone steps and stood apart in the room, waiting for the target to appear. Teacher Adeline, are you here to pick us up? It's so dark and scary here. Suddenly, a sound like a night owl wailing sounded from the corner. After one sentence, Teacher Adeline, are you here? Teacher Adeline, this place is not fun at all. Teacher Adeline, did you bring us human meat? We are so hungry. A series of sharp and harsh sounds sounded from the corner at the same time. There were at least a dozen different voices calling for Teacher Adeline. Damn it! Fong Hao cursed. How could that corner hold so many people? Who is it? Come out. As an undead person, Black Sword showed no fear. The long sword in his hand was pointed directly at the dark corner. Not Miss Adeline. It's not the voice of Teacher Adeline. It's an outsider. Teacher Adeline said, there is an outsider coming in. What should we do? It's been so long, I forgot a little bit. I remember, the teacher said to eat them. Yes, eat him. I love eating human flesh the most, especially my own flesh. Eat him, quickly, quickly. The conversation in the corner became faster and faster, and then the crawling sound quickly approached here. The next second, behind a stone pillar, a monster that looked like a pile of pieces of meat appeared under the light of the luminous stone. Dread Phage, Level 7. The horrible Phagocytrium is made up of nearly 2 meters of flesh monsters, with eyes and mouths all over the flesh. It squirmed forward like a mud monster, but relied on several mouths to bite the ground at the same time, pushing its bloated body forward. What the hell is this? Fong Hao cursed again. The Dread Phage appeared quickly, but stopped its attack. What are these? Why are they so ugly? They are skeletons. After we eat those people, they will look like this. But why are they standing? It's so scary. It's a monster. A monster broke in. On the piece of meat, one mouth opened and began to speak. Please remember the first domain name of this book. I know, these are undead. I've seen them in books. They are dead people. They are too scary. Why are they here? Let's run. You can't run away. Teacher Adeline asked us to stay here. If we leave, Teacher Adeline will be angry. Then what should we do? These guys are really disgusting. Kill them, just like those who broke in before. I don't know if the bones are delicious or not. Okay, I want to eat the bones. The horrible eater stood there. The eyes on the piece of meat kept scanning the skeleton and kept talking in his mouth. Just like children discussing a problem, they argued with each other. Eventually, a unanimous decision was made to eat these strange bones. Fong Hao frowned and watched. He can also deduce some information through the words of the Dread Phage. It seems that there was a teacher named Adeline who made this fearful body hide in this underground secret room. This temple orphanage is really not simple. The fearful body squirmed and began to attack here. Fong Hao did not hesitate and ordered directly, "Attack and kill it." The skeleton soldiers, who had already dispersed, began to attack the fearful body. "Spit acid," said one of the mouths of the dreadful body. Puff. The remaining mouths took a deep breath and spit out green viscous liquid towards the surrounding skeletons. Blinding saliva. It is an attack by the dread phage against the enemy. The target hit will be directly blinded. Lasts for a certain period of time. This kind of attack is very effective in small underground spaces. There was no place to hide. In the blink of an eye, the blinding saliva sprayed on the skeleton soldier. However, the skeleton soldier's body only stagnated slightly and continued to attack the fearful body. The undead troop itself is immune to this negative status. There are no eyeballs, and it is impossible to say whether it will cause blindness or not. Why are they still getting closer? These skeletons are not afraid of our attacks. Yeah, they're not afraid. Then eat them. The dread phage quickly reached a conclusion and squirmed directly towards a skeleton on the left. Like a pile of meat, it instantly suppressed the skeleton warrior beneath him, and the mouth on the piece of meat began to gnaw on it, making a sound of grack, grack, chewing the bones. But the dreadophage's body is bloated, and he doesn't eat very fast. This also gives the other skeletons time to attack. Surrounding the dread mage in the middle, he waved the weapon in his hand and chopped at the fat pieces of meat. It hurts so much. The mouth under the horrible devourer's body was still gnawing at the suppressed skeleton, and it let out painful wails because of the attack. The body of the dread phage showed super toughness. The Black Iron Knight's sword cut across their bodies. Although the flesh was broken, the wound was not too deep. But there are still a lot of skeleton soldiers. They gather in a circle and bang bang bang. A burst of hacking. When the horrible eats a skeleton, the original piece of flesh grows into a new mouth, which is just a skull mouth and cannot speak. Bang bang bang. The horrible devourer knocked down another skeleton and continued to eat. The skeleton soldiers all around were outputting like crazy. He smashed it across his head and face and chopped the pieces of flesh from the body into minced meat. These bones don't taste good. It hurts so much, my eye was cut off. We can't beat them. Let's run away and kill these ugly monsters when the teacher comes back. Run, the entrance to the cave is over there. Half of the body of the horrible devourer has been chopped up beyond recognition. The eyes and mouth are connected to the pieces of flesh, and they look extremely scary. Seeing that these skeletons were not afraid of death at all, and he couldn't finish all the food, he decided to run away. It squirmed quickly towards the entrance of the cave. "Hey Jian, stop him, don't let him get out." Fong Hao ordered. "How could you let it go? Once you get out of here and run away, something serious may happen. With its characteristic of devouring a person, it will grow more mouths and eyes. Once it grows up, it will probably be more difficult to bear. Many people will also die." Black Sword nodded and stepped directly in front of the fearful body. A sword was swung out, cutting off large pieces of flesh and blood on the fleshy body of the dread devourer. The body of the horrible devourer twisted, and all its mouths howled in pain. The whole ground was shaking slightly. "Kill you. I'm going to kill you. It hurts. Kill them quickly. Quickly. Knock this ugly monster away and rush out to find something to eat." As if going crazy, the horrible devourer rushed towards Black Sword, trying to swallow him or run away and escape directly. Boom. The shield in Black Sword's hand directly hit the body of fearful devourer. Once again, he slapped the bloated fat back into the middle of the skeleton soldiers and was attacked again. More and more mouths were chopped into pieces, and the pieces of flesh shrank to half-human height. "You damn undead. Teacher Adeline will avenge us." "Yes, Teacher Adeline will avenge us. She will hang you up, pluck out the skin on your body, and then take off your head." "Stop it. I don't want to remember this." The three remaining mouths cursed the Black Sword. They firmly believe that the Teacher Adeline they call will avenge them and kill all Fong Hao and the others. "Well, after death, you will no longer feel hunger and fear," Fong Hao suddenly said. Hearing Fong Hao's words, the three mouths that kept talking suddenly stopped. All eyes looked at Fong Hao. "Really? Won't you be lonely?" one of them suddenly asked. "Not anymore." "Oh, okay." The fearful body was no longer twisting randomly. Fong Hao nodded. and the black sword beside him waved the sharp blade in his hand again. Actually, I don't like Teacher Adeline. I'm just afraid of her. All three mouths were closed, and the squirming pieces of flesh went limp. Like a deflated doll, Black Sword bent down and took out a white bead from the rotten flesh. The bead is about the size of a thumb. If you look closely, it is filled with gray-white gas. Shaking slightly, the gray-white gas inside began to tumble. Forgotten Soul. Category: Special Materials. Description: a lonely and desperate soul, lost in the darkness. Is it a soul inside? Fong Hao looked at the transparent bead in Heijian's hand. Heijian, put it away first and arrange for people to search this place and take out everything that can be taken away. Fong Hao continued. Yes, sir. Black Sword began to direct the skeleton to take action. The space in the secret room is not large. However, the illumination of luminous stones is still limited, so you need to search closely. Soon, Fong Hao saw a skeleton warrior walking out of the shadows holding a gold treasure box. Sure enough, the treasure chest is hidden here. Fong Hao stood aside. Seeing that he found the treasure chest, he nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to follow the skeleton soldiers out, the sound of the black sword came from the corner again. Lord, there is a secret room here. Fong Hao's heart moved. Why is there a secret room? He flapped his wings and flew towards the direction where the sound of the black sword came from. In the dark corner, a secret door opened on the flat wall. The door is made of the same material as the stone wall beside it. It is difficult to see when it is closed. The secret door opens, revealing another small room. Go in and take a look. Fong Hao said to the skeleton with a luminous stone hanging around his neck. The skeleton strode inside, illuminating the secret room. This is a smaller room than the outside. In the middle is a metal chair, from which iron locks and leather straps can be seen. On one side of the wall is a workbench with various clay pots and utensils placed on it. To Fong Hao, it felt like this was an interrogation room and a laboratory. It can be seen that the ceiling of the secret room is quite good, and the items in the room are relatively well preserved. The wood and leather showed only slight decay. Wait, let's see what's in that package. Fong Hao called to the skeleton walking back and forth. On the workbench on the side of the secret room, there is an object wrapped in linen, which looks like an arm. The linen on the surface has become moldy and rotten, but the items are still intact. Skeleton warriors get orders. He stepped forward and untied the linen cloth, revealing the items wrapped inside. It was indeed a skeletal arm. This is the left arm of a creature. The bones of the arm are very well preserved, and the bones have a jade-like luster. Under the illumination of the luminous stone, you can faintly see the lines on the bones. Seeing that there was no danger, Fong Hao also flew in, falling next to skeleton's arm. Priest's arm, orange. Category: Alchemy products. Ability: Purification, treatment. Description: the arm covered with alchemical runes retains some of its abilities during life and may have special uses. Priest: is this a person's name or a person's professional title? Fong Hao is not sure, but judging from the ability to preserve it, the identity of the owner has a certain connection with the church. Although the effect is not yet clear, but in any case, it has reached the orange rating, which is also a good thing. Let Nelson take a look when he brings it back. Can I press it on any skeleton? After looking at the arm, Fong Hao continued. Heijian, search this place and take out everything you can. Wrap this arm and take it back as well. Yes, my lord. Okay. Heijian agreed. The skeleton warriors began to carry items upwards, and Fong Hao followed them and flew out. Outside the castle, Grizzly Bear and the others were still on guard. They are outside, already heard sharp screams coming from below. No need to guess, you also know that Fong Hao met a new monster inside. From the sounds of fighting, this monster is difficult to deal with. They did not go in, but took up defense at the entrance area so that if any enemies came out, they would be able to deal with it easily. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and everyone became nervous unconsciously, just when the grizzlies were about to order an attack. Then he saw the skeleton soldier striding out holding a treasure box and a skeleton gray bird standing on his shoulder. At this time, people breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the danger below has been resolved. My lord, it went well. The grizzly bear saw Fong Hao and stepped forward to ask. Well, I met a monster. Please don't get close to it to avoid any poisonous gas. Fong Hao said. There is not much space in the basement. During the battle, the dreadphage released saliva more than once, which could not be dispersed in the basement for a while. Although the undead are not afraid, it is hard to say that people like Grizzly Bear will not be affected. The battle is over, and a few of them are poisoned, which is a bit too stupid. Hearing Fong Hao say that there was poison down there, the bandits instantly took several steps back. Okay, load up what you can take with you and prepare to go back. Fong Hao didn't say much. Yes. Soon, everything that could be moved out was piled in the open space outside the stone castle. After a simple screening, everything that needed to be taken away was loaded into the car, and everyone began to return. Returning to Grizzly Bear's village, Fong Hao thought for a while and said to Grizzly Bear, "In the past few days, I will arrange for skeleton soldiers to come over, but you will arrange for skeletons to enter the hidden soldier cave." At present, missions around Lysis City are beginning to become more frequent. It's a bit too troublesome to use bone dragons to transport soldiers every time. Fong Hao still planned to use the night to station an undead army at Grizzly Bear Village without disturbing nearby villagers. In the future battles, you can directly come over and start the battle. Sir, how many troops do you plan to mobilize? Grizzly Bear continued to ask. It has to be more than 100,000 anyway. 100,000, Grizzly Bear exclaimed. Even Lysis City probably doesn't have 100,000 troops. Are there so many undead on Fong Hao's side? Well, we will arrange to enter the Tibetan soldier cave when the time comes. Just be careful, and there should be no problem. Oh, okay. Grizzly recovered and nodded in agreement. After all explanations are over, the trophies are fixed on the bone dragon. Start returning to the territory. Fong Hao lifted the divine presence. I looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After simply eating something, Blacksword came back with his troops. The loot this time is a gold treasure chest, so I don't know what kind of loot will be found. Sir, Blacksword respectfully handed over this harvest. Forgotten Soul, Shadow Stone, and Priest's Arm. Except for the Shadow Stone, which I am familiar with, I don't know the use of the other two. Fong Hao took it and continued. Well, send all these iron tools to the blacksmith and let them smelt them. Okay, my lord. Blacksword agreed and began to direct the skeleton to transport the iron tools and damaged equipment brought back to the blacksmith shop. Smelting and repairing. The Blacksword left, and Fong Hao's eyes fell again on the golden treasure chest at his feet. Open. Obtained. The blueprint for making the robe of the zealous worship priest, green. The blueprint for making the wrist wheel of the Oathbreaker, blue. The Devil Doll notes, 17 soul crystals, 23 devil stones, and 202 war coins. Looking at the rewards in the treasure box, Fong Hao was slightly stunned. In a treasure chest, human soul crystals and demonic demon stones appeared at the same time. This is the first time I've seen this happen. It seems that temple also has some connection with the devil. Continue to the first drawing. The robe of the deacon of the fervent faith, 5 linen, 5 thread, 3 leather. Description: special clothing made for religious worshippers. Deacons are not Orthodox clergy, but work as auxiliary services in the temple. The last time I went to the temple in Lysis City, the first person to receive Fong Hao was the assistant priest. Judging from the attributes, they belong to the attributes of normal villagers. Only the old priest has reached level 10 and should have some priestly abilities. I also promised to donate clothes to the temple, but I wonder if I can use this instead. If it could be produced directly, it would be much more convenient than being produced by a skeleton cutter. Make one later and compare it with the temple production drawing. If it's almost the same, just make it in batches yourself. After all, it's a donation, so what kind of bicycle is needed? Continue to look at the second prop. Oathbreaker's wrist wheel, leather 1, thick leather 1, linen 2, spinning thread 5, mithril 2. Description: she, kneeling on the thorns, praying devoutly into the endless abyss. The girl in the description should be a member of the temple orphanage. He violated his own beliefs and turned the orphanage into what it is now. In Fong Hao's view, nothing can be trusted blindly. When the time comes that you don't believe it, the other party will still be angry, so you can't offend. Continue to check out the last item, Devil Doll Notes. This is no longer a drawing, but a notebook with some wrinkles. Devil Doll Notes. Category: special props. Description: the above records the notes on how to make a devil doll. Collect the materials and maybe you can make a replica of the devil doll. Fong Hao frowned slightly. Why do I keep getting notes lately? Do I seem to be such a book-loving person? Turning over a page at random, there are paintings and drawings on it, as well as dense written records. It is obvious that the author of the notes has a high level of painting skills, and the illustrations are also complete. The page he looked at was clearly recorded. Fong Hao took a rough look at the method of making the devil's head. The basic material is mentioned, which is a hero-level skull, and then an alchemist who is proficient in demonic alchemy will draw runes on the skull. Below are the alchemy runes that Fong Hao couldn't see or translate. The last line also clearly records that the higher the hero's level, the better the quality of the skull after death. The golems produced become more powerful. Seeing this note, Fong Hao was stunned. This author is too awesome. Whether it's a golem or other alchemical product. But it is not formed at once. It requires countless experiments, and from countless failures, it is summarized bit by bit. Finally, we can figure out how to make it. Where did this author find so many heroes' bones for experiments? Suddenly, Fong Hao glanced at the priest's arm aside. It turned out that the people in the secret room had already begun to make it according to the records in the notes. Fong Hao continued to turn back, and on the last 2 pages, there was a record of a small curse experiment. The production of fear phagocytosis. Depend on. It turns out that the fear-eating body in the orphanage was also made according to the method in the notes. It seems that the requirements of the devil doll are too high and difficult to complete. This person, as an orphanage employee, broke out of a fearful body, this kind of ghost thing. Put away the devil doll notes. Fong Hao went directly to an open space and planned to make both drawings. Take a look at styles and properties. The robe of the deacon of the fervent faith, 5 linen, 5 thread, 3 leather. Make 1. Triggered by 100-fold increase, obtain the robe of the deacon of zealous faith 101. A flash of light flashed, and 101 deacons' robes appeared in front of them. Fong Hao picked one up and inspected it. Passionate Faith Acolyte's robe. Category, robe. Defense, level 1 defense. Effects, movement speed plus 2%, bandaging plus 10%, maternal delivery plus 15%. Description, special clothing made for religious worshippers. For it, this effect adds a lot. In addition to movement speed, bandaging and delivery are also added. It seems to be quite practical. Go and call Sawyer. Fong Hao said to the maid beside him. Good master. The maid bounced to find Sawyer, the tailor. Fong Hao continued to make the second drawing. Oathbreaker's wrist wheel, leather 1, thick leather 1, linen 2, spinning thread 5, mithril 2. Make 1. Triggered by 100-fold increase, obtain the Oathbreaker's wrist wheel 101. Oathbreaker's wrist wheel. Category, wrist guards, cannot be superimposed with gloves attributes. Defense, level 1 defense. Effect, magic recovery plus 5%, magic attack plus 10%. Description, she, kneeling on the thorns, praying devoutly into the endless abyss. It's actually a mage's equipment. Very good. So far, the territory's military units are unable to keep up with the equipment of mages. Well now, this wristband is a rare and top-notch product, with magic recovery and magic attack effects. It can be equipped to the necromancer in the territory. Fong Hao put a wristband on his hand, and Sawyer's voice came from in front of him. Sir, are you looking for me? Well, look at this sacrificial robe. Is it the same as the one customized by the temple last time? Fong Hao picked up one and handed it to Sawyer. The clothes and wrist guards that had just been made were scattered around. Sawyer took it and examined it carefully. Sir, please wait a moment. I have already made a finished product over there. I will take it over and compare it. Oh well, the skeleton cutter is still very efficient in his work. He has already produced the finished product in just a few days. After a while, Sawyer came back. What he holds in his hand is the finished temple costume. A comparison shows that the two styles are the same, but the one made in batches by Fong Hao does not have the temple pattern on the back, and is a plain version. Can this kind of pattern be added? Fong Hao asked. Sawyer nodded. It can be added. If you just add the pattern on the back, it will be completed soon. Okay, then I'll make the clothes, and you can arrange for someone to add the pattern and the pattern from our bone fabric shop, Fong Hao said. Now it's good. We can hand over the work quickly. Okay, sir. By the way, there's nothing wrong with Rebecca's cheongsam and dinner dress, right? Fong Hao thought of the dress Rebecca made again. It's going very well. That's good. After the two discussed it, Fong Hao made another 200 sets of deacon's robes and gave them to Sawyer. Let him take it back and process the pattern. At the same time, Bloody Mountains, Rockhead Tribe, Chief Hall. In the hall built of boulders and logs, 5 tall trolls and a human wearing armor were sitting. The troll on the throne in the middle is the leader of the Yentu tribe, Baigat, a blue level 6 hero. He was wearing a troll-heavy armor, suit all over his body, and his forehead was painted with white stone powder. The trolls of the Rockhead tribe will paint the top of their eyebrows white with stone powder to prove their indestructible will. Although this way of expressing one's will is somewhat ridiculous, it has penetrated deeply into the hearts of the Yinsho tribe and made the Yinsho tribe the second largest troll tribe in the Bloody Mountains, the most powerful competitor of the Bloodmaw tribe. But this kind of competitor is also relatively speaking. With the strength of the Yinsho tribe, it is impossible to defeat the Bloodthroat. Originally, everything was relatively calm. But since the last battle against the undead failed, various troll tribes have become dissatisfied with the Bloodmaw. Baigat also began to see opportunities and secretly contacted several other more powerful tribes. Intends to overthrow the rule of the Bloodmaw tribe. Baigat and the other 4 clan leaders have gathered their troops and will launch an attack on the Bloodthroat tomorrow. Then it's settled. When you get back, you will gather people and overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe in one fell swoop. In the Bloody Mountains, the Bloodmaw tribe has always been the leader of the troll tribes, especially after Meat Fist Caius advanced to the Orange Hero and took over the position of leader of the Bloodthroat clan. The oppression of the remaining troll tribes below became more and more serious. All these tribes were already dissatisfied, but they dared not speak out. But the failure of the undead battle completely made all tribes intolerable, determined to overthrow the Bloodmaw tribe. Chief Baigat, Caius has already reached the level of an Orange Hero. I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to confront him head-on. A troll leader said. Caius the Flesh Fist is the strongest troll in the Bloody Mountains. In a head-on confrontation, no one can stop him. When Baigat heard what the other party said, his expression remained calm and he replied, "Don't worry about this. I have received the news that Caius will leave the Bloodthroat tribe in the near future. When the time comes, we will destroy the Bloodthroat tribe in one fell swoop, and then we can work together. To deal with him, no matter how strong he is, he can't overcome any difficulties by himself." Oh, Caius is going out. Is the information reliable? The other troll's expressions changed. There should be no problem with the information obtained from the faceless men, Baigat continued. Oh, this is a solution. You don't have to worry too much. I won't take this risk without being completely sure. After the Bloodthroat tribe is overthrown as agreed, there will be no leader tribe, and there will be no need to send tributes on time. Baigat looked at each other one by one. Skin the people below. There are also many branches of troll tribes. The other 4 people present were all leaders of large tribes. Small tribes are not yet qualified to enter here and participate in the battle plan. After hearing Baigat's words, the others nodded. They were also afraid that by overthrowing Bloodmaw, Rockhead would become the second tyrant. This is natural. Chief Baigat has already said this, so we are naturally willing to listen to your command. A troll thought for a while and was the first to speak. Well, it's settled. If someone gets cold feet then, don't blame me for being rude. Baigat reminded him coldly. That's it, that's it. The 4 troll leaders nodded repeatedly. The trolls were discussing, while Su Yang sat quietly aside. He is attached to the Yinsho tribe and acts as a contractor. Lead the people in the village to mine various resources for the trolls. During this period, Su Yang helped Baigat a lot and gradually gained his trust. Let him participate in this meeting as a spectator. Su Yang has been listening silently, looking a little absent-minded, but he has written down all the other parties' plans. He knew that his relationship with the troll would not last long. Once you are unable to reflect your value, or the battle against the Bloodthroat fails, you will be the first to die. Therefore, he planned to take this opportunity to take his people and escape from the control of the Yinsho tribe. It would be best to escape from the Bloody Highlands and live in a human city. Okay, let's settle things like this first, and then launch an attack on the Bloodthroat. Baigat said. His eyes fell on Su Yang again. Su Yang. Su Yang's body trembled slightly when he heard Baigat calling him. Chief Baigat, your order. Well, To increase resource extraction, I still need enough food for 50,000 people. Okay, Chief Baigat, I will find a way, Suyang said respectfully. But in his heart, he has already scolded Baigat's ancestors for 8 generations. Food for 50,000 people, and you don't even use your F-King brain. Is this something I can get? But Suyang had no choice. The situation in Yinsho had become increasingly tense recently. The trolls had the habit of eating people, so he didn't dare not agree. Well, okay, everyone, let's go back and get ready. Everyone exited the chief hall of the Yinsho tribe, and Suyang walked back silently. I was thinking in my mind that my escape plan would be advanced. Within the territory, after Fong Hao had dinner, he received a message from Tongyo. The people who went to Tasco Orc City have returned and brought back the latest news. Fong Hao used divine presence to descend on the skeletons in Yodo City. Go to the chief's hall and listen to the returning Tauren describing the situation in Tasco City. Lord Chief, the population of Tasco City is quite large, and the security in the city is pretty good. The Tauren said, Tasco City is located on the east side of the territory, further than the Net Weaver camp. If they want to open a shop in Tasco, the distance and bandits on the way are all problems they have to face. Are there any requirements for opening a store? Fong Hao crossed his fingers and placed them on his chest. There are no requirements for this. You can buy a store and decide what to sell. Can we sell weapons and equipment? Yes, weapons and equipment are hot-selling goods in the city. I saw some tribes driving their carriages to buy in bulk. There are no regulations in the city prohibiting this. The Tauren thought for a moment and continued to answer. The cities of Puril and Lysis both have clear prohibitions on iron weapons. Even mercenaries are strictly controlled on their crossbows. Not to mention opening a weapons store and selling weapons in bulk. But the Orc City is very open, and weapons and equipment are hot-selling commodities. Okay, Tonyo will be responsible for the store affairs. You will be responsible for the weapons store, tavern, and clothing store. If there is a better store location, decide on it and open it as soon as possible. Fong Hao thought for a while and decided directly. Okay, sir, but the problem of bandits during transportation, Tonyo said again. The transportation distance is not short. I'm afraid we will encounter a lot of trouble. I will find a way on this, so you don't have to worry. Fong Hao already had a preliminary plan in mind. In the middle of Bullhead City and Tusco City, there is also Spider-Woman's web spinner camp. At that time, the security issues can be left to Domina, or the Web Weaver camp can be used as a transit point. The Bone Dragon was transported to the Web Weaver camp and then transferred to Tasco City. I understand, sir. I will set off tomorrow and go to Tusco City to settle down the shop. Tonyo nodded. Well, if anything happens, use the sound transmitting conch to keep in touch. Yes, sir. After explaining the problem to Tonyo, Fong Hao also released the divine presence. The night outside the window was already very dark. After a brief soak in the hot spring, I returned to my room to rest. In the early morning, Fong Hao finished his morning training. Several skeletons were called to clear out the room in the 3-story tower, and then moved for beautifully carved bookcases inside. The tower is a new building in the 8th level Lord's Mansion. Fong Hao took a look and saw that the room was hexagonal and the lighting was pretty good. In the past 2 days, I have obtained several strange books, and I plan to transform this room into a study. In the future, any books or notes worth collecting will be stored in this room. This also prevents you from laying it around and not being able to find it when you want to use it. After a while of busy work, the bookcases and desks were also moved in according to their positions. The books are arranged according to categories, and it instantly feels like some intellectuals. If Rebecca asks for a few oil paintings someday and puts them in the room, it will be more like that. Sitting at the desk, I picked up the notes on the devil doll I obtained yesterday and looked at the translated words and drawings. This involves a lot of alchemical terminology, and Fong Hao seems to be half understanding and half guessing. My brain feels a little swollen. Not long after, Ear called Fong Hao downstairs for dinner. 9 o'clock. Fong Hao took Jia to Fu Lei's fishing village on a bone dragon. Although it is called a fishing village, it has reached the level of a 5th level city, and its scale is no less than that of Puril City. The bone dragon was in the air and released the giant skeleton fish into the open space in the center of the city. Skeleton giant benthic fish. The giant benthic fish is a large fish that guards the iron coffin at the bottom of the lake in Huiwa Highlands. It is larger than sharks. They were all killed by Demitka at the bottom of the lake, and their bodies were thrown directly into the transformation field after they came back. Today, Feng Hao also went to the transformation field to take a look. Then I saw 4 transformed giant fish skeletons fluttering from the side of the transformation field. I don't know how many days they have been shaking here. Boss, what is this? Fu Lei looked at the 4 huge skeleton fish on the ground, and his eyes widened. In the morning, Fu Lei sent a private message to Feng Hao. Due to the opening of the hot pot restaurant in Lizi City, the fish supply at his place was obviously starting to run out. If we persist for 5 more days at most, there will be a shortage, and then we can only maintain the supply of hot pot restaurants in one city. I just finished talking this morning, and in the blink of an eye, I was presented with several such large skeleton fish. This couldn't be a shark fished out from somewhere. Why is it so big? Skeleton fish. Feng Hao replied. Yes, I know it's a skeleton fish. What's its use? Fu Lei looked at the twisting skeleton fish and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Don't worry, you'll understand later. Feng Hao said. Behind him, several skeleton blacksmiths came down and took off fishing nets with metal skeletons from the bone dragon's body. Use the metal buckles that have been prepared to fix it in the hollow chest of the skeleton fish. Let the giant skeleton fish turn into a fishing net that can catch food. With the first one completed, Fu Lei also understood Feng Hao's thoughts. This kind of skeleton fish will swallow the fish into the fishing net on its abdomen whenever it catches food, and then carry the fish caught in the net to the shore. Boss, you can imagine this. Fu Lei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This kind of idea, even if others can think of it, is difficult to complete. It's hard to find such a big fish, and there's no way to turn it into a skeleton. Try the effect first. If possible, I will get you 100 more. Feng Hao said with a smile. Well, there should be no problem with production by then. Fu Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a while, the abdomens of the 4 giant skeleton fish were all equipped with skeleton fishing nets. Every time he opens his mouth, the fish will be swallowed into his belly and then caught in the fishing net. Put it on the cart and transport it to the lake to see the effect. It took several people to lift the skeleton fish onto the cart and pulled the 4 skeleton fish shaking back and forth towards the lake. It wasn't until they entered the lake that the 4 giant fish moved freely. It sank to the bottom of the lake in an instant. After a while, his belly was full of fish and he swam up again. This efficiency can be said to be quite fast. Fu Lei's face also beamed with joy. With the addition of the skeleton fish, his work became much easier. After solving the problem here, Feng Hao also returned to the main city. The next day, the Tin Skull Dragon, loaded with skeletons, came to Grizzly Bear's village again. The bone dragon fell from the sky. The grizzlies have already made preparations. Not far away, there were 100 bandits equipped with heavy storm iron armor. They formed a powerful force towards that station. It looks a bit like a regular army. Lord Blacksword. Grizzly Bear came forward with his skeleton to greet him. While saying hello, his eyes fell on the huge package carried on the dragon's back. Last time, Feng Hao said that he would send more equipment, and they all remembered it. Feng Hao saw everyone's eyes and naturally knew what they were looking at. Distribute the equipment, and we're almost ready to set off. Okay, sir. The Grizzly Bear smiled and called his men to start moving the equipment. It's almost ready. Feng Hao opened the map, and the large team set off again, heading to today's mission location, Mushroom Canyon. According to the introduction on the map, fungi grew in this canyon. Someone needs to clean it up. After 2 hours of travel, the team approached the canyon. It's not far from the cave where I met the one-eyed troll last time. This area is rarely visited by humans and is home to many dangerous creatures. Sir, this should be right here. Blacksword said. Everyone stood in front of a canyon, looking at the passage ahead. The terrain here is very weird. Under the canyon is a C-shaped rock wall, and the depression just blocks the sunlight above. The dark, rocky places are covered with all kinds of mushrooms. These mushrooms seem to be hiding from the sun. The darker the place, the more densely they grow. These mushrooms are of various kinds. Feng Hao saw no fewer than 5 or 6 varieties. Some mushrooms are as tall as a person, like closed umbrellas, covered with hanging tendrils. Other mushrooms are shorter and have black holes that look like human eyes. Sir, This mushroom is very dangerous. At this time, the grizzly bear suddenly said, "You know?" Fong Hao couldn't see the mushroom's name due to the distance, but from Grizzly Bear's words, it seemed that he knew or had seen it before. "Sir, this kind of mushroom was more common in the early years. The black one with human eyes. We call it cheapskate. When it is close to or attacked, it will spit out a gas from black holes on the body. If inhaled, it will cause poisoning or even poisoning. Death. And once an organism dies after inhaling this gas, its body will soon become nutrients and grow this kind of mushroom. The slender one, we call it Little Widow. If you get close to it, it will make a whining sound. If you get closer, it will make a scream. Even if you plug your ears, you can't stand it. The ones with fleshy whiskers will whip those who get close. It seems that this kind of mushroom is not difficult to find. The bandits not only know how to attack it, but also give it a nickname. How did you clean these mushrooms at that time? Fong Hao continued to ask. Basically, don't clean it up. If you have to deal with it, you can try using fire. Forehead. The reason why bandits are difficult to eradicate is that they flee everywhere and are difficult to eradicate. They know the place where they live very well. Once in danger, they will run away immediately. If someone were to pursue them, it would lead those people to some dangerous places. For example, this group of mushrooms can release poisonous gas. Does it have any effect on the undead? I'm not sure about that. Grizzly Bear seemed to have thought of something again, and continued. I heard from some people that somewhere in the body of this plant, there seems to be alchemy materials, and someone specially collects them. Alchemical materials? This thing is still a connecting material. Fong Hao didn't say anything more and let the team move closer again. As he got closer, Fong Hao also checked the properties of the mushroom. Toxic spores, screaming mushroom, beard mushroom. The name is displayed, but there is no rank. Go in and try, Fong Hao said to a skeleton. The skeleton warrior took the weapon in his hand and walked towards the mushroom group. When he got close to 2 meters, the screaming mushroom began to vibrate slightly and make a whining sound. The skeleton warrior did not stop. The next second, the screaming mushroom made a sharp sound that echoed throughout the valley. Immediately afterwards, like a chain reaction, all the fungi and mushrooms began to tremble. The poisonous gas spores spit out gray poisonous spore gas in the cavity of the body. The droopy mushroom swings its tendrils and sweeps towards the approaching skeleton. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton warrior raised his shield and slapped his flesh whiskers on the shield. At this time, the skeleton warrior had already approached the screaming mushroom at the front and struck it directly with a knife. One strike of the knife nearly split the screaming mushroom in half, and the scream became even sharper. But it had no effect on the skeleton warrior. Outside the canyon, Fong Hao and the others looked at what was happening in front of them and nodded slightly. It seems that the effect of these mushrooms is more effective on living creatures, but not very effective on the undead. Just when Fong Hao thought that this was the mushroom group's last resort, a special situation happened again ahead. A rotten one-eyed troll stood up from the mushroom-covered ground. A black mushroom grew out of the eye on his forehead, and the rest of the body was also filled with various fungi. It seems that this corpse has become a source of nourishment for the fungi. Wow! After the troll, among the mushrooms, all the corpses stood up, covered with fungi, and attacked the target. The mushrooms on his body were also constantly releasing poisonous gas and screaming. Mobile fort. Even though the situation ahead is a bit strange, the threat it poses is not great. There were only a dozen or so standing corpses, and the poisonous gas and noise emitted by the mushrooms posed no threat to the undead soldiers. Grizzly Bear, take your people and retreat outside the valley. Let the Black Sword attack, Fong Hao ordered. Yes. The two took action immediately. Grizzly Bear retreated to the rear with his men, and Black Sword also organized his men and began to attack the canyon. Archers and mages were the first to attack. Arrows and magic missiles flew towards the mushrooms. The body of the mushroom that was attacked began to shake continuously, spitting out poison and making sharp noises. Not long after, gray poisonous gas filled the entire canyon. The undead warrior was not affected at all and strode into the poisonous gas, launching an attack on the fungus corpses and the mushrooms. The one-eyed troll itself possesses very strong power. Even after being parasitized by mushrooms, it still maintains a certain degree of combat effectiveness. The mace in his hand was swung, and the body of the skeleton warrior was knocked backwards. The black sword strode forward to meet him. The shield in his hand directly knocked the one-eyed troll over, and he swung out his one-handed sword and chopped off his head. The troll's head fell off, but the mushroom on it was still spitting poisonous gas. The black sword swung the sword again and split the mushroom in half. In the canyon, the undead soldiers quickly cleaned up the groups of mushrooms. The cleanup work was slower than expected. There were too many mushrooms, and large and small fungi grew densely in clusters. It took 3 hours to clean up. It's gradually coming to an end. The entire canyon is filled with chopped pieces of fungus meat. The skeletons rummaged through the chunks of flesh, looking for loot to collect. "My lord, I found a treasure box inside," Blacksword said. 2 skeletons came out carrying a silver treasure box. "Put it in front of Fong Hao." In addition to treasure chests, the dead mushrooms also dropped several plant roots. Spore cap, mushroom rhizome. According to the description, these are somewhat toxic and can really be used as alchemy materials and medicinal materials. Fong Hao ordered the mushrooms to be piled together and set on fire. This kind of fungus is really a danger if allowed to grow. Once the creatures are close, they can easily become nutrients for the mushrooms. After everything was cleaned up, Fong Hao ordered to return. Release the presence of God. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Blacksword also returned to the territory with the bone dragon. The accompanying skeleton soldiers did not follow back, but all stayed in Grizzly Bear's village. The treasure box was placed at Fong Hao's feet, and the fungus materials were sent to the warehouse. The harvest this time was average. Just a silver chest. Open. Obtain. Meat field construction drawings, 12 magic eye strains, 6 divination mushroom strains, 8 wild herb seeds, 5 fire scale seeds, 3 honeygrass seeds, 2 mist crystals, and 78 war coins. Looking at the large row of rewards, Fong Hao frowned slightly. There don't seem to be many useful drawings. Meat field, 800 wood, 400 stone, 350 hemp rope, 2 corpses, 1 trace of the earth. Description: some fungi can grow rapidly and steadily on any corpse. Rotting corpses are the best nutrient supply. Depend on. What a weird thing. After seeing the introduction of Metian, Fong Hao thought of the corpses parasitized by mushrooms. It's heartbreaking. Magic eye strain. Category: bacteria. Description: the magic eye mushroom can be cultivated and is a collection of alchemy and medicinal materials. Wild herbal seeds. Category: seeds. Description: wild herbs can be grown, which are collected for alchemy and medicinal materials. Whether it is bacteria or plant seeds, they are closely related to alchemy. Later, when the territory trains alchemists, there will be no need to worry about materials. When it came to cultivating fungi, Fong Hao thought of a suitable place for cultivation: Huiwa Highlands. Lorana has a canopy treasure box, which is suitable for the growth of fungi. It seems that in the past 2 days, I will go to Lorana's place to take care of my subordinate heroes and plant medicinal fields. The mist crystal needs no introduction. It is a material of the fairy camp. As night falls, the blue sky is dotted with countless stars. There are surprisingly many stars in this world, filling the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Hao stood in front of the window and watched, and there was a gentle knock on the door. "Master, Lord Jubi is back and waiting for you in the lobby." Ear's voice came from outside the door. "The giant wall is back?" Fong Hao arranged for Jubi to find the body of the Red Duke, and it had been a few days. "I don't know if the Red Duke's body has been found. Blood Castle occupies the entire Huiwa Highlands and has only about 60,000 troops. As long as the Human Federation is willing, it can easily take Huiwa Highlands from the hands of the vampire clan. But the Human Federation has never done this. Under pressure, a peace treaty was signed. The biggest reason for this situation is the Red Duke, who guards Huiwa Highlands. An orange level 9 hero was enough to intimidate everyone, not daring to attack Huiwa Highlands. It's not that the Human Federation is incapable of destroying Huiwa Highlands, but that no one is willing to provoke an orange hero unless it is absolutely necessary. The Red Duke, who is good at hunting humans, has the ability to hunt down most of the leaders on the human side alone. Even Fong Hao's undead army easily invaded Huiwa Highlands. But there is still nothing he can do against the Red Duke. If it weren't for Lorana's resurrection, he would also have suffered revenge from the Red Duke. Of course, This is also the reason why Fong Hao values the Red Duke's body. After learning that Laurana had killed him, they immediately arranged for people to search. In the Lord's Hall, Jubi sat aside silently, waiting quietly. At his feet lay an object wrapped in linen, with the outline of a head vaguely visible. Seeing Fong Hao coming down the stairs, he stood up and saluted. "Lord." "Yes." Fong Hao walked to the bone throne and sat down. "How is it? Did you gain anything?" After hearing Fong Hao's question, Jubi's tall body knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in an ashamed tone, "Sir, I led people to search for several days, but only found some stumps of the Red Duke. The remaining parts are still not found." The search for the body was not going smoothly. Although the location Laurana told was accurate, finding a scattered corpse in the mountains was second only to finding a silent ship in the sea. Even if there are bone dragons, you can look for them in the air. Jubi and a group of undead soldiers searched day and night for many days before finding some stumps. Hearing Jubi's words, Fong Hao's originally excited heart instantly cooled down. "Jubi, get up and take a look at what you found first." Fong Hao sighed and said, "The skeleton hero's loyalty is 100% right from the start, and there is no such thing as laziness or lying. Therefore, if Jubi says there is no way to find it, then it really doesn't exist." Hearing Fong Hao's words, Jubi stood up. "Open the items wrapped in linen at your feet to reveal the shriveled body parts inside. This is the result of the vampire being exposed to the sun. This is what Fielding looked like after being exposed to the sun. In the cloth bag, a shriveled head, palms, a few scattered bones, and a pair of complete bat wings can be distinguished. It seems that Laurana really hates the Red Duke and should just destroy him. With these few parts alone, neither Nelson nor the skeleton transformation field can carry out transformation." Fong Hao sighed slightly. "It seems that this time the work was in vain. Think about it this way. I also have to take Laurana's emotions into consideration. Who knows if the Red Duke appears as a skeleton hero again? Laurana will go crazy and try to dismantle him. Now that the bodies have not been found, he has given up the idea of making a hero." But then, Fong Hao looked at the skull and bat wings on the ground, and his eyes lit up again. "It is impossible to make a skeleton hero, and these complete parts are not useless. In the notes of the devil doll I obtained last time, I happened to see how the head was made. Although I don't have much interest in devil dolls, for now, they can only be used as materials for dolls. In this way, the Red Duke's body was put to good use and Laurana's mood was taken care of. It seems like this is the best solution." Thinking of this, Fong Hao's frown gradually relaxed. "Jubi, you have done a good job in this mission. Send these to the Organ Museum and let Bachelor Nelson handle them then." "Yes, sir." The giant wall wrapped the body again. "Then I won't disturb your rest." After saying that, Jubi took the body and left the Lord's mansion. Fong Hao sat on the throne, thinking. Making a demon doll is not as simple as collecting hero corpses. The alchemy knowledge recorded in the notes is also very important. It seems that if there is a chance, I will also get into contact with some alchemy or recruit some people who are proficient in alchemy. I sat on a chair and thought for a while, then turned and went upstairs to rest. 2 days later, Lysis, Temple. Fong Hao took in Jia and hired 2 idle workers on the roadside. "Go to the temple with 50 finished pieces of passionate acolyte robes." "Sir, what's the matter?" A young deacon came forward and asked, looking at the package being carried by the workers behind him. Fong Hao glanced at the altar boy and said softly, "I'm a cloth merchant. I promised you to donate clothes last time. I happened to be in the city today, so I brought some over." When he heard that he was coming to the temple to make a donation, the deacon's expression became more respectful. "Oh, sir, please come in, and I'll call the priest over." The aide was still enthusiastic. "Good." The aide brought Fong Hao to a quiet room, then turned around and went to find the priest. The worker put down the package. Fong Hao paid the agreed price and left happily. Not long after, the door opened again, and the old priest from before walked in, hunched over. Seeing Fong Hao and the orc girl sitting in the room, he looked slightly startled. She returned the favor to the 2 young men. "It seems that not much time has passed since I left last time. It's not like there's any problem, so I don't plan to donate it. This kind of temporary regret has happened before. Mr. Cloth Merchant, we meet again. Last time I forgot to ask your name in my haste." "My name is Fong Hao. What do you call me, priest?" Even though the old woman always looked serious, Fong Hao still answered with a smile. Miriam. Priest Miriam sat down opposite Fong Hao and saw the two piles of cloth bags on the side of the coffee table. Fong Hao nodded. Priest Miriam happened to come to Lysa's city and brought 50 sets of robes. I will deliver them next time I come. Miriam frowned after hearing Fong Hao's words. In the past, donations would take more than half a year, or even slower. More often than not, it just disappears, and the matter slowly fades away, and no one will send it. Fong Hao was the fastest she had ever seen, even unbelievably fast. Sir, are you telling the truth? You are not joking. Miriam looked directly at Fong Hao. I have brought all the clothes. As he said that, Fong Hao opened a cloth bag and took out an altar robe. When he took the robe in his hand, the old priest's face was even more surprised. This workmanship is really good. Even if the city lord's palace arranges donated clothing, it is not so well organized. Moreover, the fabric feels very comfortable to the touch. When he saw the skull pattern on the chest of his robe, Priest Miriam's face instantly showed astonishment. Mr. Fong Hao, this is... Don't get me wrong, Sir Miriam. The name of our cloth merchant is Bone Fabric Shop. Not only yours, but the clothes that Mrs. Rebecca customized for me also have this logo. It's just that she will attend some during the banquet. The logo will be more secretive. Fong Hao explained. After hearing Fong Hao's explanation, Priest Miriam's expression softened a little. It didn't matter if he carried a symbol. What she was afraid of was that Fong Hao was provoking the temple in this way. After all, the temple is dedicated to the god of light and the goddess of fertility. Mrs. Rebecca, did you also customize the clothes? Miriam continued, bringing the topic to Rebecca. Yes, for this year's federal parliament dress, our Bone Fabric store was selected to make the dress for Mrs. Rebecca. Maybe it won't be long before Bone Fabric store will be famous throughout the city. Fong Hao still smiled. Hearing Fong Hao's words, Miriam relaxed a little more. The federal parliament is a very important event in human city-states, and even the attire is strictly selected. In other words, within a year after the start of the parliament, the Bone Fabric store will be the most popular store in the city. By then, everyone in the city knew about the Bone Fabric store. There won't be much of a problem if you wear clothing with the store's logo on the temple's clothing. There won't be much of a problem if you wear clothes with the store's logo in the temple. Thank you, Mr. Fong Hao. After the costumes are made later, I can arrange for someone to pick them up. Miriam is no longer pursuing the skull logo. Fong Hao has already thought about this. As long as Rebecca is moved out, the temple will actually accept the bone symbol very well. Well, then I won't bother you. I'll let you know when the clothes come out next time. Fong Hao didn't plan to stay any longer. The two walked out of the room and walked along the corridor with Miriam. When passing by a room with an open door, a man's greasy voice came. Praise the god of light, praise the goddess of fertility, and also praise your beautiful priestess. May your skin become more delicate and your appearance be young and beautiful. I'm not a priest, just an aide. A slightly shy voice also came from the room. The three of them passed by the door and saw a thin, blonde, middle-aged man in the room, holding the hand of an aide girl and speaking greasy words. Ahem. Miriam coughed twice. The deaconess turned around when she heard the sound and saw Priest Miriam standing at the door, her face flushed red. In a hurry, he pulled his hand out of the man's hand. Priest Miriam. The aide bowed his head and saluted. From now on, you are responsible for the flowers and plants in the backyard. You are no longer responsible for it here. Miriam said with an ugly face. Yes. The female aide turned pale, lowered her head, and ran away. The middle-aged man, seeing Miriam's face looking ugly and a little nervous, immediately said, Priest Miriam, I express my deepest respect to you. Shut your mouth and you can leave here today. Priest Miriam was heard telling him to leave. The man panicked a little and said hurriedly, But my injury is not healed yet. Browning, I reminded you not to use those tricks in the tavern here. If you haven't left before this afternoon, don't blame me for being rude. Priest Miriam said coldly. Most of the temple's priests are female deacons, all of whom are young, and some are even just children. Many came from nearby villages and were easily fooled by Browning's greasy, corny love talk. Apparently, this wasn't the first time Priest Miriam had warned the man, but just now he was caught red-handed. Priest Miriam, I was just chatting with her. Browning defended. If you don't leave for 1 hour, Your name will be known to everyone who comes to the temple to pray. Priest Miriam directly changed the time for the man to leave to 1 hour. Upon hearing the priest's warning, Browning's expression changed instantly. He knew how powerful the words of a priest, especially the officiant, were. If this was not the city of Lysis, the priest's words would be enough to send him to the gallows or be burned to death directly. Okay, I'll pack my things and leave. Priest Miriam, Browning said helplessly. 1 hour. Miriam reminded again. I know. Priest Miriam had a cold face and planned to leave. Fong Hao also recognized Browning at this time, the painter who was interrogated in the faceless man's hut. Unexpectedly, I would meet him here. Priest Miriam, Browning and I haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to have a chat. Of course, this will not delay his departure within an hour. Fong Hao said. Priest Miriam glanced at Fong Hao, but she didn't expect him to know Browning. He gave Browning a cold look and left first. Priest Miriam left, and Browning frowned and looked at Fong Hao. Do you know me? His memory was pretty good, but he really had no impression of the person in front of him. Browning naturally does not know the current Fong Hao. In the dark dungeon at that time, Fong Hao used divine presence to control the skeleton gray sparrow to speak to him. Mr. Browning won't forget me. We chatted together at the last dance. Fong Hao entered the room and said enthusiastically. It was like meeting an old acquaintance. I didn't forget. Browning frowned and answered subconsciously. Why did you offend Priest Miriam? This is the first time I have seen her angry. Fong Hao moved his chair forward. This is the first time I've seen her angry? That's because you didn't come too soon. Browning lifted his injured arm and packed his things. A staid old lady. I just made some jokes with a few female deacons, and she wanted to kick me out. I heard that Browning was still a little unconvinced. Fong Hao was also speechless. This was a temple, not a tavern. You took the hand of the female deacon and kept touching it. Is this a joke? And there are still a few. You are a habitual offender. Priest Miriam didn't kill you, so it's already easy to talk about. But these are what Fong Hao is thinking, and he won't say them directly. He asked directly, by the way, what's the matter with your injury? Isn't it because you touched a girl's hand and was beaten? Hey, you can't talk nonsense. Am I, Browning, that kind of person? Browning said with a straight face. How did you do that? Forget it. I was kidnapped by a bunch of damn guys and almost died inside. Fortunately, the city lord's palace got the news and rescued me. Browning's face instantly became serious. Recalling the situation at that time, an uncontrollable feeling of fear arose in my heart. Kidnapping? Who dares to kidnap you? Fong Hao continued to talk. Damn Derek, he is actually the faceless man. Fortunately, I painted a full-length portrait of his wife for free last time. Browning gritted his teeth and said, Davik? Which Davik? It's the construction officer Davik. His son also joined the guard. The construction officer is responsible for the construction and maintenance of buildings in the city. It seems that many officials in the city have become members of the Faceless Men. How did the city lord's mansion deal with it? Fong Hao continued to ask. What can be done? Everyone has been arrested, and his son has been removed from his post. I don't know how it is going. Browning said. I tell you, Lady Rebecca also received me, wearing a loose long skirt at the time. With that figure and appearance, she was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. As soon as he talked about women, Browning immediately became excited. Besides Davik and his son, is there anyone else? Fong Hao continued to ask. I don't know about that. I was sent here to recuperate, and no one told me about the progress. Browning said helplessly. In fact, he also noticed something wrong with these. It is not a trivial matter that the city lord's palace is so concerned about it, and it involves officials in the city. He was also a little worried, and even considered whether to leave Lysis and live in another city for a while. Oh, okay, then you get busy. I'll leave first. Fong Hao felt that he had nothing to ask, so he stood up and said goodbye to him. Walk slowly, and I'll buy you a few drinks when I'm ready. No problem. Fong Hao walked out of the room and closed the door. Browning watched Fong Hao leave and still murmured, Whose fault is this? Why do I have no memory at all? Out of the temple, Fong Hao took Jia into a carriage and headed directly to the mission hall in the east of the city. It's busier here than last time. Weapon shops, armor shops, and even taverns have been set up on both sides of the main road. For a high-stress profession, taverns and some scantily clad girls can always help mercenaries relax. Enter the mission hall, and come to the counter. Mr. Fong Hao, you're here again. In front of the counter was the young soldier who received him last time. It seems that this is also the old white shift. I came here twice and met him all the time. Well, the last mission has been completed. Come here to confirm and see if there are any new missions. Fong Hao said. Oh, okay, Mr. Fong Hao. What is the name of your mercenary group? Let me check. Knights of Bones. Oh, wait a minute. The young soldier said as he began to look through the records in his hand, looking for the name of the Bone Knights. Second floor. Located in a room above the lobby. Rebecca was wearing a light blue dress, leaning on the sofa, flipping through the information in her hand. In front, the guard commander stood respectfully and introduced softly. Madam, these are registered and powerful mercenary groups. The first two of them, the Dragonscale Mercenary Group and the Bloodcrow Mercenary Group, are both famous earlier. Mercenary Group. It is rumored that the leaders of the two mercenary groups have advanced to become heroes. Rebecca silently flipped through the information, then closed it again. Okay, I'll think about it. The commander nodded and exited the room. After a while, Rebecca sighed, stood up and walked to the window, looking into the hall on the first floor. Madam, the Dragonscale Mercenary Group has a good reputation in the city. Many business groups are escorted by them. The maid on the side spoke softly. She has followed Rebecca for the longest time, and it can be seen from her expression that Rebecca is not satisfied with the mercenary group on the list. But there are only a few well-known mercenary groups in the city, and they are not very selective. Let's take a look. Maybe it will be the Dragonscale Mercenary Group. Rebecca said helplessly. The faceless men's infiltration of the city of Lysis was more serious than imagined. The painter who was rescued the day before yesterday and the people who were interrogated have already been involved in many important positions in the city. Whether it is construction or the city defense team, there are people placed by the faceless men. This gave Rebecca a sense of fear. It won't be long before the center of power in Lysis City will be completely emptied out and turned into a city of faceless men. Dragonscale Mercenary Group. It goes without saying that the strength of a large mercenary group that became famous earlier goes without saying. But is this kind of team really trustworthy? Rebecca always had an uneasy feeling in her heart, so she didn't settle directly. Madam, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. The maid comforted her. Well, I hope so. Rebecca said softly, looking down the wooden window at the noisy hall below. There was some confusion in the hall below. Two groups of mercenaries almost clashed and were driven out by the guards. Suddenly, Rebecca frowned. In front of the counter, he saw a familiar figure. Different from those mercenaries who wear armor and are tall and thick. Wearing casual clothes, he was chatting with the soldiers at the counter. Rebecca picked up the list of mercenary groups on the table again and flipped through it quickly. Sure enough, at the end of the list, I saw a very recognizable name, the Bone Knights. Even if there is no member mark on it, Rebecca can confirm that Fong Hao is the only one who can come up with such a name. Mercenary is a high-risk profession, and the name also has many taboos. Very few people would name their team with a name that sounds like it won't last long. Likewise, no one would take Bones as the name of a fabric shop. Then, a smile appeared on Rebecca's lips. Lobby. Fong Hao flipped through the new bounty tasks. It looked like a thick pile, but there were few that interested Fong Hao. Most of them are sporadic tasks within the city or to suppress bandits. After selecting it several times, I selected one of the investigation tasks of village rat infestation. How about it, Mr. Fong Hao? Are you still not satisfied? The soldier asked after seeing Fong Hao turning over it several times. Okay, these are the three. Fong Hao took out 3 single-page maps from the middle. In addition to village rat infestation, there are 2 other missions for bandit strongholds. Now, all the bandit missions received are handed over to the grizzly bear. Oh, okay, let me register it for you. The soldier recorded it on the file. After completing the task, specialized personnel will go to the task point to check. Once confirmed, there will be bounty and mercenary points. When the points reach a certain value, the level of the mercenary group can be improved. Fong Hao didn't care too much about this, as no matter how many levels it was of little use. When the strongholds around Lysis City are almost cleared and there is no place to obtain treasure chests, this mercenary group will be useless. Not long after, the soldiers were also registered. Fong Hao took in Jia and planned to leave. As soon as he walked towards the door, he was blocked by a soldier again. Fong Hao had already noticed this soldier, who had been standing not far away and watching him. Mr. Fong Hao, Mrs. Rebecca is on the second floor. Please come over. The soldier whispered. Rebecca? Fong Hao frowned. He didn't expect to meet Rebecca here. Yes, madam. Please come over, the soldier repeated. Okay, lead the way. The three of them climbed to the second floor and stopped in front of a room. After lightly knocking the door, Fong Hao and Njia walked in. Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao saluted slightly. Well, I didn't expect you to have a mercenary group, Rebecca said with a smile and glanced at Njia, who was following Fong Hao. A little orc girl. It was also newly formed and is responsible for escorting the caravan along the road. Fong Hao sat down aside. As soon as they sat down, a maid brought drinks and cakes to the two of them. Have you finished that orphanage? I heard there are dark creatures in it, Rebecca asked curiously. Before Fong Hao came in, Rebecca had already obtained the information about the Bone Knights and the completed tasks. Well, there is indeed a kind of monster called a ghoul inside. It can eat corpses to recover its own injuries. I don't know if it counts as a dark creature. Fong Hao thought for a while and answered directly. According to the prompts that travelers can see, ghouls are demons. However, in terms of broad classification, undead creatures or man-eating monsters will be classified as dark creatures. There is nothing to argue about this kind of thing. So, your mercenaries destroyed them? Rebecca said with a smile. It's done. As long as you use the right method, this monster is not difficult to deal with. Each team has its own fighting style. Fong Hao doesn't know much about the others, but he relies on numbers to kill the opponent. Not to mention those ghouls. All the previous heroes, as long as they couldn't fly, were piled to death by themselves. Rebecca pondered for a moment. The smile on her face instantly faded, and she looked directly at Fong Hao. Can I believe you? Ah. Fong Hao was stunned for a moment. What was he doing? Then it depends on what Madam wants to do. If the price is not right, I am not as reliable as I thought. Hearing Fong Hao's answer, Rebecca suddenly smiled. This person always says unexpected things. However, this answer actually reassured me a lot. He continued, the price is easy to negotiate. I have a mission here. I wonder if you, the mercenary leader, are interested. Mercenary mission? A city lord's wife has enough people to mobilize. If there is anything you can't handle on your own, you have to find yourself. While Fong Hao was curious about the mission, he also wondered whether Rebecca would want to trick him. Madam, you might as well come and listen. I will also make sure that my people are capable of completing this task. Fong Hao did not agree immediately, but planned to listen to the task first. It's just a matter of catching a few people. It's much easier than dealing with those ghouls. Rebecca was lying on the couch, her long legs exposed to the air. Then why don't you arrange guards to arrest those people directly? You must know that it is not convenient for mercenaries to move in the city. Fong Hao picked up the water glass and took a sip. The city has strict controls on mercenaries. There will be a lot of trouble then. For some special reasons, once my people are dispatched, the other party will get the news, so I need another team that can arrest the person without the other party noticing. Rebecca solemnly said the voice. Another team. After saying this, Fong Hao instantly understood what Rebecca meant. The faceless ones. The faceless men have already infiltrated into the city lord's palace or the army in the city. Once there is any movement, the other side will get the news. That's why Rebecca thought of finding a special team. But Fong Hao was also a little surprised that the other party would find him. After all, his mercenary group had just been established. Where's the remuneration? Madam won't let us work for nothing, right? Fong Hao said with a smile. He was interested in the proposal. To inquire about the city lord's mansion through any means, it would be better to contact Rebecca directly. Combine it with your own intelligence to learn more about the faceless men. Remuneration is not a problem. The task will be easier and the reward will be more. At the same time, I will arrange an identity for you, which will give you certain rights. Of course, it will be kept confidential. Rebecca also smiled. Fong Hao held the water glass and fell into a brief silence. My mind began to think about the pros and cons of taking on this task. There was silence for a full 20 minutes. Fong Hao's eye smiled again and said, Okay, I'll take this job. Rebecca makes it easy, but the truth is not that simple. Being targeted by the faceless ones is not a good thing. Rebecca was forced to do this by the faceless men, let alone a small mercenary group. However, Fong Hao still chose to take on this task. I have already launched an action against the faceless one, and I am not afraid of offending it. The scary thing about the faceless men is that they have undercover agents. No one can be sure whether the people around you will turn around and stab you. But this threat is not serious to Fong Hao. He has few opportunities outside. Except for a few people who signed the contract, the rest of the people in the territory are undead. Even if you want to place someone, there is no place to do so. At the same time, his communication with Rebecca made him interested in the power center of Lysis City. The man I saw last time was the Lord of Lysis City. But the military power seems to be in the hands of Rebecca, the wife of the city lord. There may be things he doesn't understand yet. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Fong Hao agreed. Although the mercenary groups in the city that were established earlier are stronger than Fong Hao, it's hard to be sure the other party doesn't have a faceless man. So after thinking about it, Rebecca still trusted Fong Hao a little more. After that, it's up to you to see if you can make the right bet this time. Okay, then this matter is settled. How many people do you have? Rebecca sat up, picked up a piece of fruit, and put it in her mouth. How many people do you want? Huh? So you have a lot of mercenaries in your hands. Not many, but 110 people can still be mobilized. Fong Hao said confidently. Okay, then you call in some people, about 30 people in total, and I will send someone to tell you what to do. Rebecca nodded. Rebecca knows where Fong Hao lives and will arrange for someone to inform him of his next move. After the discussion was over, Fong Hao stopped lingering and stood up and said, Mrs. Rebecca, I'll go back and prepare first. Yes. Before leaving, Rebecca did not forget to tell her, please do not spread the conversation between us. Okay. Fong Hao exited the room and took Jia directly out of the mission hall. After leaving the mission hall, Fong Hao and the two did not continue wandering around. He called a carriage and returned directly to his residence. Lying on the bed, he directly used Divine Presence. The next second, he appeared in Grizzly Bear's village. As soon as his vision became clear, he felt the pain caused by the mental burden of using Divine Presence from a distance. Within sight was still the Grizzly Bear's room. The Grizzly Bear was standing in front of the window, looking out the window, wearing loose clothes. Grizzly Bear. Fong Hao shouted softly. Grizzly Bear turned back and looked at the skeleton gray bird on the bed. Lord. Get ready. Select some 30 people with good skills and no criminal records in Lysis City, and come to Lysis City to find me. Fong Hao continued. Okay, sir, I'll get ready right away. Grizzly Bear agreed immediately. Well, make sure you enter the city before dusk. Yes, sir. Fong Hao released the Divine Presence, and Grizzly put on his armor and walked out of the door. 10 at night. To the east of the city, there is a private house near the corner. It was dark inside the low house, and silhouettes of people could be vaguely seen under the moonlight. As agreed, Fong Hao and others are waiting for news about Rebecca here. In addition to Fong Hao and Jia, Dimija, and Grizzly Bear, they brought 27 people before closing the city gate. They didn't light torches or even chat much. There was only the chirping of insects in the courtyard. The bandits they brought felt a little uneasy. I thought to myself, my boss is not crazy. He is going to do something big in the city. Taking action in the city is not asking for death. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the courtyard door. The route has been arranged. Madam wants to live. A man's voice sounded outside the door. Fong Hao nodded to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone stood up, and there was a sound of armor clashing. The door opened, and a middle-aged man stood outside. Fong Hao looked familiar. He should be one of Rebecca's guards. If I have the chance, I will try to keep him alive. Fong Hao said in a low voice. This is a map. The location is an abandoned warehouse. Be careful. After the man finished speaking, he turned and left. Fong Hao collected the map and found that it was still a place he was familiar with. It was one of the 3 locations provided by Lai Go, the abandoned warehouse in the east corner of the city. Fong Hao used his Divine Presence to check there last time. No suspicious person was found at that time, and it seemed that the city lord's mansion also knew about this location. Let's go. Fong Hao waved his hand, and everyone moved closer to the target in the night. We walked for about 20 minutes. Everyone drove to a warehouse gathering place. The warehouse has obviously been abandoned for a long time. Some warehouses are still in good condition, but some walls have collapsed and there is a big hole in the roof. Several people hid in the corner. Fong Hao opened his backpack and released the skeleton gray bird. Use the divine presence to possess the gray bird. Fly towards the warehouse. As he approached from the air, Feng Hao also spotted several secret sentries wearing black cloaks and hiding in the shadows. If you move forward rashly, you will definitely be discovered by these secret sentries hidden in the shadows. These guys are really careful. He circled back and forth in the air several times, noted the location of the secret whistle, and then released the divine presence. Tell several people their positions. After some exchanges, everyone reached an impasse. The location of these hidden outposts is very special, and it is difficult to eliminate them by assassination. They all take care of each other. If you kill one person, the secret sentry not far away will notice them. You guys go directly to kill the secret sentry, Dimika and Anjia. You two lead people directly into the warehouse and capture them alive while ensuring safety. Feng Hao said directly. Feng Hao took a more direct approach. There is no one in the team who is good at resourcefulness, so it would be better to just rush in. Okay, everyone responded. Action. Everyone didn't hide. They just grabbed their knives and ran towards the secret sentry outside the door. And Dimika led his men directly to the warehouse, opened the hidden cover on the ground, and jumped down. The basement was bright. The torches on the wall illuminate the room brightly. For people in black cloaks stared blankly at the group of people who suddenly jumped down. Although his expression was invisible, the pupils in the gap were shrinking rapidly. Behind the cloaked man, a woman covered in blood was hanging. It seems that an interrogation has just been held. You? The leader of the cloaked man was about to speak. Dimika then used 2 swords to cut off the arms of the person in front of him. Blood spurted out instantly. The cloaked man cried out in pain. Dimika's deep voice sounded again. Break their limbs and don't let them commit suicide. Yes. Behind them, Grizzly Bear and others rushed forward instantly and controlled the remaining 3 people amid a burst of ghostly cries and howls. Feng Hao did not follow him into the warehouse. Due to the identity of the faceless man, there must not be too many enemies in the warehouse. With Dimika and more than 20 ferocious and capable bandits, there was no suspense in this battle. Ending the battle is just a matter of time. No wonder, Rebecca said this mission was easy and the reward was high. Even such a big place can't hold many people. The secret sentries outside were killed one by the bandits who rushed towards them. Screams of pain were also heard in the warehouse. About 5 minutes later, a bandit came out of the warehouse and came over quickly and said, "Lord, it's over." The 4 men in black robes were controlled, and a woman who was being interrogated was rescued. Anyone else being interrogated? What color is the hair of the person being interrogated? Feng Hao asked. Blonde, sir. She has a pretty good figure. Damn, who asked you this? Let's go. Take me down and have a look. Feng Hao said. According to the agreement, the guards of the city lord's mansion have already set off and will be here soon. He needed to take advantage of this period of time to get some information about the faceless man first. The bandit nodded, led Feng Hao and Jia into the warehouse, and went down the rope ladder to the basement. As soon as you get down, you can smell the strong smell of blood filling the space. There is not much space in the basement. Kneeling in front were 4 men in black robes. The hoods on their heads had been pulled off, revealing their original faces. Feng Hao didn't know these people, but judging from their appearance and the brocade clothes under their black robes, they should all belong to the upper class in the city. Give him a simple bandage, don't let him die. Feng Hao glanced at the man who had his arms cut off and was looking at the man who was about to die. A bandit stepped forward and bandaged him simply and roughly. But the effect doesn't seem to be big. You are not from the city lord's mansion. Make a deal and let us go. We will give you enough wealth to last a lifetime. A man in black robes said. Although he didn't know these people, he could confirm that these people were not guards in the city. How much do you plan to pay? Feng Hao asked. How about 10,000 gold? It's enough for you to spend a lifetime. The man continued. As soon as these words came out, the bandits around Grizzly Bear were a little moved. 10,000 gold is not a small amount. 10,000 gold. Do you really think we are kidnappers? Interrogate us and record our names and what we do. Feng Hao said coldly. Okay, sir. The Grizzly Bear immediately stepped forward, raised his palm, and slapped him 5 or 6 times. Then he asked the other party's name and occupation. If there was even a little hesitation, he would be beaten. Feng Hao walked straight to the blonde woman. This is a woman in her 30s, not pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but well-maintained. At this time, he had passed out due to his injuries. Judging from the bloody scab on the wound, he must have been interrogated for several days. Sir, look. At this time, Dimika handed over a list. Fong Hao took it, which was the interrogation record of the woman. The woman's name is Anshul. Judging from the records, Anshul's father combined dwarf technology to create a kind of fire thunder. Anshul made improvements and obtained a special kind of fire mine, which he named detonator. This kind of bomb is small and easy to carry and does not need to be ignited in advance. Instead, it can be ignited by pulling it open and thrown out to detonate. It is now known that the design drawings are tucked under Anshul's bed. There was no further writing. It must have been midway through the interrogation when Dimitka rushed in with his men. Seeing the detonator, Fong Hao had to suspect that a time traveler had given her advice on Anshul's improvements to the fire thunder. Otherwise, even if it is developed by herself, this name will not be directly quoted. But now that the other party is unconscious, there is no chance to ask any more questions. Using the Lord's book, he took photos of all the interrogation sheets and looked at them carefully when he returned. At this time, above the warehouse, a bandit looked down and said, "Sir, the guards have arrived at the corner of the street." Fong Hao nodded and gave the order directly. "Okay, let's go and leave this to the guards. Exit the basement and leave directly." Soon, the guards surrounded the entire place. For men in black robes, whose limbs were broken, and the woman were brought out from the basement. The other side, Qingxi District, Red Lady Tavern. The largest tavern in the West District Commercial Street has a romantic venue on the second and third floors and a gambling stall on the fourth floor. This is Boss Layli's industry. As long as it's an industry that makes money, you can find it here. In a box on the top floor, Lei Li, the boss of the underground world, was holding a naked and charming woman in his arms. "Boss Layli, you are so bad. You actually gave me to that old guy. You don't know how perverted that old man is." The woman complained in a coquettish voice. A weak pink fist struck Lei Li's chest lightly. Lei Li laughed loudly. His hands kept moving around the woman's body and said, "I'm just an old man, and I heard that you made it difficult for me to get out of bed for several days. If I don't send you back, I won't survive more than a week." "Humph. Whoever said this nonsense?" I tore his mouth open. "I missed you, Rayleigh, so I came back as soon as possible." The woman defended. "Haha. Okay, let me guess that my love for you is not in vain." Rayleigh's smile faded again and said, "Have you found out all the information I asked you to inquire about?" The woman stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Riley's neck. "Fit the entire body tightly," he said softly. "Of course, I heard that the city will expand the army next month, and I also found out the development goals and the personnel arrangement of the city lord's mansion. Once the old man is about to die, he will say this to distract attention. Force, I can't help but listen." "Ha ha, it's really yours." Riley laughed happily. This information is enough for him to earn a lot of money. Your status in the organization will also be improved accordingly. Just when the two of them were getting more and more excited, they were planning to fight. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Boom, boom, boom. Then there was a knock on the door. Rayleigh was in high spirits, but his face instantly darkened. "Come in." When he opened the door and saw his most capable subordinate, Ligo, coming in, his expression improved a little. "What's wrong?" Ligo glanced at the woman who was still shaking on Lei Li and said calmly, "Boss, the warehouse in the east of the city was taken away by the city lord's mansion. I heard that everyone was arrested." "What?" Upon hearing the news, Rayleigh's expression changed, and he stood up instantly. The woman in his arms fell to the ground with a scream. "Is the news accurate?" "Accurately. This matter will spread soon." Ligo continued. Rayleigh's eyes changed rapidly, and he said, "How is this possible?" "It's impossible." He knew what the faceless men were capable of. How could such an omission occur? "It's impossible. How could there be no news about the actions of the City Lord's palace? If the City Lord's mansion really had this ability, it would not be in this situation." "Guards, who led the team?" Riley continued to ask. "I heard that it was the captain of the guard next to Rebecca who detained the person when he arrived." Ligo continued. "Damn it," Rayleigh cursed, then thought for a moment and continued. "Prepare the manpower and kill those fools who were caught. Those who failed to succeed but fail more than fail. Yes, boss. Riley frowned, sat back on the chair, lowered his head in thought. Ligo stood there, his eyes gradually turning cold, and the hand behind his back touched the dagger behind his back. Just when he was about to take action, he heard Lei Li continue. The higher-ups will arrange for someone to come over in a few days. If this matter is not handled well, you and I will be held accountable. We must not let those 4 people live. Do you understand? After hearing Lei Li's words, Ligo's hands relaxed and hung on his sides again. To be called Hi by Rayleigh, he is naturally not someone from Lysis City, but someone sent by the Faceless Ones. A new target emerged, forcing her to change her plan. It's the boss, I will handle it properly. Ligo agreed and left quickly. The sudden news made Rayleigh lose his previous interest. Just now she was secretly happy that the woman had obtained detailed information about Lysis City. Unexpectedly, Rebecca had already begun to change her strategy and fight back. The identities of the Faceless Men are kept secret, but once one person is discovered, a whole series of people will be implicated. I'm afraid, not until dawn. Many nobles will be arrested and even executed directly. Riley sat on the sofa gloomily, his mind a little blank. The next morning, Fong Hao came to the city lord's mansion again as a cloth merchant. Under the guidance of the maid, we went directly to the room where Rebecca rested. Inside the room, Rebecca was draped in a light blue long blanket and reclining lazily on the sofa. On the chair beside him were scattered clothes and 2 pieces of inner armor. It seems that Rebecca also participated in last night's interrogation, and she even just came back not long ago. Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao greeted softly. Huh. Rebecca yawned, glanced at Fong Hao slightly, and said softly, Why are you here so early? Aren't you tired? I'm just waiting for you, boss, to settle the bill. I'll naturally be more proactive. Fong Hao said jokingly. He pushed a few scattered clothes to one side and sat down on the chair. Rebecca rolled her eyes at him and said softly, Can I still give you money? After saying that, he tied the long blue blanket tightly to his chest, walked directly to the desk beside him, took out 4 money bags from the drawer, and placed them on the table. Fong Hao picked it up and found that each purse contained 1,000 gold coins. In other words, one person has 1,000 pieces of gold. This kind of simple mission with no casualties and heavy money is the most popular among mercenaries. But last night, they offered a ransom of 10,000 yuan per person. Much more generous than Rebecca. Do you know a drawing of a detonator? Rebecca asked again. Last night, 4 people and Anshul were interrogated, and it was learned that the cause of this incident was a detonator blueprint. But when he went to look for it according to Anshul's instructions, he found that the drawings were gone. Of course, Rebecca was most suspicious of the Faceless Men, but Fong Hao should have seen the interrogation records from last night. What detonator? What is a detonator? Fong Hao asked curiously. Rebecca looked at his illiterate appearance and did not continue on this matter. I am very satisfied with yesterday's mission, but your attack was a bit too heavy. The man whose arms you cut off was a famous person in the city. The gem merchant. I used a bottle of life potion to save him. That's how fighting is. It doesn't mean that if you tell them to put down their weapons and surrender, the other party will surrender honestly. Only if you kill a few people will it be enough of a deterrent. Oh, was there any progress in the interrogation last night? I heard that there were several more battles. Fong Hao replied calmly and asked. Rebecca sighed slightly and said, We have repelled several waves of people who attempted to assassinate. They are currently being detained in key areas. The progress of the interrogation is pretty good. Oh, Fong Hao replied. The battle that followed turned out to be about killing people and silencing them. This is for you. It will be more convenient for you to move around the city in the future. Of course, you are still a mercenary group on weekdays. I will contact you individually if there is a mission. Rebecca handed a badge to Fong Hao. Guard's emblem of Lysis City Lord's Palace. Category, Emblem. Description, represents the emblem belonging to the City Lord's Palace. The emblem has no special attribute bonus. It is just an ordinary emblem. In fact, the effect is not that big. It is just a small reward given by Rebecca in order to let the Bone Mercenary Group continue to help her. It looks like a regular soldier, but in fact it is still a mercenary group. Fong Hao put the emblem away and left in no hurry. Instead, he chatted with Rebecca and inquired about some news about the Faceless Men. Although some important information, Rebecca will not tell. But from less important information, coupled with what you have collected, you can also infer many things. Last night, the arrest mission was successful. It can be said that the opponent was caught off guard. Now those faceless men hiding in the dark are probably investigating how Rebecca was caught without being discovered. Similarly, in a short period of time, these guys will restrain themselves a lot and dare not make any new moves. After all, Rebecca's punishment for the faceless man was still very severe. Catching one person will involve many others behind. After chatting with Rebecca for a while, I saw her yawning nonstop. Fong Hao did not stay any longer. He left the city lord's mansion directly. After coming out of the city lord's mansion, Fong Hao did not stay in the city any longer. After returning to the grizzly bear's village with the mobile troops, he transferred to the Bone Dragon and returned to the territory at dusk. Started preparing dinner, and Fong Hao also went to the tailor shop to check the progress of the clothing. Sit there and chat with Sawyer for a while. Had dinner. Fong Hao led several skeleton warriors and left the territory directly. Arriving at a spacious open space, Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and began to make the newly acquired detonator production drawings. Detonator: 2 iron, 1 copper, 1 cast iron block, 2 metal parts, 2 black powder, 2 spinning threads, 1 clay. The materials are all ordinary materials. Make 1. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Obtain Detonator 101. Blah blah blah. Detonators appeared out of thin air one by one and fell to the ground scatteredly. Seeing the detonator fall, Fong Hao also jumped, fearing that something would go wrong. Fortunately, no problems occurred. Detonator. Category: Bomb. Damage: Level 4 damage, decreasing with range. Description: An earth mine with an improved ignition method. Fong Hao picked one up casually. It still had a certain weight, heavier than a shot put. The detonator is cylindrical and has a thickness close to that of a forearm. It is not as suitable for throwing as a grenade as imagined. How far can this be thrown? If it falls out of hand, it will blow up to death. Moreover, the movements of skeleton soldiers are relatively slow and dull, and if you are not careful, you may throw lei into your own team. This is troublesome, Fong Hao thought, and then used divine appearance, and his divine consciousness came to a skeleton warrior next to him. He picked up a detonator and left the crowd, keeping a certain distance. Then, I briefly researched it. Open the safety cover, pull the tab, and throw it away. The detonator drew an arc and landed about 50 meters away. It was quiet for 5 or 6 minutes, when Fong Hao thought there was a misfire. Boom! There was a loud noise, followed by earth and rocks flying everywhere. Fong Hao controlled the skeleton to go forward to check and found that a large crater had been blown out at the location of the explosion. It seems that the power is pretty good. However, in terms of throwing, Fong Hao was still a little worried about whether the skeleton could complete it. After the test, Fong Hao ordered the detonators to be moved to the warehouse where the gunpowder was stored. It was a separate warehouse dedicated to storing dangerous goods. On the way back, Fong Hao kept thinking about the detonator. He was satisfied with the power, but the size and weight were a bit too big. He was still worried about whether the skeleton soldier could complete the throw. One mistake can cause a chain reaction. However, there are also units that can be thought of that are paired with detonators, such as the giant skeleton bat, which drops bombs in the air. Fong Hao felt that this was a good tactic. Just as he was about to step into the Lord's mansion, Fong Hao thought of something else. Draw a sketch on a piece of paper. In addition to the Lord's mansion again, go to the blacksmith shop. He handed the drawn design, drawing into the hands of blacksmith Ku Lin. This is a new type of weapon that Fong Hao suddenly thought of. A chicken's cavity hides thunder. The design inspiration comes from a game I once played. In the game, skeleton soldiers hold up earth mines in their hands and attack the enemy. Quickly rush to the enemy's city, ignite the bomb in your hand, and explode together. However, in this world, the movement speed of Fong Hao skeletons is not advantageous, and they can easily attract enemy targets, killed by direct fire. Therefore, Fong Hao decided to make changes. From the skeleton soldier, it was replaced by the skeleton ostrich beast, which looks like a combination of chicken, ostrich, and lizard. It has the ability to run extremely fast and can cover long distances in the blink of an eye. And this combination is suitable for various complex terrains, whether it is woodlands, mountains, or drilling holes. As long as the target is determined by the ostrich beast, it will rush directly towards it like a tracking missile. Peck at the target. When the detonator explodes, it will be powerful enough to cause huge damage. Lin looked at the simple drawing in his hand and fell into silence. Sir, do you mean to place a bomb in the chest cavity of this ostrich beast? Lin finally understood the drawing. Yes. I hope the blacksmith shop can make a simple item that can fix the detonator in the chest of the ostrich beast to prevent it from shaking and causing detonation. Feng Hao expressed his thoughts. The skeletal ostrich beast has no intelligence. After releasing it, it will quickly run towards the enemy and peck at the opponent. This speed is not slow. If the detonator is just placed in the belly, it will probably detonate directly on the way, which will not achieve the effect Feng Hao wants. Even if the detonator does not explode, the cylindrical shape makes it easy to slip out of the chest during rapid movement. Therefore, Feng Hao needed the blacksmith shop to make a fixed device that could safely fix the detonator to the ostrich beast's chest. As long as the ostrich beast rushes into the local camp, it will explode. Okay, sir, I will arrange it and complete it as soon as possible. Lin nodded and said, this kind of fixed accessory is actually not difficult, but after completion, it requires several experiments. After all, detonators are no joke. Feng Hao handed this matter over to Lin. The skeleton blacksmith has accumulated a high level of professional experience in endless years. Transforming some objects is not a difficult task for them. The next day, Feng Hao woke up on time in bed. You can still sleep comfortably in your own room without worrying about being decapitated in your sleep. Simply wash up and do morning exercises. Complete the same process every day. After the exercise, Ear also brought breakfast. While eating, Anjia asked, how come Luo Li has been away for so many days? Isn't he likely to fall off the bone dragon? Feng Hao rolled his eyes at her, not thinking of anything good. Can't you think of something good? No, you don't know. She always falls off when we ride horses with the giant lizard. Anjia explained hurriedly. When Anjia said this, Feng Hao felt unsure. Sometimes Luo Li is even crazier than Anjia. He is not good at riding. He might really fall off the bone dragon. No way. I'm just saying, I hope not. Anjia looked hopeful. It's okay now. Anjia still needs to eat and drink, and Feng Hao becomes a little worried. Ding. At this moment, the voice of private chat came from the Book of Lords. After Feng Hao opened it, he found that it was Su Yang, the lord who was attached to the troll tribe. Brother Feng Hao, I would like to exchange some equipment and food with you. Recently, Feng Hao also discovered that Su Yang was quite active in the channel. From starting to acquire battle axes similar to logging axes, to recently acquiring some armor. All of this revealed a message. There was a change on the troll side, which gave Su Yang an opportunity to get rid of the troll. Of course, this kind of opportunity can only be done in secret, and it is not the time to fall out publicly. Okay, but you just exchanged equipment. Isn't it dangerous to be discovered by the troll? Feng Hao replied. Then he waited quietly. Sure enough, Su Yang's next words convinced Feng Hao that something huge had happened to the troll tribe. They are too busy now to take care of me. Boss, look at what you can exchange for these. Whether I can escape with people depends on your support. Troll heavy shield production drawings. Troll ram horns, helmet making drawings. Black iron flying axe making drawings. Troll stone 172. Traces of savagery 5. Traces of violence 12. Essence of destruction 8. Iron 122. Sheep horn 15. Su Yang sent a lot of illustrations, ranging from blueprints to rare materials, as well as some scattered items. Even the sheep's horns and salt were taken out, as if they were about to move. Are you going to abandon your territory and leave? There was no need to guess at the situation in front of him. Su Yang had sold all his belongings and was planning to leave. Sooner or later the trolls will kill us, so I plan to take this opportunity to live in a human city. It doesn't matter whether I am a lord or not. It is better than being eaten. Su Yang said again. Okay, how many people do you have? What kind of equipment do you plan to need? Feng Hao asked directly. I have 124 people. I want leather armor, a one-handed sword, and 200 portions of food that are easy to carry. Boss, do you think it's okay? Su Yang said. Su Yang has no troops in his hand, so all 124 people in are farmers. Too heavy equipment would hinder their escape, so Su Yang wanted leather armor and a one-handed sword. They had some food in hand, but they were afraid that they might not be able to get out of the Bloody Mountains for a while, so they planned to buy more from Fong Hao. Okay, can you look at this set of equipment? Erlen Haggard's thick leather armor set, green. The effect of the set is to increase movement speed and morale recovery. The one-handed sword is this, black iron knight sword. I will give you the food. Mincemeat waffles are easy to carry and taste pretty good. Fong Hao sent the picture book directly. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Fong Hao. Suyang said excitedly. Only from Fong Hao's side can so much green equipment be exchanged. But then, Fong Hao's next words poured cold water on him. Suyang, these things of yours cannot be exchanged for these nearly 600 pieces of green equipment. The Erlen Haggard's thick leather armor suit is a 4-piece set, and with the addition of the green one-handed sword, there are 620 pieces of equipment. Suyang's items seem to be of many types, but none of them are of high value. But you can't get so much green equipment in exchange. Here, boss, I know there is a little bit of stuff, but I really need these equipments. I will pay you back slowly in the future. Suyang sent another message. He also knew that his scattered items could not be exchanged for so much equipment, especially equipment with set attributes. But Suyang needed these equipment too much. He couldn't survive alone in the wild. He needed these villagers. Without armor and food, villagers' loyalty will continue to decline. Problems may easily arise during the escape. Seeing that Fong Hao didn't speak for a while, Suyang's heart skipped a beat. Just when he was about to ask Fong Hao for help, he saw the other party replying to the message. Are you in the Bloody Mountains? The moment he saw the message, Suyang frowned. I looked through my chat history again, and I never mentioned the Bloody Mountains. How did Fong Hao know that he was in the Bloody Mountains? Although I am curious, I have nothing to hide. It's the boss. How do you know about the Bloody Mountains? Fong Hao continued. What happened over there in the Bloody Mountains? Please tell me carefully. Suyang was a little confused, but he also felt that Fong Hao was more interested in the Bloody Mountains. Could it be that Fong Hao is also near the Bloody Mountains? No, Fong Hao is very close to the undead. I haven't heard of any undead forces here. After looking at the number of chats he had left, he explained, the tribe I am attached to is called the Yinsho tribe. It has some prestige in the Bloody Mountains. Recently, so the Yinsho tribe plans to unite with the other tribes and attack the Bloodthroat. The tribe attacks. Suyang carefully told Fong Hao what he knew, including the contents of the recent troll meetings. After carefully reading Suyang's message, Fong Hao's heart moved slightly. As expected, internal strife began on the troll side. Suyang, with these materials of yours, I can only give you 50 sets of armor and 20 weapons, but if you can get a map of the locations and routes of the tribes in the Bloody Mountains, I will give you the remaining equipment and weapons. Fong Hao sent the message again. There is internal strife in the Bloody Mountains, which is a good thing for Fong Hao. It also allowed him to see an opportunity to deal with the threat to the north of the territory. However, Fong Hao will never send troops now. Once the undead attack the Bloody Mountains, it will greatly encourage the trolls to unite again. They will only attack the Bloody Mountains when both of them are defeated or when one side wins, taking over all the mountains in one fell swoop. Of course, this was Fong Hao's own idea. The necessary condition for the attack was a detailed map of the Bloody Mountains. Hundreds of pieces of green equipment are expensive. It depends on whether Suyang wants to give it a try. Seeing the message from Fong Hao, Suyang's face became serious. Drawing a map of the Bloody Mountains is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. But it's not impossible. In order to attack the Bloodmaw tribe, the Rockhead tribe has made a detailed attack map. This was his only chance to get the map, but he was also in danger of his own life. Once he was noticed by the troll, he wouldn't even have a chance to run away. But it's all worth a try. Suyang gritted his teeth and replied directly. Okay, this matter is settled. I will do my best to get the map out and give me the equipment when the time comes. Wealth and wealth are found in danger. Fong Hao's equipment was worth the risk. Okay, keep in touch if anything happens. Fong Hao replied. The two reached an agreement and closed the Lord's book directly. Had breakfast. Fong Hao reorganized the items in the storage space and took out all the unused materials and items. We have restocked some weapons, potions, tools that may be used, and detonators. You don't need to carry a detonator with you, and you don't have to worry about it exploding. After preparing everything, Fong Hao and Jia and Dimija set off again to the Grizzly Bear Village. This time's operation is the last mission village rat infestation. After arriving at the village, he ordered 100 bandits wearing heavy storm armor suits. The large team set off in a mighty manner. The target village is near the city of Lysis. The journey is not that close. Everyone worked hard and drove for 3 hours before they saw the village. I thought the village would not be too big. As a result, the scale is close to that of a small town. The population is at least close to 1,000 people. Fang Hao's approach of more than 100 people still caused quite a stir. The guards and villagers in the village gathered together, holding various knives, forks and weapons in their hands, looking nervously at the team in front of them. Although it is unlikely that bandits will come here, but there was no chance that some desperate lunatic would attack the village. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man among the villagers shouted loudly. Fang Hao looked at the opponent's posture and felt that the people in the village did not trust the outside team. After thinking for a while, he said loudly, "We are the guards of Lysis City. I heard that there is a rat infestation here. Lady Rebecca takes it very seriously and specially asked us to come and have a look." After saying that, he took out an emblem from his pocket and threw it directly. The middle-aged man on the other side took it in his hand and lowered his head to check. This place is so close to the city of Lysis, so the other party should know the emblem and the patterns on it. Moreover, the bandit equipped with the storm suit is more like a regular army, and even has better equipment than the ordinary guards of Lysis City. It would look more like these guys if they didn't scratch their crotches and butts. Sure enough, after seeing the emblem, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed his attitude. The villagers were evacuated and took the initiative to greet them. "Sir, what's your name?" The middle-aged man walked towards Fang Hao. "My name is Fang Hao. What do you call me, sir?" Fang Hao also asked. "My name is Markin, and I am the village chief. Please come with me," the middle-aged man said, leading everyone into the village. The village looks quite clean, with crops drying in front of the houses. It's not like I imagined a rat infestation. Thinking about it, it is estimated that there are just some rats. If the rat infestation really becomes a disaster, Lysis City will probably arrange for the army to come in instead of giving it to the mercenaries in the form of tasks. Several people, led by Markin, arrived at a house. "Village Chief Markin, let's talk about the rat infestation. I think the village is quite good and there doesn't seem to be any problems." Fang Hao spoke directly. He thought that Markin would take them to see the rat infestation, but he didn't expect it. "Brought here." Markin stood up and closed the door, and the room instantly became dark. Made it mysterious. "Sir, there is something wrong with the rats in the village. It would be okay if they were just stealing food, but the rats have started to eat people. I had no choice but to send the news to the city." Markin's face suddenly became serious, and he whispered, "Said." The village chief's words made everyone look solemn. "Rats eat people. This is not to say that rats will not eat humans, but at least they will attack humans only when food is scarce and they are overly hungry. The food in the village is hanging outside, so why would rats eat people? Tell me what you know in detail, don't miss any information." Fang Hao said seriously, "It seems that this rat problem is not as simple as getting rid of the rats." "Oh, that's right. In the past few months, some villagers began to complain about the presence of rats in the village, but it didn't have much impact. Until a week ago, we found Bloomer's body, which had been eaten by rats. Only the bones were left on the body, and we realized the seriousness of the matter and issued a reward to the city." Markin's expression became more and more serious as he told the story. "You mean, the rats in the village will attack humans?" Fang Hao asked with a frown. "No, this is the first time something like this has happened. I told the public that Bloomer was thrown to death and was simply buried, but I'm afraid this will happen again. After all, no one knows when those rats will appear again. Go eat people," Markin said with a sullen face. Fang Hao and the others looked at each other. Everyone's eyes revealed doubts. "Take us to the house where the dead man lives," Fang Hao said. "Okay." Markin stood up and led everyone outside. "Follow the road and stop in front of a house near the Ourts of the village." When I took out the key and opened the door, I was greeted by the smell of dampness and mold. "This is Bloomer's house. After the accident, I locked the house and never opened it," Markin said. Fang Hao nodded and walked in with a few people. The room had obviously been cleaned, but slight scratches on the floor, walls, and beams could be vaguely confirmed. It is consistent with the traces left by a large number of rats climbing. Look around to see if there are any clues. Fong Hao said, and the group quickly dispersed. The furniture in the room should have been untouched or returned to its original position after cleaning the room. Everyone spread out to check, but Fong Hao's eyes were attracted by the ornaments on the cabinet in front of the window. Cranial rat brainstem clay sculpture. Category: decorations. Description: as long as a small amount of cordyceps sinensis liquid is dropped on the top of the clay sculpture that wraps the brainstem of a skull rat, it will emit a special smell and attract small rats around it to gather. Brainstem clay sculpture? Fong Hao's brows wrinkled again. The clay sculpture is the image of a voluptuous woman. If you cannot read the information, it is difficult to connect the clay sculpture with the mouse. But for this information, that has also revealed a lot of information. Combined with the clay sculptures placed under the window, a picture gradually began to appear in my mind. When the owner of the house goes to sleep, outside the window in the dead of night, a person dropped cordyceps sinensis liquid on the clay sculpture. The smell emanating from the clay sculptures summoned the village rats here, and they attacked the sleeping man. Why didn't the man struggle, or why didn't the neighbor notice? These are no longer impossible to investigate. After all, Markin claimed that the owner of the house fell to death, so it was not easy to inquire. But it is certain that someone used rats to carry out the murder. This clay sculpture is very good. Who in the village is so good at craftsmanship? Fong Hao picked up the clay sculpture and asked with a smile. The material of the clay sculptures is relatively ordinary, and you can find subtle bumps on them when you touch them, but the shapes are more expressive. It can be seen that the people who make clay sculptures have good skills. Oh, it's Aunt Trish in the village. She is very good at making these clay sculptures. Markin replied with a smile. Markin didn't know much about Aunt Trish. Although Aunt Trish is from the village, she lived in the temple when she was young. Much older than Markin, when he came back, Markin had already become the village chief. The acolytes of the temple all have certain knowledge of treatment and herbal medicine, and they can understand the functions of cordyceps sinensis. As the two chatted, the other people also came back. Apart from some traces of struggles and rats, there were no extra clues. Of course, no one present was good at solving crimes, but they were all better at committing crimes. Let's go, Mr. Markin. Take me to see Aunt Trish. Fong Hao said, still holding the clay sculpture in his hand. When Ma Kin heard that Fong Hao wanted to see Trish, he frowned. Trish is close to 70 years old, and her personality is not very easy to get in touch with. Seeing that Fong Hao insisted on going, Ma Kin didn't say much. He led the way while hinting at Trish's weird temper. If something happens, don't take it personally. It probably took a few minutes. From a distance, I saw an old woman with white hair sitting in front of a house. She is Aunt Trish. She is a very good person, but she has a weird temper. Markin said in a low voice. Trish, who was not far away, just glanced at everyone, then lowered his head again and went about the work in hand. Several people came forward, and Markin forced a smile and said loudly, Aunt Trish, these people came from Lysis to help the village solve the rat problem, and they came here specifically to see you. I'm not deaf, why are you so loud? Aunt Trish said with a cold face and looked at Fong Hao and his group. When he saw the female clay sculpture that Fong Hao was holding behind his back, his eyes changed slightly, but returned to normal in an instant. Markin smiled awkwardly. As a village leader, he really didn't have much authority over Trish. Aunt Trish, please don't lose your temper for a while. These guards are coming to the city, and we still expect them to get rid of the rats. Markinya whispered. Trish rolled her eyes at him and said, I know, you go back first. I'll let them find you after we finish talking. Oh, okay. Ma Kin looked at Fong Hao again and said, Master Fong Hao, you guys talk first. After we finish talking, I will take you to see the place where the rats are. Okay. Fong Hao agreed. Ma Kin left, and Fong Hao also came over with his people. Are you city guards? Trish asked first. This team is actually quite weird. Except for Fong Hao, who seemed to be relatively easy to get in touch with. The rest, except for the bandits, were foreigners. Although he is mighty, he still has some gangster spirit. Yes, Fong Hao replied, sitting down not far from Trish, placing the clay sculpture in front of him. Aunt Trish, do you have any conflict with the deceased bloomer? Along the way, Fong Hao and Ma Kin also learned some things. Trish is good at herbal medicine, and she will treat anyone injured in the village. Except for his bad temper, It can be said that he is very popular in the village. For such a person to kill Bloomer would only be some of the contradictions. Aren't you here to solve the rat problem? Are you also interested in these things? Trish said, her voice still not friendly. Rat-eating humans is also included in the scope of this mission, don't you think so? Fong Hao still smiled. That's right. You people will only waste your energy on trying to please the nobles and trivial matters among the people. Trish mocked again. Then, before Fong Hao could continue to ask, Trish spoke again. When I was an assistant priest in the temple, there were several cases in the temple. Some people desecrated the temple priests and cut off their heads. Half of them were desecrated. 6 girls died within a few months, the youngest of whom was only 9 years old. Later, the temple put pressure on the city lord's palace and launched a comprehensive search. Although this never happened again, no one was caught. The matter just ended. At this point, Trish stopped talking and just lowered her head and was busy with the work in her hands. However, Fong Hao naturally figured out the subsequent story. Trish discovered that Bloomer was related to this matter, but he was old and did not have sufficient evidence. Used the knowledge of herbal medicine that he was familiar with to kill Bloomer. Then, has the murderer been caught? And Jia asked. Trish glanced at the orc girl and nodded slightly. Caught. Dead. It's an advantage for him. If you want me to catch him, I have to torture him for 2 years and then transform him into a skeleton. Fong Hao covered her mouth and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. Oh. And Jia said oh, but did not continue. After the story was told, Fong Hao's doubts were cleared up. But it seems that this mission is in vain. There is no special monster stronghold, and there is no treasure chest reward. Fong Hao looked at Trish and continued. If you want to get rid of rats, the best way is to get them together to eliminate them. Is there any good method from Aunt Trish's side? Trish didn't say much, stood up and staggered into the house. He took out a small medicine bottle and walked out. Cordyceps liquid. Category, liquid medicine. Description, a medicinal solution that emits a special smell. There are 2 large rat nests on the east side of the village. You can try there. Trish said, rats are difficult to eradicate, and even if you can lure them in, there's no good way to kill them. Well, then we won't disturb Aunt Trish. After saying that, Fong Hao took the clay sculpture and cordyceps liquid and left directly. Trish looked at the few people who were about to leave, with doubts in her eyes. Aren't they the city guards? Aren't you going to catch the murderer? Fong Hao and others left and found Ma Ken again. In fact, Markin didn't go very far. He was afraid that Fong Hao and Trish would get into a fight so that he could break up the fight. Unexpectedly, in just over 10 minutes, Fong Hao came back. Lord Fong Hao. Ma Ken came forward. Well, let's go. Aunt Trish said there are 2 large rat nests in the east of the village. Do you know their locations? Fong Hao asked. I know, it's not far to the east. The place where Ma Ken said he wanted to take Fong Hao was the rat nest. But there is no good way to deal with fires and floods. Okay, take us to see it. Oh, okay. Markin led a few people out of the east gate. After not walking far, I saw 2 raised mounds in the woods. This is the mouse's nest. I don't know when the nest was built here. Markin said looking at the mouse's nest. The rats did not cause much damage to the village, but Markin was worried about the rats eating people. He didn't know about Trish. He just thought that when rats went crazy, they would eat people. If you can eat the first one, you can eat the second one. By then this village will be gone. Okay, I understand. You go back to the village first. We won't be able to take care of you if there is any danger. Fong Hao continued. There is still danger. Okay, sir, you should also be careful. After speaking, Markin left quickly. When Ma Ken walked away, Fong Hao found a cave nearby. After checking the cave, I felt that there were no passages or holes, so I put this skull rat brain stem clay sculpture in, opened the cordyceps solution, and poured a drop onto the head of the clay sculpture. As soon as it was poured, a faint fishy sweet smell filled the cave. Not rich. After finishing everything, Fong Hao walked out of the cave directly and came to the place wherein Jia and others were hiding. Everyone looked at the cave in front of them from a distance. Not long after, rustling sounds came from the surrounding woods. A large number of rats, mixed with a few hedgehogs, lined up in long lines and rushed into the depths of the cave, like ants moving. Fong Hao felt that it was almost done, so he took out a few detonators from the storage space, opened the safety cover, and threw them directly into the cave. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire cave collapsed. Is it over? And Jia asked softly. Well, it should be over. Fang Hao also nodded. Everyone approached and conducted a simple inspection around the cave. The cave completely collapsed and not a single mouse escaped. Let's go and have a look at the rat nest. Fang Hao still refused to give up and led a group of people back to the rat nest in the east of the village. Dig! Fang Hao took out the tools from the storage space, and the bandits stretched their arms and started digging. 10 minutes later, a deep pit was dug out of the bulging mountain. Yes, sir, there is something. Under the pit, the bandits' screams suddenly came from the pit. Fang Hao immediately looked down and saw a corner of the treasure chest exposed in the pit. Even though the rest of it was still buried in the pit, it could still be seen that it was a black iron treasure chest. Okay, it's better than nothing. Bring it up. The treasure chest was brought up and Fang Hao opened it directly. Obtain black shovel production drawings, granary construction drawings, 25 war coins. Don't look at it as a black iron treasure chest. But the drawings given were really something Fang Hao didn't have. The black shovel is a tool for digging soil. There is also a granary, which is also a new drawing. First level granary, 500 wood, 450 stone, 300 thatch, 220 leather, 50 iron. Description: insulate and moisture-proof, prevent rats and insects, and better store food. The granary was a real surprise. There is no fighting and the harvest is not bad. Better than those silver chests that give out duplicate blueprints. Fill the hole and let's go back. The bandits filled up the hole again and the large team returned to the village. 20 minutes later, near the collapsed cave, squeak! A group of mice quickly came to the stone cave, raised their noses, and tried to smell something. These mice look close to normal mice. The brain is exposed above the head, surrounded by a transparent membrane. The mice's brains vibrated in resonance. As if a consensus had been reached, the stones began to be moved. A hole was moved. A mouse crawled in and dragged out a broken piece of clay sculpture. The rats took a humane look, took the pieces with them, and left quickly. Fang Hao and his men returned to the village in a mighty manner. Markin and several young people from the village stood at the east gate and waited anxiously. Seeing the crowd, he hurriedly greeted them. Sir, how is the situation? How many of those rats have been cleared away? The huge roar was heard by people in the village. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I knew that it was the movement caused by Fang Hao and others. Such a loud sound must have a lot of power, and it might wipe out the rat group. Everything should be cleaned up. If there are still mice in the future, come to the city to find me. Fang Hao said as he walked. Cleaned up. Markin was still a little surprised. Well, we have intensively cleaned up the rats, and the 2 rat nests have been filled up. There should be no more rats. Fang Hao answered calmly. Oh, this is great. Thank you so much, adults. Markin looked ecstatic, clapped his hands, and thanked him loudly. Fang Hao nodded and led a group of people into the village again. Follow the road to the north gate, where the horses are parked. Along the way, the villagers were very enthusiastic and handed over some of their own agricultural products. The bandits were embarrassed and pushed away. After all, grabbing and giving away are 2 different feelings. Go straight to the north gate, and Aunt Trish is sitting under the big tree outside the village gate. Seeing Fang Hao and others coming, he also got up and walked over. Holding a cane in his hand, he stood next to Fang Hao. Has the matter of the rats been resolved? As soon as Aunt Trish opened her mouth, Markin and the others immediately fell silent and walked aside silently. It's solved. Thanks to Auntie's liquid medicine, the mice were cleaned up. Well, that's good, Trish replied, glanced at the waiting soldier holding the horse, and whispered, Aren't you going to take me back? Rats kill people. Maybe others don't know much about it, but Fang Hao must have deduced the truth. Catching a murderer is no small feat for the guards. Hey, to solve a case, you need to pay attention to evidence. I don't have any evidence in my hand, which does not comply with the rules of arresting people. Fang Hao said calmly, took the horse rope handed over by the bandit, and got on the horse. Fang Hao's words stunned Trixie. Evidence. After thinking about it, I realized that Fang Hao said that on purpose. This is for you. Not many people in the village can read. I hope it can be helpful to you. Trish took out a notebook from her arms and handed it over. Fang Hao bent down and took it in his hand. Trish's Herbal Notes. Category: Notes. Description: Records of Trish's herbal medicine. You can learn about herbal medicine through the contents of the notes. Another note. Although no special ability bonuses are provided, but the usefulness of notes is also very obvious. You can learn herbal medicine knowledge through notes. Not only can Fong Hao learn, but he can also let the maids in the territory who are not good at fighting learn. Knowing more knowledge is not a bad thing after all. Okay, thank you, Aunt Trish. If you have time, go to Lysis City and I'll treat you to dinner. Fong Hao said with a smile and put the note in his arms. Trish also smiled. Okay. Fong Hao nodded again to Markin, who was not far away, greeted the team, and quickly left the village. It was already 4 p.m. when we left the village, since Fong Hao did not choose to return to the village. Instead, he entered the city of Lysis directly. At sunset, the sky was filled with crimson clouds. Grizzly Xiong and others went directly to their residence, while Fong Hao took in Jia to the mission hall in Dongqing. Hello, sir. This time he was greeted by a strange female receptionist. I'll hand in the mission and then continue to see if there are any new missions to take on. Fong Hao stood in front of the counter and said directly, Can I ask for the name of your mercenary group and the name of the person who completed the mission? The woman asked according to the procedure. The missions completed by the Bone Knights are suppression of bandits and village rat infestation. Fong Hao continued to answer. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The woman began to flip through the information in her hand, looking for information about the Bone Knights. Soon, the record of the Knights was found on the last page. Said again, Sir, the tasks handed in have been recorded, and someone will confirm them at that time. This is the bounty from your last 3 tasks of Wild Cemetery, Mushroom Canyon, Bandit Suppression, a total of 350 gold coins. Please count it. The woman took out her money bag from behind the counter and put it on the counter. Each time a mission is completed, the bounty is not settled on the spot. Instead, the settlement will be carried out within 1 or 2 days after the task. This time Fong Hao turned in the task and received the bounty from the last time. Okay, thank you. Fong Hao put away the money bag, then picked up the mission map nearby to search for it. But after searching for a while, I couldn't find the task I was looking for. Since there was no suitable task, Fong Hao directly closed the task list and put it aside. Anyway, I have to stay 1 night from the city. Come and have a look tomorrow. After leaving the mission hall, Fong Hao wandered around the market at the door. This is where mercenaries gather to sell their loot. At dusk, the stalls are several times larger than during the day, but the city is divided into only 2 streets. This also resulted in stalls being connected to each other, making it extremely noisy and crowded. The mercenaries go out to do missions during the day, and only now do they have the opportunity to sell their trophies. Fong Hao took in Jia for a stroll. There is no goal, just to see if I can pick up leaks and find some items that I can use. After all, there are so many people and everything is for sale. The Aborigines don't have item information, so they might be missing something good. While walking, Anjia already had a lot of snacks in her hands when she looked back. He was eating bites from left to right, without any awareness of a bodyguard. Fong Hao stopped in front of a stall and picked up the heavy books on the ground. Introduction to Mental Power. Oops, what a good thing. Fong Hao glanced at the stall owner who was playing cards with others, then casually opened a few pages to check. Although it is not a skill scroll or a training method, but it records the use of some mental power and related theoretical knowledge. And it starts from the most basic level and goes from shallow to deep bit by bit, which can serve as a textbook for understanding knowledge. Boss, how do you sell this? Fong Hao raised the book in his hand and asked loudly. The stall owner was playing cards. He took a casual look and said, I left it at home, but the recorded things are still valuable. If you want it, I can take it for 100 gold. Books on spiritual power do have a certain value, but in Lysis City, the mainstream is still warriors and archers, and there are still a small number of mercenaries who need to cultivate their spiritual power. Moreover, the information recorded above is all theoretical knowledge and has no resale value. They have been kept at the stall until now. The stall is about to be closed, but they are not sold yet. The stall owner saw that Fong Hao was interested, so he dared to ask for 100 gold. 10 gold. If you're willing to sell it, I'll take it back as a wipe. If you don't sell it, forget it. He threw the book back casually. The old rule for haggling is to open your mouth and get a 0. As soon as he spoke, everyone on the side laughed. The stall owner's face froze slightly, and then he quickly calmed down and said while playing cards, Sell it, take it away, and buy 10 gold for butt wipes. You are really rich. Holy shit. Hearing the stall owner being so happy, Fong Hao felt like he was at a loss. But the words have been said, and this book can indeed be used on its own. He directly took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the other party, and put the book away. I still have a few butt-wiping papers here. If you want them, I'll sell them to you in a package for 50 gold. He opened the cloth bag under his buttocks and threw it over. Magic guidance, mental strength recuperation, fire element explanation, multi-headed fire python mystery 1. There are 7 books in total. Among them, the mystery 1 of the multi-headed fire python made Fong Hao's heart move. This book is different from other books. The Secret of Many-Headed Fire Pythons 1. Category: Books. Description: After familiarity, you can learn the fire element summoning skill. Boy, what an unexpected surprise. I glanced at the stall owner who was still playing cards seriously. If he hadn't been there, someone would have bought him away. Fong Hao didn't want to attract other people's attention, so he rewrapped a few books. He took out another 50 gold coins and threw them on the stall. Okay, I bought it. I won't have to worry about having to pay for it for a month. Okay, remember to be gentle when opening your, but these books are quite old. Don't break them. The stall owner put away the money and joked. 2 extra pads. Fong Hao said something, took the book and left in a big way. After visiting the first stall, Fong Hao held a stack of books in his hands. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was already very excited. It feels really good to open a blind box and pick up a big bargain. It's a bit like the feeling of hunting for goods in antique markets in the previous world, where the real and the fake are mixed. It all depends on the eyes. As long as you are discerning or lucky enough, you can still find some good and valuable items. The path I took as a mage. Although the skills he learned were quite mixed, with the support of Spark and the remaining pages of the elemental book, he was proficient in fire and summoning skills. Multi-headed fire python mystery 1 directly satisfied these 2 requirements, and was simply prepared for him. However, this is a book, not a skill scroll. Only after familiarity and understanding can one learn the skills. Since there is one secret, there are 2, 3, 4, and 5. No way. Fong Hao thought to himself, but his feet did not stop. Wandering along the way, I bought some rare materials. Inventory of filling materials. Sudden, Fong Hao's progress stopped again. In front of him was an inconspicuous stall. In a mottled wooden box on the ground, there was a rolled-up blueprint. As his gaze swept over it, information emerged. Drawings for making the undead war drum. In the human city, the making drawings of the undead actually appeared. Fong Hao just squatted down. The owner of the stall greeted him enthusiastically. Little brother, if you like anything, I will close the stall immediately and give you a cheaper price. The stall owner is a middle-aged man with a thicker beard than hair. Sitting there cross-legged gives people a sense of calm. How to sell this? Fong Hao picked up the undead war drum drawing and asked. There were a lot of things on the stall, but Fong Hao picked this one up. You won't need this. It's a blueprint for making the undead. The middle-aged man said, without asking for a price casually. The mention of the undead instantly attracted the attention of many people around him. People gathered around to see what kind of drawings it was of the undead. However, after everyone read it, they put the drawings back and left without any interest. Still, only Fong Hao stayed. Are there any undead near Lysis City? Fong Hao asked curiously. I found it in a cemetery. I can't tell you the exact location. The stall owner stroked his beard. The actions of mercenaries also need to be kept secret. Moreover, many actions are shady. Not only will you not be able to tell if you ask, but it will also arouse the other party's resentment. Fong Hao and Anjia both look young. Especially Anjia. There are a lot of food, just like 2 young lovers going shopping. The stall owner didn't take it seriously either. How much? If the price is right, I will buy it for collection. Fong Hao said again. It means that if you buy it back, it is also a collection. If the price is expensive, you will not buy it. The bearded stall owner thought about it and felt that this thing was not easy to sell. It's almost time to close the stall again. Since someone is willing to buy it for collection, it's better to sell it directly. It's 50 gold. This is already the lowest price for the drawings. Without saying a word, Fong Hao directly gave the money and put the drawings away. The props of the undead camp are rare, and the blueprints are even rarer. In the hands of humans, It may only be regarded as a collection, but in Fong Hao's hands it can definitely play a great role, especially with the blessing of a hundredfold increase, making drawings is easier to use than finished props. The stall owner saw that Fong Hao was more generous in his actions. He continued to promote. Look at the others. The stall will be closed soon. They will be sold to you at a cheap price. Are there any undead things? Fong Hao asked again. No more, just this one. The stall owner replied. Oh, forget it. I'll go look elsewhere. Fong Hao looked at the stall owner's other items. There was nothing he could use, so he stood up and left. I walked around the market and couldn't find the items I was interested in. The two of them walked out of the market directly with their large and small packages. After loading all the purchased items into the storage space in a corner where no one was paying attention, he walked out as if nothing had happened. He called a carriage and returned directly to his residence. After dinner, returned to the room. The luminous stone chandelier emits a soft glow. Fong Hao sat down at the desk and took out all the trophies he found in the market. After collecting the Undead War Drum production drawings, I directly opened the multi-headed fire python mystery one to read. Follow the introduction in the description, and after reading and understanding, you can learn the skills recorded in the book. Driven by excitement, Fong Hao immediately started reading. But just after looking at it for a while, Fong Hao's brows were already wrinkled. What the hell is this writing? Various symbols, professional terms, obscure and difficult to understand. Even if you know every word, it is difficult to understand the meaning. Fong Hao turned out the explanation of fire elements on the side and continued reading. Then, he opened Magic Guidance, an introduction to mental power, for reference. Soon, all 8 books were opened on the small desk, and the rest of the books were all supporting the multi-headed fire python mystery one in the middle. It wasn't until late at night that Fong Hao only read 5 pages. Damn, if I had worked so hard back then, I would have gotten ahead a long time ago. Fong Hao cursed in a low voice. There was a feeling of fatigue in my brain, and my eyes were a little dry due to exertion. In a daze, he also fell into sleep. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as Fong Hao had breakfast, someone came in to report. Sir, someone from the City Lord's mansion is here, saying they have something to ask you. City Lord's mansion? Let him come in, Fong Hao said. Not long after, a figure walked in. I do know the visitor, Fong Hao. She is the maid beside Rebecca. Good morning, Mr. Fong Hao. I hope I haven't disturbed your sweet dream. The maid spoke politely, but not in a humble way. Good morning, please sit down. Fong Hao also smiled. The maid sat down aside and said directly, Mr. Fong Hao, there is a shop on the commercial street in the west of the city that is for sale. Madam asked me to ask you if you have any intention to buy it. If so, I will let you keep it. It turns out that I was notified of my store information. Rebecca also knew that she was looking for a store to open a clothing store. There is something suitable now. See if you have the intention to buy it. At the same time, Fong Hao also had a feeling. Rebecca was very satisfied with the last cooperation to capture the faceless man and intended to win over Fong Hao through the convenience of some city lords' mansions. Of course, Fong Hao didn't think it was a big deal. He is also targeting the faceless man, and he is the beneficiary of Rebecca's wooing. How is the location of the store? Fong Hao continued to ask. The commercial street of Lysa City is also very large, and the shops are divided into several levels. Don't worry, the original store was a well-known jewelry store in the city. Now it has been taken over by the City Lord's Palace. The location is definitely a prime location in the commercial street. The maid introduced with a smile. Jewelry shop. When he heard about the jewelry store, Fong Hao suddenly thought of the faceless men members whose arms were cut off. Rebecca mentioned at that time that this man was a very famous jeweler and a top wealthy businessman in the city. It seems that this shop was previously owned by this person. After being captured by Rebecca, the shop was directly taken over by the City Lord's Palace for sale. Okay, then I'll go through the formalities now. Fong Hao stood up directly. Like shops and goods, there will be competition for good locations. If one is not good, someone will buy it, and you will regret it later. Well, sir, please come with me. The maid also stood up, and they walked out together. He got on the carriage at the door and rushed towards the City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's mansion, study room. After Fong Hao completed the formalities, he was brought here directly by the maid. In the room, Rebecca was trying on an off-white dress, served by the maid. The gown is no longer a covered tutu, but a long, drapey gown. The overall feeling is that it is a replica of the dress Fong Hao designed for Rebecca. How about this one? It's a dress sent from Maliki Fabric Store. Rebecca looked at herself in the mirror and asked softly. Fong Hao was a little helpless. The design is like this. It is easy to be imitated, and you don't have a good way. Not bad. Somewhat similar to what the maid in my house wears. The off-white dress has a drooping skirt and waist-cinching design. The lengthened waistline makes Rebecca look more upright and noble. It can also be seen that those who imitated Fong Hao's designs are veteran designers, and they have done quite well. However, I don't know if it was because I was in a hurry or because I only took a cursory glance at Fong Hao's design draft. This costume leaves a lot to be desired. It may also be a prototype that was rushed out. I heard Fong Hao say that this dress was similar to what the maid in his house wore. The maid smiled slightly, and Rebecca rolled her eyes at him angrily. Everyone thought that Fong Hao was talking angrily. After all, Fong Hao is an original design, and this dress is a replica. If it were anyone else, if the type they designed was blocked, they would show their emotions. Then tell me what's wrong with this dress. Rebecca suddenly became serious. Maliki Fabric Store is also a long-established fabric store, and its clothes are also famous. When you come to Fong Hao's place, you'll wear it as a maid. Although she understood Fong Hao's mood, she also wanted to hear whether what he said was angry or whether he really had shortcomings. Fong Hao stood up directly, came to Rebecca, and said, "The design of the waistline can make people look more upright, but this clothing obviously does not get rid of the idea of old-fashioned waistlines. The position of your waistline should be mentioned here. Run your fingers up along the waistline, all the way to the position under the breasts." Being caressed upwards along the waistline by a young man, Rebecca's heart began to beat violently. His face, even his exposed shoulder blades, began to turn slightly red. "Any more?" Rebecca continued to ask. Of course, the monotonous color and uneven texture are the shortcomings of this dress. If it is worn by an ordinary lady, it can be said to be a good dress, but if you wear it, it will not be suitable. Fong Hao stood behind her. Looking down, she could see the squeezing white snow. This dress is actually pretty good, but at best it's a fake experiment. If you look closely at the uneven texture, you can see traces of rushed work. Moreover, off-white is too monotonous. At a ball, the other ladies are all in bright red and purple, so off-white seems even more unsuitable for this occasion. Rebecca was speechless. I was very satisfied with this dress just now. After all, I have cooperated with Maliki Fabric Store for many years. But after listening to Fong Hao's fault-finding, it doesn't look so pleasing to the eye now. Is there any redeeming qualities? Rebecca asked emphatically. It's a good dress for daily wear. After saying that, Fong Hao sat back on the chair. The room suddenly became quiet. The maids stood aside, wondering whether they should continue to wear jewelry for Madam. Doesn't this look good on me tonight? Rebecca still refused to give up. It looks good, but your good looks have nothing to do with this dress. Fong Hao praised without concealment, and then continued. Just imagine, the ladies in the room are all wearing bright red and purple dresses. Who would wear them? Light-colored clothes. Aren't they just maids? Call. Rebecca exhaled heavily and said to the maid. Okay, put this away first and wear it later. Okay, ma'am. The maids came forward and helped Rebecca change out of her clothes. After being told by Fong Hao, it seemed that he had changed his mind. After changing into her usual clothes, Rebecca sat back on the chair and looked at Fong Hao. Then tell me, what should I wear to the auction tonight? Auction? What auction? Fong Hao was slightly stunned. Rebecca chose a dress not for some aristocratic ball, but to attend an auction? At auctions, aren't guest information kept confidential? What's the use of wearing something nice? Even if you go shirtless, no one will know who you are. Tonight, there will be a dance held at the city lord's palace. The powerful and wealthy merchants in the city will be invited to participate in the auction of collected items, and the money obtained will also be used for the construction of Lysa's city. A maid explained at the side. With this explanation, Fong Hao understood. It turns out to be an alien version of a judicial auction. The faceless men captured recently are all merchant nobles in the city, and they must have confiscated a lot of good things. Can I participate? Fong Hao immediately changed from pointing to looking expectant. I have saved some money now. Don't spend it to save it. If there is something good, you can buy it when the time comes. Rebecca stared at Fong Hao with wide eyes. You want to participate? That's fine, but I haven't found my dress yet. Rebecca looked at Fong Hao thoughtfully. Fong Hao naturally knew what she meant. He immediately said, I need to communicate. If the dress has been made, arrange for someone to deliver it before evening. This important public occasion is also a good opportunity for advertising. My own fabric shop is about to open, so I can make an advertisement in the aristocratic circle in advance. Then I'll be waiting for your dress. Rebecca crossed her legs, opened the drawer, took out an invitation, and pushed it over. Fong Hao picked it up and took a look. His name was clearly written on it. It seemed that Rebecca had already prepared and just wanted Fong Hao to deliver the dress. By the way, will you provide dinner tonight? Fong Hao put the invitation away and asked again. The maid on the side covered her mouth and chuckled again. This young wealthy businessman is really interesting to talk about. Everyone knows that the young man in front of him can not only design a work that Rebecca is satisfied with. He is also very rich and has already bought 2 shops in the commercial street and a nobleman's mansion. This kind of person actually cares whether dinner is served or not. I've always known that I'm full of nonsense. Rebecca cursed with a smile and said to the maids, You guys should go out first. Yes, ma'am. The maids exited the room and closed the door. Fong Hao and Rebecca were the only 2 people left in the room. There will be new operations in these 2 days. You will stay in the city for 2 days. Rebecca said softly. Fong Hao's expression instantly became serious. Okay, but my subordinates need some confidentiality, otherwise they will be easily investigated by those people. Fong Hao continued. Well, I will take care of this. Rebecca nodded. Fong Hao thought for a while and continued to ask, Last time, did the interrogation of the 4 people go smoothly? Rebecca's face turned ugly instantly. It didn't go well. It can be said that the clues were completely lost. What happened? Those 4 people were killed. Fong Hao asked immediately. These 4 people are fine, but the people they named all died at home before the guards arrived. The clues were broken in an instant. Rebecca leaned on the chair and looked up at the ceiling. The tone was somewhat helpless. Rebecca protected these 4 people because she was afraid of being killed and silenced. But the other party adopted a simpler method, killing all the people involved, leaving Rebecca no place to investigate. The intelligence network of these people is really terrifying. Fong Hao was also a little surprised. Yeah, you have to be more careful next time. Rebecca said. Kindness. The 2 chatted for a while. Fong Hao's eyes smiled and swaggered out of the city lord's mansion. He picked up Njia at the door, called a carriage, and headed to the commercial street in Xiqing. On the carriage, Fong Hao took out the sound-transmitting conch and informed Ear in the territory. Go to the tailor's shop to see the progress of the dress. If it has been completed, arrange for someone to be sent directly to Lysis City. There are bone dragons and swift purple scale horses in the territory, and there is enough time to deliver the dress to Lysis City before dark. Close to the commercial street, the carriage began to slow down. Noisy shouting began to come from all around. This street is not just about shops. On the edge of the road, there are most vendors of all kinds, loudly selling their goods. The carriage stopped in front of the shop. Fong Hao took out the key and opened the door. The items in the store have been moved away, leaving only various useless items and some tables and chairs of little value. What are you going to do in this store? And Jia looked around in the store. Let's go to a clothing store. This area specializes in luxury accessories. Let's open the clothing store here. Fong Hao said casually. Oh, okay. The 2 went up to the 2nd floor while chatting. In the crack of the floor in the corner, Jia found a ruby the size of a pinky finger. The edges and corners are cut smoothly and beautifully. Fong Hao gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, nothing of value could escape Jia's eyes. After walking up and down the store, not long after, noisy footsteps were heard outside the door. Grizzly Bear hurried over with his men. My lord, the Grizzly Bear called. Fong Hao came down from upstairs and replied, This shop will be ours from now on. Clean it up and throw out all the useless stuff. Yes, sir. Grizzly Bear greeted, and his men with tools went directly into the store to start cleaning. Leave this place to the Grizzlies. Fong Hao took Jia to the mission hall again, but there was still no suitable mission. Then he returned directly to his residence. It was just after 2 in the afternoon when we returned to our residence. After simply eating something, he locked himself in the room. From the storage space, take out all the books, The Mystery of the Many-Headed Fire Python 1. Turn to the bookmarked location. Continue to study and interpret bit by bit. Every magician is a student. This is not only because they can cast powerful spells, but also because everyone who chooses to become a magician needs to read a lot of books and documents. Explore the mysteries of natural elements and look for the rules of matter. Therefore, the road to becoming a magician is difficult and tortuous, but also has huge benefits. The author of this book is a fire mage named Carlyle, who once served as a magic instructor in a noble academy. Focus on the practice and research of fire magic. In addition to the final goal recorded in the book, the multi-headed fire python, there are also some explanations of fire magic and small magic exercises. What Feng Hao is looking at now is another kind of fire summoning magic. Flame spider. After casting, you can summon flame spiders to attack the target or follow you. Feng Hao stood up. He took out the starfire staff and started to condense the magic while reading the explanation in the book. As the magic gathers, magic spiders formed by fire elements began to appear in front of him. Call. Just as it condensed, the fire spider was instantly extinguished. Spellcasting failed. What happened? Feng Hao sat down and recalled it carefully. Come to the table and take notes. The flame spider condenses for the first time. The steps are not clear and the condensation is blocked. The flame spider initially condenses and then disappears. It finally worked. 12th attempt. In front of Feng Hao, 5 flame spiders as big as the palm of his hand finally condensed. According to the explanation of the author Carlyle in the book, summoning flame spiders is a very useful and effective magic. Physical strength and stamina are the mage's weaknesses. Some methods that can prevent enemies from approaching are very important for mages. Moreover, the size of the flame spiders will also increase in number and size according to the magic strength of the caster. Used well, it is enough to prevent enemies from getting closer, or by time to escape. 5. Flame spiders stood in place. The flat solid wood floor immediately began to burn black. Then there was a sound of whoosh, and the flames immediately ignited. Holy shit! Feng Hao was startled and immediately dispersed the flame spiders, stamping out the ignited flames. Fortunately, I could only gather 5 small ones, otherwise I wouldn't have saved the house. The success of the flame spider. It gave Feng Hao a lot of confidence. The skills he learned by reading books gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than using scrolls. But I am not yet proficient in using the skills. If you have the opportunity, you should practice more and consolidate it, so as not to fall behind in actual combat. Stamp out the last sparks. Feng Hao sat back at the desk again and continued to study the books. As time passed by, the sky became darker and darker. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. My lord, Lady Rebecca's dress has been delivered. Well, wait a moment, Feng Hao said, bookmarking the half-read book and putting it back into the storage space. Opening the door, there was one of Grizzly's men standing outside. In her hand, she held a cheongsam made of Yelon silk and embroidered with blue patterns. Yelon silk is of the highest quality. Both the gloss and softness are very good. Rebecca likes blue, so she uses blue patterns on her clothes. Who sent it? Feng Hao took the cheongsam and asked casually. A young lady, a very beautiful lady. Miss, where's the person? This lady said that she hasn't been here for a long time and wants to go shopping by herself. The bandits' men continued to answer. Having said that, Feng Hao was a little unsure of this person's identity. The maids in the territory have always been very well behaved. Even if they want to go shopping, they will come to say hello to me first. There was no case of just leaving. What does it look like? Feng Hao asked as he walked out. So tall, with long blonde hair, he looks to be in his 20s, like a noble. His subordinate tried hard to describe. Hearing his description, Feng Hao paused slightly. A bad premonition suddenly arose in my heart. It couldn't be the vampire Lorana. Did you speak coldly, as if someone owed her money? Yes, very serious. It was indeed her. Isn't Lorana in Huiwa Highland? Why didn't she sleep? She came here to bring her clothes. Because she was betrayed by the Red Duke and imprisoned for decades, Lorana had a very strong distrust of people. Even the heroes under his command have never been able to increase their loyalty. Even if I gave her a bone dragon, her price would only increase a little. During this period, giving a bone dragon is like giving an F-22 fighter jet. According to the plot, the little girl fainted from happiness. She became a little more loyal. It's a hugely loss-making deal. I don't know where I am now, and I can only hope that this woman doesn't get sick or cause any trouble. Okay, I understand. If she comes back, let her wait for me here and don't run around. Fong Hao warned. Yes, sir. Go to another room and call Anja. He went out and called a carriage and headed to the city lord's mansion. He took the Chong Sam to the city lord's mansion, but he didn't see Rebecca either. Give the Chong Sam to the maid. Take Anja directly to the auction venue. The auction was held in the same hall where the dress was last bid. An auction held by the city lord's mansion. Whether they are nobles in the city or wealthy businessmen and dignitaries, anyone with some respect will come to participate. Luxuriously decorated carriages lined the streets. Fong Hao and Anja also put on nice outfits. After showing the invitation, he walked in. The bright hall was already filled with people. Before the auction began, music was playing on the stage, and gentlemen invited richly dressed ladies to slowly walk on the dance floor. Fong Hao has no interest in dancing. Looking at everyone, his eyes fell on a few people in the front row. Ligo. At the same time, Ligo also saw him. Their eyes briefly met. The real dead dog is still in the blood prison of the territory. The lazy dog in front of him was played by Xiao Yu using a devil mask. Follow Rayleigh's line and investigate the news about the faceless men. In front of Ligo sat a man and a woman. The man was tall and well-dressed like a gentleman, but the scar on the left side of his face and his sitting posture gave him the impression of a gangster. Without thinking, he knew that this person was the boss of the underground world, Rayleigh. Sitting next to Rayleigh was a charming woman. Beautiful figure, low-cut dress, revealing a large area of white breasts. Men's eyes will glance at this piece of snow intentionally or unintentionally. Meet the man's gaze. The woman did not show any shyness, but instead twisted her body from time to time, lowering her waist to face the men's gaze. Just when Fong Hao was observing Lei Li and his party, a slightly fat man walked towards me. The man is probably in his 30s, has short, slightly curly hair, and has very fair skin. He was wearing a light blue-waisted men's tuxedo, but it was obvious that he didn't fit into this outfit. You can see the accumulated fat through the clothes. Little brother, what do you call me? The man greeted him familiarly, holding a wine glass. Fong Hao, what do you call me? Fong Hao also smiled. The powerful people are so keen on social activities in the form of various dances to expand their circles and accumulate connections for themselves. Of course, he is also looking for his hunting target and having an exciting encounter. My name is Eric, Mr. Fong Hao. Your design that day was really great. You were brave enough to design Mrs. Rebecca's skirt so short. When I first saw it, I thought you were the guards will pull him out and chop off his head. Eric said excitedly. It seems that he is also a cloth merchant and saw his design during the bidding that day. Is it short? It feels just right to me, and it's very popular with Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao said softly. That's true. Eric nodded and agreed with this view. Now fabric stores all over the city are imitating Fong Hao's designs. I'm afraid that in a short time, the streets of the city will be filled with ladies wearing Fong Hao style. By the way, Mr. Fong Hao, where are you from? I've never heard of your fabric shop before. Eric asked while continuing to chat. For those in the outer city, you have to go further north in Pural City. Fong Hao replied. It's quite far away. Is your family also a cloth merchant? The fat man is more talkative and is very interested in Fong Hao's origins. Have been inquiring about all kinds of news. Fong Hao also answered casually. While the two were chatting in a low voice, a woman suddenly walked in at the door. Long golden hair, beautiful face. Instantly attracted the attention of all the men in the hall. Even the fat man next to Fong Hao opened his mouth and stared at the pretty figure not far away. Fong Hao looked at the woman who came in, and his heart moved slightly. Lorana. How did she get in? Lorana moved her long legs and took a glass of fruit wine from the waiter, as naturally as a noble in the city. He blinked at Fong Hao and stopped close to the stage. Just sat down. Immediately, a circle of men gathered and came forward to invite him to dance. She winked at me. Did you see it? Was this a hint? Fatty Eric's face turned red with excitement, and his voice was trembling. Eric's face turned red, and he spoke to Fong Hao excitedly. Did you see it? She winked at me. There were so many people here, but she just glanced at me. Is this a hint to me? My stomach, which had been somewhat relaxed, was also trying to inhale. Make yourself look as slim as possible. Just take a look here. Don't get so excited. Fong Hao said. You didn't see. She gave me a very secretive wink. Eric imitated, proving that he was right. Seeing that Fong Hao didn't speak, he continued to ask, "Do you think it would be better for me to invite her to dance, or sit down and chat with him? I think it's better for you to stay away from her. She looks cold. It's better not to cause trouble for yourself," Fong Hao advised. "But this kind of persuasion obviously has no effect. You are still too young. An unforgettable encounter will make you a man overnight. Remember to seize the opportunity at any time." Eric drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and strode towards Lorana. On the way, he turned back and patted Fong Hao's chest. Look at my performance." When Eric left, and Jiatsai whispered, "Why is she here? Anjia doesn't know about Lorana's arrival yet." "Hey, forget it. It's just the dress she sent," Fong Hao said helplessly. "You'd better pray that no one messes with her. Otherwise she can kill everyone here." Anjia continued while eating a piece of pastry. "Stop talking. I'm starting to feel guilty now. Lorana had the ability to kill all the nobles here and walked away. This is also what Fong Hao is worried about. But for now, Lorana's mood is quite stable. All the gentlemen who came forward to invite them to dance were rejected by Lorana, and there were no special circumstances. Instead, it was Fatty Eric who approached. Lorana glanced at Fong Hao curiously, her eyes filled with questions. She thought Eric was arranged by Fong Hao. Not being driven away by Lorana's blunt words, Eric further confirmed that he was different. He looked back at Fong Hao in a show-off manner and sat down directly next to Lorana. After just sitting for a while, Eric came back. Returned to Fong Hao's side. "Why are you back?" Fong Hao asked curiously. "Men can't be too enthusiastic. They need to take it step by step. The first step is to leave a good impression on each other. That's enough." Eric shook his hair and said confidently. Fong Hao was speechless, but he didn't want to continue chatting on this topic, so he asked curiously, "Who was the woman next to Lei Li?" "Huh? Do you like this kind of thing?" Eric was stunned. "That's Riley's woman, Deborah. This woman is very crazy. I heard that anyone who sleeps with her will have to rest for several days." How dare others touch Lei Li's woman?" Fong Hao said in surprise. "Hey, Riley doesn't care about this. Deborah is also having fun. You can try it. Maybe you can take her away at night." Eric's voice was lowered. Regarding the topic of Riley, it is better to be as careful as possible. Being able to reach his current position as a gangster, Riley has fully demonstrated his abilities and methods. "Forget it." Fong Hao shook his head. While the two were talking, the music in the hall suddenly stopped. People walked off the dance floor and returned to their seats. A butler in a formal dress walked onto the stage. After lightly clapping his palms, he said loudly, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Please invite City Lord Aubrey and Lady Rebecca." The music starts again. City Lord Aubrey and Rebecca appeared together on the second floor, but the two did not come down. Instead, they waved to everyone from a position where they could see the stage. Wow! As soon as the two appeared on the stage, the whole city was in an uproar. Aubrey wore a green gown embroidered with gold thread, while Rebecca wore a slim-fitting black evening cheongsam. The black cheongsam fits the body perfectly. Rebecca's mature and plump figure is fully exposed, with no trace of excess at the high point. The round hips allow the slightly tight waist of the cheongsam to reflect the curves of the waist and hips, especially the slits on both sides, which reveal the round and white jade. Leg, beauty, charm, dignity, and elegance are displayed in one woman at the same time, whether it's a handsome man or a gorgeously dressed woman. For a moment, everyone looked straight. Unlike Rebecca's beautiful opening, City Lord Aubrey seems a bit bleak. Coupled with his sallow complexion and sunken eye sockets, he looked like a terminally ill father standing with his daughter. "Lord Aubrey, Lady Rebecca." Everyone in the audience saluted. "Well, everyone, sit down and let the auction begin immediately," City Lord Aubrey said, and took Rebecca to sit down on the second floor. And everyone in the audience also sat back in their seats. The butler just now came on stage again to start today's auction. Without too many prefaces, he said directly, "Okay, everyone. Now we are selling the items in the first warehouse, a total of 102 oil paintings, priced at 5,000 gold coins, and the price will be increased by no less than 100 gold coins each time." On the stage, several people immediately walked up. He held 3 oil paintings in his hands as samples to show to everyone. 2 landscapes, one of a young woman. That woman is Davik's wife. whom I have met before. Eric introduced her in a low voice again. Oh, Fong Hao nodded. Davik. I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. But what surprised Fong Hao the most was that the auction was based on warehouses. The types of items have been divided in advance and then sold as a whole. This also has the feeling of opening a blind box. It's just that the chance of picking up something missing in the warehouse is relatively low. After all, people watch with their eyes open, but you buy with your eyes closed. I'll pay 5,100. 5,200. Soon, people started bidding. Moreover, the price kept rising, and within 2 minutes, it had reached 10,000 gold coins. Fong Hao himself has no artistic talent and is not very interested in paintings. Without participating in the bidding, he whispered to Eric next to him. Mr. Eric, let me ask you something. Well, tell me. I'm from the outer city, and I don't understand why the city lord is still alive and Mrs. Rebecca will go to the federal parliament. This has always been a question in Fong Hao's mind. The roles of the city lord and the city lord's wife seem a bit special. Moreover, Rebecca has the right to mobilize the army in the city, which makes Fong Hao increasingly confused as to who has the final say in Lysa's city. It's hard to talk about the city lord's mansion. Eric was still a little apprehensive and wanted to speak, but swallowed it back. Talk about it. I'm just curious and won't spread it. Fong Hao promised. Eric was already talkative, and Fong Hao reassured him. Still unable to hold back, he began to tell the story about the city lord's mansion. Rebecca is not from this city, but he came to Lysa's city when the previous old city lord was still alive. Soon, Rebecca showed good management skills and assumed the position of administrative agent in the city. After the old city lord's accident, it stands to reason that Rebecca would take over the position of city lord. However, when the news of the change of city lord was delivered to the federal parliament, a problem arose. The council questioned Rebecca's identity as a half-elf, believing that once faced with a choice, she would not stand unswervingly on the side of humans. Therefore, the city lord's matter was at a stalemate for a while. Later, a piece of news suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. Rebecca married the current castellan Aubrey, with Aubrey serving as castellan. But the core of power in the city is still in Rebecca's hands. I heard that the city lord and Lady Rebecca are not as close as they seem, and they rarely even talk to each other. Eric opened his mouth and kept talking. Later, Fong Hao didn't ask. Eric said everything he knew and heard. After Fong Hao listened carefully, he subconsciously glanced at City Lord Aubrey. Then he saw that the woman next to Riley was ogling Aubrey from time to time. Oh, that's it. Fong Hao nodded and said, no wonder Rebecca mobilized all the troops in the city with just one word. She is the core of power in the city. The council questioned her identity and supported a city lord. As the two talked, the painting in the warehouse was finally bought by a nobleman for 10,500 gold coins. The first warehouse sold more than 10,000 gold coins, and the auctioneer also showed joy. Immediately afterwards, the auction of the items in the second warehouse began. This is a warehouse of high-end utensils, porcelain cups, lampstands, and other items in large quantities. After bidding all the way, it was finally sold for 20,000 yuan. Okay, here are the items in the third warehouse. There are 56 collections here, including 37 artifacts, 13 paintings and calligraphy, 5 sculptures, and 1 specimen. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. No increase in price is allowed each time. Less than 100 pieces. The auctioneer introduced loudly. The person behind him once again brought up 3 display items. A huge 2-meter-long oil painting, an animal sculpture, and a thin-edged knife made of bright silver. When he saw this familiar weapon, Fong Hao frowned instantly. Xiaoyu's crime-mitigating weapon series. He looked at Xiaoyu, but the other person didn't look away and still stood silently behind Lei Li. He was not interested in any of the collections in this warehouse, nor did he have the ability to appreciate them. But he must get this mitigating weapon. There is mutuality between lords and heroes. Heroes serve the lords, and Fong Hao must also support and train them. Every crime-mitigating weapon will significantly improve Xiaoyu's level. Therefore, he must buy this warehouse. Even the rest of the stuff is just a pile of junk. 10100. Near the front, a man made the first bid. 10200. 10300. 80500. As the price reached 80,500, the price increases began to stop. It seems that this batch of goods is only worth 80,000 gold coins in the hearts of everyone. Seeing that no one spoke, Fong Hao also started calling out the price, 81,000. Suddenly someone made an offer from behind. Everyone turned around and looked behind. Eric's face froze for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and pointed at Fong Hao. It means that the price he quoted has nothing to do with him. 81500. The man who quoted before Fong Hao continued to raise the price and added another 500. 82,000. Fong Hao increased the price. The man looked at Fong Hao seriously and raised the price again. 82,500. At the same time, he said, I only like 2 of the art paintings, but they are only worth this price. If you continue to increase the price, little brother, then I will give them to you. The value of the items in the warehouse is only about 80,000. He even suspected that Fong Hao was maliciously increasing the price and wanted to trick him. Just ask directly, and I'll give it to you if you increase the price. But as soon as he said this, Fong Hao actually increased the price. Thank you. 82600. This time, he only added the minimum 100 gold. The man's face froze. But now that my words have been spoken, it's hard to continue raising prices with a young man. He simply put down the sign in his hand, picked up the wine glass, and drank silently. When the auctioneer saw this, he paused for a few seconds, and no one raised the price, and then he made a final decision. The items in this warehouse were obtained by Fong Hao for 82,600 gold coins. Fong Hao also breathed a sigh of relief when the goods were received. The auction at the city lord's mansion is still in a low price and quick-selling format. After the goods are appraised, they are sold at a lowest price, and then everyone bids. But the prices are not too outrageous. Xiaoyu is currently at the level of green level 4. Once she gets this weapon, her level will increase again. The auctioneer began to introduce the items in the next warehouse, which were various gold and silver jewelry. Fong Hao wasn't too interested either, so he turned to look at Eric. What should I do next? Where can I pay? He didn't understand the process at all. There was no one to explain, so I could only ask the fat man next to me. Don't worry, someone will come to you later, and you can get the key if you pay the money. Eric explained. Oh. Fong Hao nodded in agreement. Sure enough, in the 6th-round auction, a maid came over and said softly, Sir, you purchased the items in warehouse number 402. Do you need to pay now? Can I still give you money later? Yes, if you don't have it with you, you can just send the money over within 2 days. The maid answered with a smile. The people invited to the auction are all dignitaries in the city. It can be said that the city lord's mansion knows the identity of the other party. We are not afraid that he will default on his debt, and the transaction amount is too large, and some of them will give him money when he really needs it. Oh, I'll pay now. Fong Hao took out 3 war cards worth 10,000 and put them on the tray in the maid's hand. According to the exchange ratio of war coins and gold coins, more than 80,000 gold coins, which is more than 27,000 war coins. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The maid nodded and left directly with the money. 3 minutes later, the maid came back. He handed the key to a warehouse to Fong Hao and said softly, Sir, this is the key to warehouse 402. The goods can be stored for 10 days. If they are still not taken away after 10 days, they will be charged for storage at the price of 3 gold coins per day. Cost. Okay, I understand. Fong Hao nodded and put the keys away. It doesn't take 10 days, and all I buy are collectibles. The size is not big either. At that time, it can be directly loaded into the storage space and taken away directly. The maid also nodded, turned and left. The auction entered the 10th round, and the auction items became real estate in the city. There are civilian houses and some commercial shops. Fong Hao took a fancy to a warehouse and bought it for 120,000 to use as a warehouse. Time passed little by little. The auction ends at midnight. The richly dressed dignitaries walked out while chatting. They boarded their carriages and left. Mr. Fong Hao, nice to meet you. We will see you next time when we have the opportunity. Eric also said goodbye to Fong Hao. Goodbye, Mr. Eric. Fong Hao greeted with the same smile. This fat man is very interesting, and I learned a lot about the city of Lysis from him that night. Eric nodded, turned around, and walked out. After a while, there were hundreds of people walking in the hall. The few remaining nobles only chatted and walked out. Fong Hao came directly to Lorana and sat down. I thought you would like Qing Jing. It's nice to have some fun once in a while. Where have you been? Fong Hao continued to ask. Lorana leaned on the soft chair. I went to the commercial street and the temple to have a look, and then sat in your hot pot restaurant for a while. The business is pretty good. Good guy. He even dares to go to the temple. Lixis City has a large population, and it is easy to see results when doing business. Fong Hao said. Yes. Lorana replied in a low voice. Just when Fong Hao was about to ask Lorana when he planned to leave, a maid came over quickly. Mr. Fong Hao, madam, please come over and talk about clothing. Oh, lead the way. Fong Hao stood up and followed the maid up the stairs. Rebecca was waiting in the lobby on the second floor. Seeing Fong Hao come in, her originally smiling face turned solemn. Is this the dress you sent? It's so personal. The cheongsam is very close-fitting, and the patterns on the fabric are more like stars in the dark night, shining brightly. That night, she felt like she was being watched with fiery eyes by all the men in the room. His face felt a little hot. There is also a strange feeling in my heart, a little shy, but also a little woman's pride. Yes, not everyone can wear this kind of clothing. Without a perfect body shape, it is impossible to control it. Fong Hao saw Rebecca's displeasure and immediately began to explain. Then this is a bit too much. Mrs. Rebecca, tomorrow the whole city will be talking about your dressing sense. Within 3 days, ladies will compete to imitate your dress. You surprised everyone tonight. Fong Hao said immediately. When Fong Hao said this, Rebecca's face turned red and her whole body felt warm. Without waiting for Rebecca to speak, Fong Hao emphasized again. Mrs. Rebecca, tomorrow a fabric shop will ask you to borrow a copy of the cheongsam. I hope you will not lend it to them. After all, design is not easy. After being explained by Fong Hao for a while, Rebecca accepted a lot instantly. All the ladies in the city dress like this, so I have nothing to be ashamed of. Don't worry, I won't do that. Rebecca straightened her body and sat back. The slit on the legs reveals her fair thighs. I just saw you take a picture of a warehouse. Why do you still do research on collections? Rebecca continued to ask, not talking about clothing. No, come here to participate. You should buy some back. The important thing is to participate. Fong Hao also sat down beside him. Rebecca rolled her eyes at him. I always feel like your brain is not so normal sometimes. No, I'm normal. While the two were chatting, from the stairs, the guard's warning voice came. Miss, you are not allowed to get too close here. Fong Hao looked back. Then he saw Lorana standing at the stairs, staring at the guard with cold eyes. The guard couldn't help but swallowed as he was stared at. Ms. Rebecca, that one is with me. Fong Hao said immediately. Let that lady come over. The guard moved out of the way, and Lorana strode in and stood silently beside Fong Hao. Rebecca looked at Fong Hao again, her eyes full of questions. Fong Hao didn't know why Lorana came up, so he could only introduce it forcefully. Mrs. Rebecca, this is Miss Lorana. She comes from the same city as me. I happened to meet her at the auction this time. Lorana's identity is really hard to introduce. Huiwa Highland cannot be mentioned. It can only be said that he is from the same city as himself. The beauty of the lonely night. Lorana and Tobias's loyalty to you increases by 4 points, and her current loyalty is 30. I just finished the introduction. Fong Hao received a system prompt. Looking up at Lorana, she saw this beautiful and cold woman with a slightly red face. What's the situation? What he said directly increased his loyalty by 4 points. The bone dragon was sent out, but he only got 1 point. Hello, Mrs. Rebecca. Lorana took the initiative to say hello. Although Lorana has lived for 100 years, she still looks like she is in her 20s. It's just that his face always looks cold, giving people a feeling of alienation. Rebecca looked at Lorana in front of her and was a little surprised by her appearance. Nodding slightly. Miss Lorana, nice to meet you. Is this your first time in Lysis City? After the introduction, Lorana also sat down beside him. I've been here several times before, but this time, the changes are quite big. Lorana said. If you compare it to earlier years, it's really changed a lot here. I remember there was a beautiful opera house in the west of the city, but it's gone now. Oh, the opera house has just moved its location and been expanded. The environment is much better than before. Auction ends. Everyone left the city lord's mansion one after another. Some men and women who had been chatting well at the dance boarded the same carriage hand in hand, or just find a dark corner nearby and continue the conversation. Eric glanced at it and sneered in his heart. How can these ladies with heavy makeup compare to Miss Lorana? Only you guys with no vision will drag these women into corners. Thinking in his mind, he walked towards the carriage. But as soon as he approached the carriage, he was stopped by several people. Eric's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly warned, "This is the city lord's mansion. What are you going to do?" Seeing Eric's nervous look, everyone was amused. Said, "Fat pig, Boss Riley wants to see you, come with us." This, Rayleigh. Eric's face turned pale. Being targeted by Rayleigh was worse than being robbed. But he had no choice but to follow the other party to see Rayleigh. Fortunately, this is the city lord's mansion. There were many people around who saw him being taken away by Rayleigh's people, and even if he thought about it, Rayleigh didn't dare to do anything to him. With this in mind, a few people approached a nice-looking carriage. "Boss, we brought Eric here. Let him in." The carriage door was opened, and Eric walked in. The space in the carriage was quite spacious, with Riley and the beautiful woman Deborah sitting on one side. On the other side sat Rayleigh's top thug, Ligo. Eric walked into the carriage and felt a pressure wrapping around him, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. "Boss Rayleigh, are you looking for me?" Eric tried hard to control the fear in his heart. Riley said directly, "Don't be nervous. You will answer whatever I ask. This will be a very relaxed meeting." "Yes, yes. Do you know that boy with black hair?" Riley asked in a deep voice. No, we just met." Eric replied in a panic. "What's his name?" "His name is Fong Hao. I'm not familiar with him. We just chatted a few words when we stood together today." Eric replied, "Well, what does he do?" Riley put his arms on his knees and looked directly at the fat man opposite him. Recently, the faceless men in the city have been investigating how Rebecca managed to escape the spy. Rayleigh was also on the job. After checking around, he found that this young man with black hair often went to the city lord's mansion to meet with Rebecca recently. Today I saw the familiar appearance of Eric and the black-haired young man again. He was brought over directly. He is a cloth merchant. He made Lady Rebecca's parliamentary dress this time, and he is staying in Lysa's city now because of Lady Rebecca's custom-made clothes. Eric said what he knew in one breath. All said, "He's not from this city." "No. He said he is from a city north of Pural City and will open a shop in the city soon." "What else did he say?" Riley continued to ask. "He asked me about why Lady Rebecca has the final say in the city of Lysis and not the city lord." Puff. At this time, Rayleigh was immediately amused. It seems that this Fong Hao really doesn't understand the situation in Lysis city at all. This kind of thing that everyone in the city knows needs to be specifically asked. "What else did you say?" Eric glanced at Deborah's thigh quietly and whispered. He also specifically inquired about Miss Deborah. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in the carriage, followed by the hearty laughter of a woman. "It seems that boy has some discernment. Now that I say that, I really like him," Deborah said softly after laughing. "Okay, you go down. If you mention today's matter to others, you know the consequences." Riley said again, I know. No matter how brave I am, I don't dare to tell anyone." Eric promised loudly and backed away little by little. There were 3 people left in the carriage again. "Ligo, do you think there is something wrong with Fong Hao?" Rayleigh asked Ligo. Ligo thought for a while and said, "Boss, what this fat man said is basically the same as what I investigated. This black-haired boy is from out of town and cannot be involved in this matter. Even if he wants to be involved, a cloth merchants don't have the ability either. Well, I feel like he's not very likely." Rayleigh tapped the side wall, and the carriage started to move slowly. Seeing that the two of them are not talking about this matter, Deborah leaned all over Lay's arms and said coquettishly, "Boss Lay, let me go and investigate the news about that kid for you." Riley said nothing. "Isn't it good? That boy is white, and he looks good at first glance." Deborah continued, "You're so excited about something like this. Wait a few days before you get in touch with any other boy." Riley said, "Okay, Boss Lay is the best." The second floor of the city lord's mansion. Fong Hao sat aside and listened to the 2 women chatting more and more animatedly. From the changes in the city, we talked about music and art. Rebecca is a multi-talented person who is also interested in both art and music. Lorana is an orthodox vampire and is not unfamiliar with these at all, and she is completely cooperating with Rebecca in chatting. Fong Hao glanced at his watch. It was already 1:40 in the morning. She yawned and said, "Mrs. Rebecca, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest." Rebecca nodded. Okay, if anything happens, I will inform you then. Yes. Fong Hao looked at Lorana again. Miss Lorana, it's so late. Do you need my carriage to take you back? The Yongye clan is more energetic at night, but everyone else is still a normal person and needs to rest. Lorana glanced at Fong Hao, stood up, and said, Mrs. Rebecca, see you next time. Well, see you next time. After saying goodbye to Rebecca, Fong Hao and the others left the city lord's mansion directly. Get on the carriage and drive towards your residence. At this time, the streets were deserted, with only the sounds of horse hooves and wheels on the ground. Fong Hao and 3 others were sitting in the carriage. There was a brief silence. I will stay in Lysis City for 2 days. When do you plan to go back? Fong Hao asked Lorana opposite. He didn't want to let Lorana stay in Lysis City, afraid that she would cause trouble. I need a batch of farming tools. I will go back after I get them. Lorana answered. Fong Hao has already sent a group of people to Huiwa Highlands, but these people are all surrendered bandits. Lorana went to the territory to find Fong Hao, just to get some tools for land reclamation. I found that he was not in the territory and needed to deliver the dress, so I came directly. That's easy to say. When I get back, I will arrange for someone to send it to you. Fong Hao said softly. These tools can be made using a 100-fold increase without any difficulty. It's just that it's not convenient to make and transport in the city of Lysis. Well, then I will also stay in Lysis City for a few days, and then we will leave together. Lorana continued. No need. You can go back first, and I will arrange for someone to send it directly to you. Fong Hao said, but Lorana obviously ignored his meaning. He just leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes silently. The carriage returned to the residence. A room was arranged for Lorana, and Fong Hao also went back to the room to rest. The next day, 9 a.m. I didn't come back until 2 a.m., so I got up a little later today. Rubbing his hazy eyes, he sat up from the bed and saw a figure standing at the door. Knock lightly on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Hao was suddenly startled, and he picked up the weapon beside him. The next second, he also saw clearly that the person standing at the door was Xiaoyu, who had regained his appearance. He rolled his eyes at her and said, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Sir, don't you tell me to knock on the door first when you let me come again? Xiaoyu showed a sly smile. Damn it. What's the point of standing in my house and knocking on the door? When I saw Xiaoyu smile, I knew she did it on purpose. As Xiaoyu's level increases, she is no longer as rigid and cold as before. Now he actually knows how to do pranks. I'm telling you, I have a heart disease. Doing this will scare me to death sooner or later. Fong Hao put down the weapon and got out of bed. Maester Nelson, nothing will happen to you. Fong Hao got dressed. While washing, we chatted about the situation of the faceless men. From Xiaoyu, I also learned about the incident where Layli caught Eric and asked about his situation last night, as well as the reason why Xiaoyu still stayed with Layli. After dinner, it was already noon. Fong Hao led people directly to the 402 warehouse, where the photographed items were stored. He took out the key and opened the warehouse door directly. As the metal door opened, the scene inside came into view. 13 oil paintings were covered with rags and leaned against the wall. The remaining utensils, wrapped in a few half-person-high sculptures, were randomly placed in the middle of the warehouse. Good guy. With more than 80,000 yuan, I feel like I bought a warehouse full of junk. Fong Hao casually put the oil painting into the storage space, and then pulled off the linen covering the items. 5 statues, looks pretty good. 3 are animal figures, and the other 2 are naked bodies of a man and a woman. It looks like it should be a set. On the side is the crime-mitigating series of weapons that Xiaoyu needs. But the only difference is that there is not 1 weapon, but 2. Guilty mitigating willow-edged sword. Guilty mitigating broad-bladed sword. Made money. There are actually 2 mitigating weapons. Xiaoyu, put your weapons away. Fong Hao said to Xiaoyu behind him. Xiaoyu came here today to get the weapons that Fong Hao bought yesterday. Thank you, sir. Xiaoyu stepped forward. The moment it came into contact with the weapon, a blue light rose up from Xiaoyu's body. Disaster Songhilda, blue level 2 hero. The moment he comes into contact with the weapon, Xiaoyu was directly promoted from a green hero to a blue hero. Abilities and attributes have also been greatly improved. Disaster Songhilda's loyalty to you increases by 2 points, and her current loyalty is 97. With the collection of crime-mitigating weapons, Xiaoyu is gradually recovering his memories of his life. Although Feng Hao didn't ask about her past. But I also found that with the recovery of memory, Xiaoyou's character became more and more full, and he became more and more like a living person. But the improvement of loyalty is getting slower and slower. It gives people the feeling that the little girl has seen the world and is not easy to be deceived. But 97 points is already not low. No matter how slow it is, when all the remaining 6 mitigation weapons are collected, it will definitely reach 100 points. Feng Hao stood aside and waited silently. The moment Xiaoyu opened his eyes, Feng Hao saw the dark pupils, which made his heart tense. It gives people the feeling of staring into an endless abyss. And the next second, Xiaoyu's eyelids blinked. The stool returns to normal. How do you feel, Xiaoyu? Feng Hao stood aside and asked softly. I feel a little stronger, sir. Xiaoyu smiled. That's good. You go back first. Continue to pay attention to the situation at Lei Li's side. And most importantly, pay attention to safety. Feng Hao continued. Lei Li still needs Xiaoyu to continue to follow up. I heard that the faceless man arranged for an important person to come to Lysa's city. Okay, sir, I'll go back first. Xiaoyu nodded and said, Kindness. Xiaoyu exited the warehouse. Feng Hao continued to greet the people behind him and moved everything in the warehouse onto the trucks outside. Grizzly's men standing outside the warehouse heard the order and walked in, carefully loading the goods in the warehouse onto the pallet. They knew that Feng Hao spent a lot of money to buy these. I'm also afraid that I don't know the importance of what I do, and it won't be easy to explain if I break it. Along with the large objects, they were all moved onto the pallet. The warehouse was also emptied, revealing a nearly 3-meter-long fossil leaning at the back. The height of the fossil is nearly 3 meters, and its width is more than 1 meter. Mantis Man Fossil. Category: Fossils. Description: Strickland mantises are natural weapon masters. They are proficient in and good at using various melee weapons. Some talented mantises can even naturally release psychic powers. A cross-section of the stone is revealed. An image of a mantis man is indeed clearly visible. They have a nearly human appearance, with limbs and bones that are more like arthropods. Although Feng Hao has never seen the mantis race, but it can be seen from the description that the Strickland mantis has good melee capabilities. The last one who was called a weapons master could kill 5 of them. Feng Hao stood in front of the fossil and watched silently. Say it. The ones in the fossils should also be considered bones. Sir, are you going to move this stone back as well? His subordinate looked at the stone with the mantis printed on it and asked softly. He doesn't know anything about fossils. All I know is that the Lord spent tens of thousands, and there was a big stone in it. Move back. Oh yes, sir. Everyone continued to take action, moved the fossils out of the warehouse, put them on the cart, and transported them back to their residence. Finished handling the warehouse matters, Feng Hao took Jia to the hot pot restaurant. It's already afternoon, and there are more customers in the store. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, he ate hot pot against the heat. Here, the fruit wine from Troll Brewing Barrels is cheap, but it can also bring in a lot of money. As soon as Feng Hao entered the store, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the bar. The black cloak leaves a deep impression. Half-demon alchemist. It was quite a coincidence. Feng Hao just came to see the situation of the store, but he happened to meet the demon alchemist who came to deliver the potion. Mr. Alchemist, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Feng Hao greeted. An unfamiliar voice came from behind, and the half-demon alchemist's body trembled suddenly. Turning around quickly, when he saw Feng Hao's face clearly, his frightened expression calmed down. Mr. Boss, it turns out to be you, the half-demon said. Well, are you here to deliver medicine today? Feng Hao asked with a smile. Due to his identity, the half-demon is very careful when moving in the city. I definitely wouldn't cover myself up so tightly to eat hot pot. Yes, I have refined some potions here, just in time to deliver them to you. The half-demon continued. Okay, let's talk upstairs. A noisy hall is no place for chatting. On the 3rd floor, in a private room, several people sat down. The half-demon alchemist still didn't take off his cloak. Feng Hao didn't pay attention and said directly, Let me take a look at the potion this time. Oh well. The half-demon agreed and took out all the potions in his backpack. It is still a rough clay bottle. Was placed on the table. 8 bottles in total. Feng Hao also began to check the names of the potions one by one. Treatment potion, 3 bottles. Magic potion, 2 bottles. Hemostatic potion, physique enhancement potion, perception potion. Still in line with the style of a half-demon alchemist, there is no unified refining direction, and the types are relatively scattered. Hemostatic agent, treats bleeding. Perception potion, greatly increase one's own perception, lasts for 1 minute. Formation of passing time. Category, level 3 potion. Effect, the efficiency of any training is plus 25%, including but not limited to combat, physical strength, magic, processing, and other related abilities. Description, a third-level potion made by an alchemist, which greatly increases the efficiency of combat training. It is a third-level potion and can increase training efficiency by 25%. Seeing this attribute, Feng Hao subconsciously glanced at Anjia, who had his legs crossed next to him. Now Anjia has reached the blue level 8. Although I am lazy, I have fixed training every day, which is actually quite hard. If this medicine is sufficient, the time for Anjia to advance can be shortened. Not only her, but she can also use it by herself. It is really a very good potion. Okay, I want these. How much do you think they cost? Feng Hao said directly. A total of 850 gold, sir. This potion is a third-level potion. Not only does it consume a lot of materials, but it is also more difficult to refine, so the price is 500 gold. After the half-demon alchemist quoted the price, he added. Feng Hao didn't say much and asked the maid to prepare 850 gold coins. While waiting for the maid to prepare the gold coins, Feng Hao continued. You can refine more of physique enhancement potion and time-passing potion, and I will buy them all by then. And I also need a second-level potion called Flame Rhythm. I hope you can help me refine it. Flame Rhythm is a potion recorded in Multi-Headed Fire Python Mystery 1, a potion that can be used with the practice of fire magic. Recently, Feng Hao has been reading this book and learning all kinds of knowledge about magic. This time I happened to meet a half-demon alchemist, so I could tell him the Fire Rhythm potion. The half-demon alchemist can even refine level 3 potions, so level 2 should not be a problem. This time, Feng Hao directly asked what he needed, rather than letting him refine it at will. Like last time, the seal potion increased the diving time, and this time the perception potion. In fact, for Feng Hao, it is not of much use. Dangerous places will be explored by undead troops, and there will be few opportunities to use these potions. The reason why I bought them all was because they were not expensive, and I stored them in case I had a place to use them in the future. But he still hoped that he would be inclined towards the refining of the physique-enhancing potion and the time-passing potion. It will be more helpful to yourself and the hero. Rhythm of Fire? The half-demon alchemist recalled the formula of this potion. He continued, I know about this potion, but I haven't tried it yet. I can try to refine it when I go back, but I can't guarantee success, so the price will be slightly higher. In other words, if the refining fails when you are not proficient, the lost material money will be counted on Feng Hao. Okay. Feng Hao agreed directly. The half-demon continued. As for the physique-enhancing potion and the time-passing potion, I will give priority to refining them as long as the materials allow. I cannot guarantee that the materials are sufficient. Being a half-demon still brought him a lot of inconveniences. He now refines whatever potion he has in hand. If the roll call requires any potion, it's not that he can't refine it, but it depends on whether he has the corresponding materials in hand. If it's inconvenient for you, you can list the materials and I will arrange for someone to purchase them. Feng Hao also knew his difficulty, so he suggested. He also plans to plant medicinal materials in Huiyue Highlands, but he has not yet communicated with Lorana. But I guess it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as she talks to Lorana, she won't refuse. Hearing Feng Hao's suggestion, the half-demon alchemist hesitated. This is a good idea, but this also means that he has to have frequent contact with people on Feng Hao's side. He was not sure whether this method would cause trouble for himself and his family. After all, once his identity was discovered, it would be very dangerous. The half-demon thought for a while and finally rejected Feng Hao's proposal. It won't bother you, sir. I will find a way to buy the materials myself. Feng Hao didn't force it. Okay. Not long after, the maid came in with the prepared gold coins. The heavy bag of money was handed into the hands of the half-demon alchemist. The latter took the money and a smile appeared on his face. After saying goodbye to Feng Hao, the half-demon alchemist went directly downstairs and left the hot pot restaurant. Feng Hao took in Jia, had a hot pot meal in the store, and returned to his residence. Because Rebecca proposed a mission, Fong Hao has been staying in Lysis City for 2 days. It's rare for me to have free time. Don't worry about anything. Just leave it to the maid and her subordinates. During these 2 days, he spent most of his time in his room, continuing to study the knowledge recorded in the books. The mystery of the many-headed fire python 1 is like a collection of magical knowledge. Connect all the scattered pieces of knowledge together. If you want to understand it, you have to refer to several other books to study. Slowly, some scattered knowledge was turned into a complete cultivation system. From meditation and cultivation to taking auxiliary medicines. The more Fong Hao read, the more profound he discovered the magical world. Likewise, through learning, his gains were also significant. Although the only skill he learned from it was the flame spider, Fong Hao's understanding of magic was deeper. Using it is not just about releasing skills according to the template, but you can really feel the flow of magic in the body. He can now also use his control to increase or slow down the speed of condensed magic, calculating a better time to release the magic. Fong Hao stayed for 2 days. Lorana stayed with us for 2 days. Her abilities are much more powerful than ordinary vampires. During the day, just wearing this hood, I dared to walk on the street without hesitation. At first, Fong Hao was a little worried, but later he felt relieved when he saw that she was just walking around. I gave her some money to buy some things she liked while wandering around. Fong Hao also mentioned to her that he wanted to plant medicinal herbs in Huiwa Highlands. Lorana was quite cooperative this time. He simply asked the reason and nodded in agreement. After we return, we will arrange for people to plant them. The 3rd day of stay. Afternoon. Fong Hao stood in the courtyard, holding the spark staff, and began to condense magic. Feel the magic around you gathering towards you little by little. The next second, 6 flame spiders the size of basins condensed in front of him. The body is entirely composed of fire elements, burning the surrounding area with blazing heat. Go! Fong Hao pointed forward with the staff in his hand. The 6 spiders suddenly rushed toward the target in front of them, biting the leather-wrapped wooden target with all their strength. In the blink of an eye, the wooden target was torn into pieces and burned. Based on my many experiments, Fong Hao also figured out the characteristics of the flame spider. They are crawling, biting, and burning. Crawling. This characteristic is very similar to that of spiders, and it can climb on the surface of particularly difficult terrain, including trees, walls, ceilings. This also means that the flame spider can attack you anywhere except in the water or floating in the air. To bite is to pounce on the target and perform a biting action. Burning is its own fire element, which ignites the target and objects it touches, causing fire damage. Generally speaking, the physical fitness of mages is not high. A summon that can delay the enemy is very important for a mage. How many days have you been practicing? Why are you still a spider? And Jia hugged the snacks, leaned against the wall, and watched silently. It's just a spider. No matter how much you practice, the spiders will get bigger and more numerous. Fong Hao waved his staff again, and the flame spiders dispersed. It's boring, it's useless at all. And Jia turned around and entered the room. What are you talking about? Fong Hao looked at Jia, who turned around and went back to the house, feeling that his hard work had been underestimated. Just when he wanted to go back to his room and continue reading, the city lord's palace sent someone, who was Rebecca's personal maid. Mr. Fong Hao. The maid bowed slightly. Well, do you have any instructions from Mrs. Rebecca? Fong Hao asked softly. The maid took 2 steps forward, handed a map in her hand to Fong Hao's hand, and said softly, "This is the map. The location is a manor outside the city. At night, someone will take you out of the city." Okay, I understand. Fong Hao put the map away casually. The maid nodded slightly, turned around, and left directly. It has been a week since Fong Hao and his men captured the faceless men last time. After being quiet for a few days, these people seemed to be starting to become a little active. Fong Hao collected the map and saw a manor to the west outside the city. Go and ask Grizzly Bear to bring everyone back. Fong Hao ordered one of his men. Okay, my lord. Grizzly Bear and his people are cleaning the shops in the XC area. If there is action at night, it is natural to maintain a good condition. The moon is dark and the wind is high. In a remote abandoned warehouse, everyone was waiting quietly, waiting for the person Rebecca arranged to come and pick them up. This time the action. Lorana also came over. Night was her most active time. When she heard there was an event, She came over to join in the fun. Don't run around for a while. You can kill the soldiers outside, but the people with black hoods inside want to capture them alive. Don't kill them. Fong Hao approached Lorana and whispered instructions. Of course, this is not the first time he has said it. Lorana turned her face to the side, seemingly unwilling to talk to Fong Hao, Grizzly Bear, and other bandits. Now I am even more curious about the relationship between Fong Hao and Lorana. At first, I thought this beautiful woman was the lover brought back by Fong Hao, but later I felt that she was a hero under my command. Now this coaxing and persuasion has made these people start to doubt themselves again. She can't be the tsundere fiancé in the story. But everyone also heard it. Fong Hao was careful not to kill everyone when he persuaded the woman to take action. This also means that Lorana has great power. Seeing that Lorana didn't speak, Fong Hao didn't say anything more. Everyone waited silently. After about another 20 minutes, the person who responded finally came. This is one of the guards beside Rebecca, now dressed like a drunkard who just came back from the tavern. Enter the room and close the door again. Seeing Fong Hao and others, he said softly, I will take you out through the West City Gate. But once the city gate is opened, there may be people from the other side in the city defense army, so you have to rush to the other side before sending the news. Capture this manor. It is very likely that the faceless men have placed their own people in the city defense army. As soon as the city gate is opened, someone will notice it and send a message to the people in the manor outside the city. But the people in the city lord's mansion will try to control the speed of delivering the news to buy Fong Hao more time. Okay, let's go. Good. The door opened again, and everyone followed the guards and rushed towards the west gate in the night. West gate. The guards came forward to communicate. Soon the city gate opened a gap for one person to pass through. Everyone left the city directly without any communication. After leaving the city gate was closed again. The crowd kept going. Hidden in a dense forest not far from the manor. There were many people and whistles in the manor, and the torches illuminated the surrounding area. Fong Hao released the skeleton gray bird and used the divine presence to fly into the air to observe the manor. This time, in addition to the secret sentries hiding in the darkness, he also saw some well-equipped mercenaries. Judging from the logo on the chest, they can be identified as the North Tower Mercenary Group and the Bloodthorn Mercenary Group. These two mercenary groups are quite famous in Lysis City. Among them, the North Tower Mercenary Group is considered to be an upper-middle-class mercenary group in the city, and its members can often be seen taking on tasks in the mission hall. The Bloodthorn Mercenary Group is quite unique, somewhat like a band of thieves. The tasks he accepts tend to be intelligence, theft, and assassination. 80% of the famous pickpockets on the market are bloodthirsty people. Fong Hao made a rough calculation and found that there were nearly 100 people guarding the outside. It seems that the last time the faceless man was caught, these people were on tenterhooks. That's why we prepare so many people. After dispelling the presence of the gods, Fong Hao told everyone what he saw and the location of the guards. At the same time, all the weapons and equipment in the storage space were taken out. Everyone wore cloaks to hide their faces. Therefore, Fong Hao put some heavy equipment into the storage space and carried it. There are more enemies than us, and the mission is more difficult than last time. But we have two heroes, Demitka and Lorana, and the other side are ordinary mercenaries. Victory is ours after all. We must act according to the plan. Don't call each other's names on the way. Everyone outside will be killed, and those inside will break their limbs and capture those alive. Do you understand? Fong Hao ordered in a low voice. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded. Lorana showed no expression and had no objection to the task given to her by Fong Hao. Everyone packed up their equipment and quietly approached the manor. Taking advantage of the darkness, we got closer. Hiding in the bushes, Demitka took a deep breath, his chest began to expand, and then he exhaled forward. Call. A large amount of fog spewed out from the mouth. This is Demitka's skill, Misty Sky. The fog spread forward, soon covering the entire rest of the manor. The lit torch slowly extinguished after being shrouded in fog. Inside the manor. Who farted? Why is there such a heavy fog? What's going on? Why is there such a heavy fog? Go and inform the group leader that there is a situation. Where is the door? I can't see anything. The spread of fog instantly caused chaos in the manor. People were yelling, saying they couldn't see and couldn't find their way. Someone tried to light a torch but found it difficult to light. At the same time, Demika led the team and walked directly out of the dense forest, rushed into the manor, and began to clear out the secret sentries and guards. For a while, the sound of killing broke out and filled the entire manor. He heard his companions shouting to kill. The expressions of the other guards changed dramatically. What's going on? There are enemies somewhere. Save me quickly. There are many people coming. Please save me quickly. Quickly inform the regiment leader that there are enemies, possibly the army, in the city. Puff. As soon as the man finished speaking, a long sword pierced out of the mist and penetrated his neck. Misty sky not only interferes with the enemy's vision perception, but also improves the abilities of friendly forces. The bandits' fighting style is obviously different from that of the army. You can maintain your formation, but attack at the first command. With the weapon raised, he pounced directly on the enemy. They fight on their own, and there is no strategy at all. Fortunately, the bandits are well equipped, and the enemy is not a regular army. The 25% physical recovery provided by Misty Sky is enough for them to defeat the enemy in front of them. Lorana followed the group. When Demika was clearing the surrounding enemies, she walked through the fog as if taking a walk and walked directly into the building in the center of the manor. Inside the building, it was still bright and not affected by the fog. He glanced at the room beside him and pointed casually. Dark red, dark moon spears, condensed one after another. Puff puff. It pierced the wall directly and killed the enemy who was hiding in the room and planning a sneak attack. Brothers, just come in and kill her. The people hiding in the room rushed out, looked at the people in front of them, and shouted loudly to the people in other rooms. Puff. However, the words just fell. The man who yelled was pierced by the spear of the dark moon. Direct death. She is a mage. Don't give her a chance. Kill her. The others saw the condensed energy spear. He concluded that he was a mage. He raised his weapon and attacked Lorana. Puff puff. Spears of the dark moon appeared one after another, killing everyone casually. It's as simple as crushing an ant to death. The room was cleaned. Lorana re-identified the corpse's clothes. There was no one wearing a black robe with the symbol of two sickles, as mentioned by Fong Hao. After a brief search, I found a cover leading to the basement in a bedroom. When the cover is opened, there are stone steps leading down to the depths. But it was pitch black below, like a passage leading to the depths of hell. Lorana looked at it and walked straight away. The darkness enhanced Lorana's vision and perception. In the dark, her vision can see farther and clearer, including two men in black robes hiding in the shadows holding crossbows at the end of the stone steps. So you are here, Lorana thought in her mind. Below, the man in black robe listened to the footsteps coming down. He couldn't help but tighten the crossbow in his hand. As long as the people above get closer, they will pull the trigger. However, just when the two of them were about to shoot the crossbow bolts, the footsteps stopped suddenly. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A dark red moonblade flashed across. The arms of the two men were cut off, and they fell together with their crossbows. Ah! The two screamed in pain. Lorana ignored it and continued walking deeper. From time to time, he waved a red moon blade in his hand, slashing at enemies hiding in the shadows. The entire basement was filled with howling ghosts and wolves, like a purgatory on earth. Lorana walked to the end, glanced at the person being interrogated, turned around, walked back to the stairs, and walked up. Outside the manor. Sir, it's all cleaned up. Someone ran over. Well, no one can escape. Fong Hao sat up from under a tree, and Jia beside him kept yawning. No, all the people on the outside were killed, and the cloaked people in the building were also subdued by Miss Lorana. The person who reported the news hurriedly said. They thought that this cold beauty could be so fierce. When they finished killing the people outside and rushed in, there were corpses all over the house, and she was sitting at the table, reading a book calmly. Then Demika led them into the basement again, and saw all the cloaked men with their arms cut off, like human sticks. All of them were weak and lying on the ground, seriously injured. Okay, take me to see it. Fong Hao stood up and followed him towards the manor. Entering the manor, the torch was relit. The grizzly bear directed the men to move the corpses one by one into the courtyard and pile them into a hill. Where are those people? Fong Hao asked. They are in the hall. They have been bandaged. They should not die. Grizzly bear replied. Kindness. Fong Hao agreed and walked straight into the room. Although there were no bodies in the hall of the building, but there were splatters of blood everywhere. In the middle of the hall, 5 men and 1 woman were kneeling, 6 people wearing the robes of the faceless men. The arms of the 6 people were cut off and the injured areas were bandaged, but everyone looked pale and looked like they were about to die. "Where are the interrogation records?" Fong Hao asked. "Here it is, sir." Demika brought over the interrogation record. Fong Hao took the interrogation form and read it carefully. A total of 2 people were recorded. The interrogator's name is Adonis. The content of his interrogation was the time of escorting the gold coins and the number of escorts. The interrogator recorded on page 2 is named Tennyson. There is a map in his hand, which records a mineral vein where gems can be seen and guessed. And on the table beside, there were items found together from the basement. Map, gem mine, orc hero's right arm. Kindness. Why is there an orc's right arm? The interrogation records contain no information about the orc's right arm. It may have been obtained from previous interrogations. It may also be a collection of the original owner of the manor. It's just as well that there is no record of this right arm. Lest Rebecca see the record and ask for it again. Collect the drawings and put the arms into the storage space. Grizzly Bear came in from outside and said, "Sir, the army from Lysis City has arrived." Fong Hao and the others were responsible for arresting people, while the army from Lysis City was responsible for interrogating and finishing the matter. But the other party came very quickly. Replace the luminous stones in the room with torches and take off the paintings on the wall. Move faster, Fong Hao said hurriedly. Yes, sir. Everyone acted quickly and took off the luminous stones and paintings on the chandelier. Fong Hao casually put it into the storage space. You can already see the torches approaching quickly outside the window. The army from Lysis City was about to enter the manor. Let's go. Leave the rest of the mess to them. Let's retreat. Fong Hao ordered again. Everyone quickly left from the other side and disappeared into the darkness before the army surrounded the manor. The army quickly surrounded the entire manor. When the leader looked at the corpses piled up on the ground, his brows furrowed. So many people. He was not only surprised by the number of enemies. I was even more surprised that someone like Fong Hao could win the battle so quickly. Lord Commander, 6 men in black robes were found in the room. Their injuries are serious, but they don't appear to be life-threatening. A soldier said quickly. 6 faceless men. No wonder so many guards were arranged this time. Well, we are surrounded on all sides. Anyone who dares to approach or leave will be killed. The commander said loudly and walked into the room. As ordered by Lady Rebecca, he wanted to interrogate the prisoner directly once he got the information. The army in the city arrested people directly. It will shorten to the greatest extent the opportunity for the faceless people in the city to react. On this night, it was destined that many nobles and wealthy businessmen in the city would have their homes confiscated. The night is still dark. Fong Hao and his men found a cave. Hang up the luminous stone and plan to wait here until dawn. In the plan, he was only responsible for arresting people, and Rebecca's people would do the finishing work. As for how much information will be found out, it depends on who is faster between Rebecca and the faceless man. Whoever is faster will have an advantage. Luminous stones illuminate the cave. Fong Hao took out some food and water from the storage space to let everyone replenish some energy. Everyone chatted while eating. The environment in front of them has no impact on these bandits. Chatting in low voices about interesting things, women, and card-playing skills. Some were also chatting about what happened at the manor just now, feeling gloating about having a noble manor. Fong Hao sat aside silently. Take out this harvest. The right arm of the orc hero. Category: skeletons. Description: the right arm left by an orc hero was embalmed and dehydrated, and then sold as a collection. Seeing the collection mentioned in the description, Fong Hao remembered the mantis man fossil he bought. This arm couldn't be one of the items in some warehouse. For those idle nobles, it might be possible to collect a dead man's arm as a collection. A single arm cannot make a skeleton hero, nor can it be transformed using a transformation pool, but it can be used to make demon dolls. Now, the golem's body has collected its left arm, right arm, skull, and wings. It's half collected. Maybe I should also learn some alchemy runes in the notes, and then make a demon doll. After all, what is recorded in the Devil's Notebook? It's really not suitable for outsiders to see. Look what that is. Is it a mouse? There was a sudden discussion at the entrance of the cave. Everyone poked their heads and looked forward. Fong Hao and others also came over curiously. Outside the cave, more than a dozen mice were passing by from a distance carrying a luminous stone. These mice are no different from ordinary mice. The only difference is that they are wearing cloaks and holding luminous stones while walking, like a person in a hurry. Also, from this distance, every mouse looks like the Mediterranean Sea. There is a round alopecia areata on the top of the head, which looks a bit unique. What's going on with these rats? They can actually wear clothes. It can't be someone who keeps pets. I heard that the nobles in the city are willing to keep some strange animals as pets. Who would raise a mouse? You are sick. That's not sure. You're not a noble. How do you know you can't raise rats? Boss, do you want me to grab the luminous stone? What kind of luminous stone does the mouse use? One of his subordinates was eager to give it a try. A luminous stone costs at least 500 gold coins, and it is still difficult to buy if you have money. The rats were holding it up as if they were holding a glowing money bag, showing off in front of a group of bandits. Boom. The grizzly bear hit him on the head and said, "I didn't see how hard you worked in the battle just now. You showed off your power with the mouse." The others almost laughed out loud as they listened. Due to the distance, Fong Hao did not check the names of these mice. But from the scene before us, we can also see that these mice are very intelligent. Being able to wear clothes and use tools is not something ordinary animals can achieve. Fong Hao didn't let people go out. They need to hide until dawn, and there is no need to snatch the mouse's luminous stone. The mouse team in front of them was walking quickly. Not long after, he got into the jungle and disappeared. Saw the mouse go away. Everyone sat back in the cave and continued chatting and spanking. The sky is slightly bright. Fong Hao took out some new clothes from the storage space and put them on for everyone. Everyone walked out of the cave directly. Returning to the city of Lysis, it was already dark. In front of the city gate, there was a long and slender queue. Everyone who needs to enter the city needs to be inspected by the guards. In the past, entering the city was not as slow as it is now, and the city defense guards were doubled in number on duty. Fong Hao and the others followed the team scatteredly, moving forward little by little. They have complete procedures, and entering the city is not a problem. The most important thing is to keep a low profile and not be noticed by some people. What the hell, what's going on? I still have to work. If I keep checking like this one by one, I won't be able to enter the city until noon. Stop nagging. There's obviously something going on in the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big battle. What happened? You can't waste everyone's time. Chill. Stop talking. There was a young nobleman who made trouble here before, and he almost got pulled out and killed. If you don't want to cause trouble, just stop saying a few words. Yeah, stop talking. The army was dispatched in the city last night and arrested a large number of people. There is such a thing. Well, just wait in line honestly and don't cause trouble. Fong Hao stood aside and listened to the conversations of several people around him. It seems that the army has already started taking action last night to arrest those found in the investigation. Not long after, it was Fong Hao's turn to queue. After a simple physical examination and questioning about his identity, he let Fong Hao enter the city. The rest of the people also walked in, one behind the other. The army in the city moves very frequently, and you can see fully armed troops passing by in groups on the street. I returned to my residence and changed my clothes. Then he walked out with Njia in a swaggering manner. First we went to a store in Xiqing Commercial Street, and then had a hot pot meal at Lao Shuang Hot Pot Restaurant. Then he returned to his residence and continued to rest. Sleep until the next morning. Fong Haocai went directly to the city lord's mansion. In the study room of the city lord's mansion, Fong Hao saw Rebecca leaning on the recliner, naked, covered with that light blue blanket. The white and bony collarbone and round thighs are exposed to the air. However, his face was full of tiredness. After these few contacts, Fong Hao finally knew it. Rebecca definitely has a habit of sleeping naked and loves to stay in bed. Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao saluted slightly. Well, why are you here so early? Rebecca said with a yawn. Fong Hao sat down aside. How was the harvest? Naturally, he was asking about the operation to capture the faceless men. Last night, the sounds of military movements could still be heard, as well as battles taking place in some noble houses. It was not until this morning that calm gradually returned to the city. Not bad. I also caught a few big fish. Rebecca showed a smile. No wonder Rebecca was in a good mood this morning. It turned out that the operation was a success. In this way, even if there are still some faceless men who have not been caught, I will also worry and stop for a while. Those who live near the city of Lysis will also be safer, as long as it works. Rebecca yawned, wrapped the blanket around her body, stood up in front of the desk, took out 5 money bags, and placed them on the table. This is the agreed reward. I didn't expect those guys to actually find a mercenary group. Rebecca sat on the chair and said, "Thank you, boss. I wish you a fortune." Fong Hao put the money bag away. Each bag contains 2,000 gold coins. 5 equals 10,000 gold coins. The remuneration is relatively generous. I'm also a little surprised. Your men are so powerful. 20 of them killed more than 100 people and successfully captured 6 alive. How did you do it? Rebecca continued to ask. Even if the army launched a siege, 20 people would not be able to take over the manor. It's possible that they collectively had a stomachache. When we passed by, they had no fighting power. Fong Hao touched his chin and talked nonsense. The victory in the battle was mainly due to the role played by Demitka and Lorana, an orange hero and a dark gold hero. Not to mention 20 people. Even 2 of them can take down this manor. Otherwise, there are only 20 bandits, and the outcome will be difficult to say. Rebecca glared at him and didn't ask any more questions about the matter. She continued, "The remaining guys will be quiet for a while. You can take this. If anything happens, I will contact you in advance." With that said, Rebecca took out another sound transmission conch and pushed it in front of Fong Hao. "This is a sound transmission conch. It can make it easier for me to contact you. Of course, it is only one way. Yours is a small conch and can only receive messages." Rebecca was afraid that Fong Hao wouldn't recognize him, so she explained softly from the side. "Oh." Fong Hao agreed and put it away directly. After talking about the mission, the two talked about other things for a while. Finally, Rebecca customized the clothing of the entire city lord's servants on Fong Hao's side. It can be regarded as another side support for Fong Hao. Come out of the city lord's mansion. Fong Hao took in Jia and others directly out of Lysis City. Transfer from the grizzly bear's village and return to the territory. 2 bone dragons landed in front of the lord's mansion, and Fong Hao jumped off the dragon's back. "Carry the fossils and come with me to the skeleton transformation field." Fong Hao stopped the skeleton troll. The skeleton troll picked up the mantis fossil and followed Fong Hao to the transformation field. "Come to the transformation field." The fossils were thrown right in. The sand in the pool began to roll, swallowing the fossil little by little. Skeleton mantis transformation countdown: 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Seeing the countdown appear, Fong Hao felt instantly happy. This means that the mantis has begun to transform, and judging from the time of transformation, the level is definitely not low. He remembered that when the bone dragon was transforming, it only took 8 hours. The transformation time of the mantis man is 7 hours, and the level will definitely not be much lower. Now we just have to wait for the transformation time to be completed to see what level of arms it is. Returned to the lord's mansion. Then he saw Lorana sitting coldly in the hall. The maids didn't dare to get close and always walked around. This time, Lorana came back with Fong Hao. She needed the tools made by Fong Hao and the seeds for planting herbs. Fong Hao also didn't want this woman to stay with him for a long time. In the open space, a large number of tools were made using a 100-fold increase in hoes, shovels, or drafts. "Lorana, the tools have been made." Fong Hao stood at the door and greeted. Lorana walked outside the door and looked at several skeletons sorting out a large number of tools on the ground. "Where are the seeds?" Lorana continued to ask. "Everything is ready for you. Here it is." Fong Hao handed the seeds into Lorana's hands again. "Yeah." Lorana nodded. After all the tools were packed and fixed on the back of the bone dragon. Then he rode away directly on the bone dragon. After seeing off Lorana, Fong Hao returned to the lord's mansion and ate the dinner prepared by Yi. Night falls. In the hot spring of life. Finally got through in Jia. Yi wrapped her arms around Fong Hao's neck and left a few finger marks on his shoulders. His legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, his teeth were clenched, and his body was swinging along with it. After a long time, the 2 of them were leaning in the swimming pool, recovering their strength. "Yi, let's see if any of the maids are familiar with herbal medicine tomorrow," Fong Hao said softly while leaning on the edge of the pool. Yi looked a little tired and lay weakly on the side. But after hearing Fong Hao's words, he still agreed and said, "Oh, good master." Fong Hao thought for a while. "By the way, you still need to know the characters." "Oh well." Seeing that Ear was really tired, he carried her back to the room to rest. Early the next morning, Ear had already gotten up and left. Fong Hao also got out of bed. After a simple wash, get dressed and go downstairs. "Master, Bachelor Nelson is waiting for you outside the door." Just as he walked down the stairs, a cleaning maid said to Fong Hao, "Nelson out." Hearing the news, Fong Hao felt happy. The only literate person in the territory finally came out of seclusion. "Okay, I understand." Fong Hao answered and walked out quickly. As soon as he walked out of the Lord's mansion, he saw Nelson sitting on a bench at the door, with a skeleton hero in a robe standing behind him. "Good morning, Lord." Nelson saw Fong Hao, stood up, and saluted slightly. Nelson has been making heroes at the Organ Museum. After working for nearly half a month, Fong Hao was afraid that he would be exhausted and fall apart. "Thank you, Bachelor Nelson." Fong Hao also smiled. "What I should do, sir?" After Nielsen finished speaking, he took a step aside. "Zhongyao, I haven't seen you yet, sir." The skeleton hero behind him took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. "I have seen the Lord." Chongya, blue level 5 hero. The moment he saw the skeleton hero, Fong Hao recognized its identity. Shigyu Cyril, the former city lord of Pural City. Later, because he colluded with the vampires, he was beaten and killed by the skeleton troll in the battle. The corpse was transported back to the territory, and Nelson made it into a skeleton hero. "Welcome to join, Chongya," Fong Hao said with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Zhongya stood up and stood aside respectfully. Chongya, blue level 5 hero. Faction, undead. Template, blue. Racial characteristics: undead, hollow bones, light weakness. Legion skills: tactical advantage, superb archery, knife formation, archer commander. Skills: armor breaking, piercing sniper, ready to attack, ballistics, disabling shot. Inherent skills: advanced shooting proficiency, intermediate command proficiency, and advanced crossbow proficiency. Tactical advantage: the army led by this unit has a 15% increase in equipment weight, attacks under defense facilities, a rate of fire plus 2%, and an attack rate of 5%. Excellent archery: the army led by this unit can receive corresponding bonuses based on the weapons used. Bow weapons: damage plus 8%, crossbow weapons: critical hit damage plus 50%, musket weapons: reload plus 5%, critical hit chance plus 5%. Knife formation: the army led by this unit is equipped with a dagger as its secondary weapon, and the dagger damage is plus 10%. Archer commander: the archer army commanded by this unit has plus 10% reload and plus 15% firing range. Armor breaking, passive. Crossbow arrow attack ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. Piercing sniper, active. When using crossbow arrows, you can attack multiple targets in a straight line. Ready for attack, passive. Enter shooting state, attack plus 20%, accuracy plus 5%. Ballistics, passive. Equipped with crossbow weapons, accuracy plus 20%. Crippling shot, passive. When equipped with heavy crossbow, it will hit the enemy unit's body and enter a state of serious injury. Description: the product of the immortal corpse which, it is not recognized by the god of the dead. This hero cannot be improved or advanced. Jia's attributes are completely that of a long-range soldier. Various crossbow skill bonuses. No wonder, in the battle at that time, he was beheaded as soon as he met him. Close combat was really not possible. However, there is really a lack of crossbow heroes in the territory. Tactical advantage: there is a 15% equipment weight bonus. Archers can bring more arrows and ammunition, or directly replace leather armor with plate armor. Excellent archery has attribute bonuses based on weapons. Judging from the bonus attribute ratio, it is obviously biased towards crossbows. However, the two-handed light crossbow in Fong Hao's hand is a green piece of equipment, which is not as useful as the high-speed hardwood short bow equipped with the shooter. Moreover, in large-scale battles, the reloading speed and range of crossbows are lower than those of bows and arrows. Fire guns have added reloading and critical strikes, so you can consider mixing and matching them. Shooter Commander has added reloading and firing range. It can be said that the 3 Legion skills of Chongya are very good. provides a very practical attribute bonus for the archer army. Don't underestimate this few percent bonus. When millions of archers fire a volley, even 1% will have a significant effect. The skeleton hero here is definitely not used by Fong Hao to challenge one another and show his personal abilities. Once on the battlefield, the main thing is to provide attribute bonuses to the units. Soon, Shigya came back wearing leather armor, carrying a bow and arrow on his back and a dagger on his waist. Why? There is no weapon like you used before. Fong Hao looked at the bow and arrow behind him. It was an ordinary high-speed hardwood short bow. No, sir. Shigya replied calmly. It doesn't matter. I'll give you a new one when I find a suitable weapon in the future. Fong Hao said comfortingly. When he fought with Cyril, he only had an iron sword. I really didn't see Jia's weapon. I'll change it for him when I get a better weapon. Thank you, sir. Well, you first go to the city gate to understand the territory situation with Jubi, and then I will arrange a suitable task for you. Fong Hao continued. Yes, sir. Shigya saluted again, turned and left. Now Fong Hao and Nelson are left. The two sat down on the bench. Fong Hao told Nelson in detail what happened in the territory recently. So, the head and wings in the Organ Museum belong to the Red Duke. Nelson said, when I just came out, I saw the head and wings lying in the hall. It's easy to identify the characteristics of the vampires. Well, I arranged for people to search the entire mountain, but they only found the head and wings, but that's fine. After all, Lorana's emotions must be taken care of. Fong Hao actually understood Lorana's mood. If it were him who had his blood sucked and dismembered by someone he deeply believed in, he would be filled with hatred after resurrection. Taking care of the emotions of the heroes under his command is also something that the Lord needs to consider. Otherwise, the hero will be obedient to you and it will be difficult for the territory to develop. The Lord has considered this point correctly. Nelson agreed with Fong Hao's idea. By the way, look at this. Fong Hao said, and took out the devil doll notes from the storage space. Seeing that Fong Hao can use space ability to store items, the soul fire in Nelson's empty eyes trembled slightly. I was surprised that Fong Hao had grown up during this period and was able to come into contact with the magic of space. But he didn't say much. Fong Hao handed the note to Nelson and continued. Bachelor Nelson, look at this. Nelson took it, opened the note directly, and looked at it carefully. The alchemy formation seems to be a formation for making a kind of puppet. It involves alchemy formation and puppet science, and a lot of advanced knowledge. Nelson said while looking at the contents of the note. The undead have endless years, and they have enough time to contact and learn a lot of knowledge. Even if you are not proficient, you certainly know more than others. Yes, I found this in the basement of an abandoned orphanage. It records a method of making devil dolls. Fong Hao did not hide anything and told Nelson what he knew. Nelson listened silently and understood why Fong Hao was collecting the body parts of dead heroes. Just preparing for the devil doll in this notebook. This is a good idea and can greatly improve your own safety. Nelson also agreed with the production of devil dolls. Ahem. Fong Hao coughed twice and continued. Bachelor Nelson, see if you can make this devil doll. After all, my time and experience are limited. To study this notebook yourself, you also need to learn alchemy knowledge from scratch, which is obviously not something that can be completed in a short time. Nelson, on the other hand, is more suitable for making devil dolls. Not only is he knowledgeable, he is also good at handling and making corpses. If Nelson is interested in this aspect, leaving it to him to study would be the best result. But as soon as Nelson walked out of the Organ Museum, Fong Hao assigned him a new task. I always feel a little embarrassed. It's nothing. This kind of knowledge derived from alchemy is very valuable. I can study it after I go back to see if I have the ability to complete the production of the devil doll. Nelson did not refuse, and was even very interested in the contents of the notes. Interested. Corpse which Nelson's loyalty to you increases by 2, and the current loyalty is 87. At the same time Nelson agreed. Loyalty directly increased by 2 points. Nelson was the first to join the territory, but his loyalty grew slowly. Every point seems very important. Alchemy notes. This kind of notes contain professional knowledge. For a layman like Fong Hao, it may be of little use. But for those who study alchemy, such notes are priceless. Even if they are not interested in the devil doll above, the recorded knowledge is enough to give them some inspiration and open new doors. Now not only have the notes been handed over, but the loyalty has also increased. It was an unexpected gain. That's great. Feng Hao suddenly showed joy and continued. When I have time, I also plan to learn some alchemy knowledge. Lord, if you are interested in alchemy formations, you can start with some introductory knowledge. We have plenty of time and can learn slowly. Nelson continued. In Nelson's mind, Feng Hao's transformation ceremony was a matter of time. The undead, in endless years, are enough to come into contact with the knowledge that interests them. Okay, I will learn from the beginning. Feng Hao nodded and said. The two chatted for a while. Came to call Feng Hao for dinner, and Nelson also returned to the organ museum to study the notes in his hand. Had breakfast. Feng Hao sat in the hall and looked at the nervous rabbit girl with her head lowered. This is a bunny girl who was selected according to Feng Hao's request. She is literate and knows some knowledge about herbal medicine. Plan to let her learn Trish's herbal notes. In this world, even if there are alchemical potions, but most residents relied on the herbalism of the temple's acolytes when injured. What's your name? How old are you? Feng Hao looked at the rabbit girl below. The maid was wearing a black and white maid uniform, with an oval face and a pair of gray bunny ears. The figure is a bit thin and looks like an underdeveloped child. Master, my name is Manhwa. I'm 19 years old. The maid lowered her head and glanced quietly as she answered. She was one of the last maids to be bought back. I have always been responsible for the hygiene on the outside, so I don't have many opportunities to see Feng Hao. But other maids often mention that the master has a more easygoing personality. 19. The girl is not short, just a little thin. She always seems to be young. Your name is Manhwa? Who named you? How come you have the same name as a fruit? Feng Hao asked curiously. There is a kind of fruit called red fruit. And it's not very tasty. Master, I did it myself. Manhwa replied in a low voice. Manhwa has no parents, so it is difficult for him to have a full stomach when he is born. In the past, when I was really hungry, I would run into the woods and look for a red fruit to eat. Although it tastes sour and astringent now, at that time it was the most delicious fruit she had ever tasted. Moreover, it can also fill your stomach. Later, she learned that the name of the fruit was Manhwa, so she named herself Manhwa. I hope I can eat this fruit every day in the future. Well, it actually sounds pretty good. Do you know herbal medicine and can you read? Hearing Feng Hao's compliment, Manhwa instantly became happy. Said, Master, I am familiar with it and I know the words. Okay, I have a notebook of temple herbal medicine here. You can go back and study it. Feng Hao continued. Herbalism does not have the effects of alchemical potions, but it also has its own role. The acolytes in the temple used herbal medicine to treat the illnesses of the residents in the city. He does not have to build a temple, but he can build medicine shops in each city to increase the survival probability of the population in each city. Okay, master. The maid stepped forward and took the note in her hand. Okay, you go back first, soak in the hot springs more, and eat more meat. Feng Hao did not forget to remind him that being too thin is not good. Thank you, master. I will pay attention. Manhwa saluted again and slowly exited the room. Standing outside the door, Manhwa took a deep breath of air. After calming down for a while, he looked at the notes in his hand and ran towards his residence excitedly. Send away the red fruit. Feng Hao spent the whole day bored in his room. Get out all the books on magic. While reading, record important knowledge in notes, to ensure that you can find it quickly when you need it. Instead of flipping through the pages of the book, time flew by, and it was 3 p.m. Ding! Suddenly, a prompt came from the Book of Lords. Feng Hao opened the Lord's book and checked it, and found that it was a message from Su Yang. Brother Feng Hao, I got the map. Did you say it still counts? Count. Feng Hao answered directly. Okay, Mr. Feng Hao, I will take people away tonight. Is it convenient to trade now? Su Yang continued. It seemed that Su Yang was in a hurry. Okay, I'll have people prepare the equipment. You can tell me about the situation of the trolls. Has the war begun? Feng Hao continued. There is a lot of equipment in the warehouse, and there is no need to arrange for people to prepare it. He needed to take this opportunity to see what was happening on the other side. Su Yang fell into a brief silence, and then a message was sent directly. The Rockhead tribe, leading the rest of the troll tribes, has started a war with the Bloodthroat tribe. The battle is fierce. If I don't leave, we will be the ones who die. The war has started? Who won? Feng Hao continued to ask. The people of the Yinsho tribe are attacking the Bloodthroat tribe's lair all the way. It is estimated that they will arrive at the Bloodthroat tribe the day after tomorrow, and then the decisive battle will take place. The battles between trolls are all head-to-head. Once the hand-to-hand combat begins, it is basically done by killing all the opponent's men. The troll coalition led by the Rockhead tribe even attacked Bloodmaw's lair all the way. Both suffered serious casualties. Similarly, Yinsho is also facing many problems. Suyong was sure that the final battle would take place when they arrived at Bloodthroat City. Patriarch Baigat will definitely stew humans like himself to serve as food for the troll army. So he planned to leave tonight. Okay, I've put it on the shelves, you can trade directly. Fong Hao said. Thank you, boss. Suyong thanked him immediately. Transaction complete. Obtain Troll March Map, Troll Heavy Shield Production Blueprint, Troll Horned Helmet Production Blueprint, Black Iron Flying Axe Production Blueprint, Troll Stone 242, Traces of Savagery 7, Traces of Violence 12, Essence of Destruction 8, Soul Crystal 72. The two completed the deal. The other party's items also appeared in Fong Hao's hands. Put the rare materials in the box aside and check the map first. Map, Troll March Map. Category, Single-Page Map. Description, a specially drawn map recording the distribution of routes and tribal locations in the Bloody Mountains. Use the Book of Lords to collect. On the big map, the terrain and roads of the Bloody Mountains appeared, as well as the locations of each tribe. As expected, the road is winding and winding. Without a route map, it would be difficult to find the correct route, and it would even lead to troops entering dangerous areas. With a map, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Fong Hao looked at the map and chatted with Suyong privately again. Asked, which one is the Bloodthroat tribe on the map? There are only locations on the map, no annotation information. The southernmost location on the map is the Bloodthroat tribe. The further north you go, the worse the living conditions become. Suyong replied. Fong Hao looked at the map. The southernmost position is the Bloodthroat tribe. It was very close to the Dragon Burial Cave where I got the Bone Dragon. If you set out from the Bloody Fortress, the first one to attack is the Bloodthroat tribe. The troll coalition led by the Hoodianyan chief tribe launched an attack on the Bloodthroat Mountains, and he still had some time to prepare. After comparing the map information, Fong Hao took the opportunity to check the remaining drawings. Troll Heavy Shield, Blue Iron 12, Cast Iron Block 8, Thick Leather 10, Metal Parts 22. Description, the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it is comparable to a city gate, do you think the enemy can afford a battering ram? The Troll Heavy Shield is obviously a heavy shield equipped by trolls. The skeleton hero Giant Wall has a legion skill called Troll Shield Formation. The leader's unit in the form of a troll has additional shield proficiency in the legion. At that time, you can form a troll shield array, all holding heavy and huge heavy shields, forming an indestructible copper wall on the battlefield. Continue to the second drawing. Troll Ram's Horn Helmet, Green 3 Iron, 2 Cast Iron Blocks, 5 Thick and Tough Leather, 2 Giant Horns. Description, if your hands are not enough, you can use the horns on your head to crush the enemy's head. Troll's Helmet, but just the green quality. Now the skeleton troll is wearing the Troll Heavy Helmet, which is also of green quality. There is not much difference between the two. Black Iron Throwing Axe, Green 1 Hard and Tough Wood, 3 Iron, 2 Cast Iron Blocks, 1 Leather. Description, within 100 meters, throwing axes are often more useful than arrows. During the battle with the trolls, I saw many trolls who were good at using throwing axes. But among orcs and humans, such long-range weapons are rare. Most of them use crossbows or throwing knives instead of throwing axes. After collecting all the drawings, Fong Hao opened the door and went downstairs with the remaining rare materials. Stopped a passing maid. Let all the heroes in the territory come to the hall for a meeting. Yes, master. Hall of Lords. Fong Hao sat on the bone throne. Sitting below are all the heroes who stayed in the main city. Nelson, Demitka, Anjia, Black Sword, Giant Wall, Heavy Arrow. There are 6 heroes in total. I just got a piece of definite news that the troll tribe inside the Bloody Mountains is experiencing civil strife. I plan to send troops to attack the Bloody Mountains and eliminate the threat to the north in one fell swoop. Fong Hao told the situation of the Bloody Mountains and his own thoughts. I told all the heroes present. In the hall, after a brief silence, Demitka said, Lord, the terrain of the Bloody Mountains is rugged. If the army enters the mountains rashly, not only will the army be in great danger, but even the transportation of baggage will be difficult. Demitka was also worried about the map. Don't worry about this. I have already obtained the map of the Bloody Mountains. The undead army's offensive baggage will not be too heavy, which can reduce a lot of burden. Feng Hao explained, opening the map in the Book of Lords and letting Jin Ren pass it on look. The undead army does not need to sleep or eat. The main transportation of baggage is arrows and equipment. This has greatly reduced the burden of transportation. And with a map, marching was no problem at all. After all the heroes read the map, Demitka spoke again. Sir, if you have a map, there will be no problem in pacifying the Bloody Mountains this time. With the military strength of the territory, as long as there is a map, even if there is no civil war among the trolls, there will be no problem in pacifying the Bloody Mountains. Therefore, there is not much danger in this battle. It is just a matter of time. Okay, let me assign tasks to everyone. Feng Hao looked at everyone and continued. Black sword, heavy arrow. After this is over, you ride the bone dragon and go to the Bloody Fortress and count the required equipment and equipment with Black Jing. Prepare enough luggage. Yes, sir. Heijin and Zhongya stood up to accept the order. These two skeleton heroes are both proficient in tactics and command, and there is no problem in coordinating supplies. Jubi, you gather the skeleton trolls in the territory. I plan to form a troll shield army, which you will lead. Then I will go to the Bloody Mountains to participate in this battle. Feng Hao said to Jubi. The troll stood up and knelt down on one knee with his tall body. Yes, sir. These are the current arrangements. Do you have any other ideas? Feng Hao continued to ask. In the hall, it was quiet again. Demitka asked with common sense, Sir, do you need me to go to the Bloody Mountains? In the Bloody Mountains, there is also an orange level 3 hero, Meat Fist Caius. Has a certain degree of danger. But Feng Hao did not intend to let Demitka and Nelson participate in this battle. Let's take a look at the situation first. If special circumstances arise during the battle, we can then make arrangements. Feng Hao shook his head. Okay, sir. Demitka nodded and sat back down. There are 3 million undead troops stationed in the Bloody Fortress. The number of trolls itself is not large. After the Civil War, the number of personnel will be greatly reduced. It can be said that it is a completely crushing force, even with the orange level 3 Meat Fist, Caius. With such a huge force, there is no threat. It's nothing more than consuming some troops. Demitka and Anjia need to protect Feng Hao's safety, to prevent possible problems with the Faceless Men. It is hard to say that in the series of activities he cooperated with Rebecca, he was not noticed by the other party. And Nelson, although he is also an orange hero, but its characteristic is that of a corpse which has the ability to make skeleton heroes, rather than fighting and leading armies. In the past, there were not many heroes to choose from, but now there are enough heroes. Feng Hao also had no intention of sending Nelson, who had just walked out of the Organ Museum, to the battlefield again. After all, the war is over, and he still needs to continue making skeleton heroes. After handing over the tasks, Feng Hao said, Okay, everyone will act as planned. If you have any questions, please ask them in a timely manner. Yes, sir. Everyone saluted and exited the Lord's Hall. Meeting dismiss. Feng Hao once again informed the Blackthorns stationed at the Bloody Fortress and the Fireblade stationed at the Cold Wind Mountains about the Bloody Mountains through the presence of God. The Bloody Fortress is stationed with 3 million undead troops. The Cold Wind Fortress also has 1.2 million troops. After receiving the news from Feng Hao, they have already entered a state of preparation for war. Once the war starts, then they attacked the Bloody Mountains from 2 fortresses. Had dinner. Feng Hao walked out of the Lord's mansion. The originally peaceful territory became extremely busy. Trucks carrying equipment and materials in the warehouse. Feng Hao glanced at the busy skeletons. He was not idle either and went directly to the skeleton barracks area to prepare for this battle. A total of 4.2 million troops are stationed in the 2 fortresses, and the number of undead soldiers is not in a hurry to increase. First come to the skeleton transformation pool. I plan to take a look at some of the needed arms. As soon as he got closer, he saw the Mantis Man who had completed the transformation yesterday. Skeleton Mantis Man, level 8. Even if the skeleton mantis is transformed into a skeleton, its skeletal structure is still close to that of an arthropod, and it has an iron-red color. It looks like the color of rusted iron. He is 3 meters tall and as thin as a bamboo pole. They have pointed heads similar to those of a mantis, and their mandible teeth are constantly swinging. Their arms are slender, with palms and 4 fingers, and they are not mantis knives. Fong Hao stood in front of the mantis man and looked carefully, while the mantis man slightly saluted Fong Hao. This move made Fong Hao slightly stunned. "Wisdom? Do you have wisdom?" Fong Hao asked tentatively. The mantis man's mandible teeth were still swinging, without any answer. Fong Hao issued several more orders one after another. But the skeleton mantis man did not show any special wisdom and rigidly carried out the orders given. It seems that it only has one more salute action than an ordinary skeleton. Continue to look at the attributes of the mantis man. Hope you won't let yourself down. Skeleton mantis man, level 8. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills, passive vision, standing jump, lone ranger, weapon master. Inherent skills, intermediate strength proficiency, intermediate combat proficiency, intermediate agility proficiency. Passive vision, passive. This unit can detect attacks within a certain range beyond line of sight. Standing and taking off, passive. This unit does not need a run-up and can jump up to 10 meters and up to 5 meters. Falling buffer, falling from high altitude can minimize damage. Lone Ranger, passive. There are no friendly units within 3 meters of this unit. All attributes plus 80%, and attack power plus 10%. Weapon Master, passive. Good at using any melee weapon, equipped with melee weapons, equipped with multi-attack skills. Description: Strickland mantises are natural weapon masters. They are proficient in and good at using various melee weapons. Some talented mantises can even naturally release psychic powers. The whole body is passive, but it looks quite powerful. Only, this, Lone Ranger, made Fong Hao frown instantly. What the hell? If there are no friendly units within 3 meters, the attributes will increase by 80%. That is when this skill is triggered, the mantis talent will truly reach the 8th level. However, his tactics have always been to bully the minority when there are more people. At that time, the mountains and plains will be filled with friendly troops, who will give you 3 meters of space for you to perform. With this time, the enemy's lairs have been evacuated, and the battlefield has begun to be cleaned. Some people don't understand why this attribute appears. Complaints are complaints. However, currently, Mantismen are the highest level melee unit that can be recruited in the territory. It was obtained accidentally from fossils, so it cannot be taken too seriously. In addition to the skeleton mantis, another melee unit has been unlocked in the transformation field. Skeleton Ghoul was transformed from a ghoul brought back from the orphanage. It had been transformed before, but after becoming a hero, Fong Hao rarely came near this place. I forgot about it for a while. Now open the recruitment list of the transformation field and remember it. Skeleton Ghoul, level 3. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills, abyss origin, bite, claw strike. Inherent skills, low-level strength proficiency, low-level combat proficiency, low-level crawling proficiency. Origin of the abyss, passive. The origin is related to the abyss. When fighting near the cracks of the abyss, the unit's all attributes will be plus 50%. Bite, active. Like the teeth of a beast, it bites the target unit. Claw attack, active. The claw attacks the enemy, causing slashing damage. Description: the endless hunger for the flesh and blood of humanoid creatures drives them to peek at human villages in the dark. After transformation in the skeleton transformation pool, it changed from level 5 to level 3. But the attributes are really average. The bite, claw, and attack don't feel much different from the transformed beast. After such a comparison, I instantly feel that the skeleton mantis is more practical. After seeing the 2 newly unlocked arms, Fong Hao continued to confirm the arms that had been unlocked in the transformation field. Skeleton Beast, level 1. Skeleton Soldier, level 1. Skeleton Warg, level 2. Skeleton Ostrich Beast, level 2. Skeleton Warrior, level 3. Skeleton Giant Bat, level 3. Skeleton Ghoul, level 3. Skeleton Troll, Level 5. Skeleton One-Eyed Troll, Level 7. Skeleton Mantis Man, Level 8. Bone Dragon, Level 10. During this period, there were not many newly unlocked arms. What is shipped back is duplicate. This time, we have enough troops to attack the Bloody Mountains. But in order to make the battle easier, you still need to recruit some troops with special skills. First, let's take a look at the recruitment conditions of Skeleton Mantis Man. After all, it's a Level 8 soldier. Skeleton Mantis Man, 8 Creeping Spine, 5 Traces of Death, 3-star Silver, 5 Mist Crystal. The exclusive material recruited was actually the Mist Crystal. Looking at it this way, the Mantis people should belong to the Goblin clan. He glanced at the warehouse. The remaining quantities are sufficient. There are only 12 Mist Crystals. That is, this can be recruited 2 times. Recruitment Quantity 2, Select Recruitment. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruiting Skeleton Mantis 202. 200 rays of light appeared, and skeletal mantis men appeared in the open space scattered around. Go outside and wait for orders first. Fong Hao ordered directly. The skeleton mantis man saluted again and kicked his feet. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, figures leaped high and jumped toward the city gate. In the blink of an eye, there was no mantis man around. Damn, it's so fierce. Fong Hao was a little surprised at the speed of the skeleton mantis man. The figures were like springs pressed on the soles of their feet, and their bodies were ejected directly. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. This 8th level still has some advantages and characteristics. After looking at the direction in which the mantis man disappeared, Fong Hao continued to recruit giant skeleton bats. This kind of giant bat has always been very easy to use, and it has a feeling of hive tactics. Especially in Huiwa Highlands, a large amount of bloodstones were obtained. Don't recruit more, it's true. The storage capacity of bloodstones is 1124. Increase the number of recruits to 500. Confirm recruitment. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruiting 50,500 skeleton giant bats. 50,000 giant skeletal bats appeared instantly, darkening the sky. It flapped its wings and landed around. Go outside and wait. Fong Hao still gave the same order. The giant skeleton bat heard the order, turned around, and flew out of the city. The giant bat left, and Fong Hao continued to recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruiting 101,000 skeleton minotaurs. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruiting 60,600 skeleton one-eyed trolls. Fong Hao recruited the skeleton minotaur and the skeleton one-eyed troll one after another. The minotaur has Violent Crash, which is a very useful skill for breaking enemy formations. And the skeleton one-eyed troll is at level 7. There are 2 levels more than ordinary skeleton trolls, and it can be regarded as a shield array for the giant walls trolls to expand its manpower. Following that, Fong Hao occupied the Hanfeng Mountains and Huiwa Highlands. You can continuously obtain animal tooth stones and bloodstones in 2 places. Although the production speed of the 2 materials is not fast, it also alleviates the problem of recruiting materials for the 2 camps. On the contrary, the number of troll stones in hand is still limited. Only 60,000 people can be recruited. Fong Hao continued to ask these soldiers to go out and stand by, and he also walked out of the city. Go out of the city gate. Then you can see the densely packed skeleton army without equipment. They stood together in an orderly manner according to their military types, waiting for the next order. At this time, Jubi walked over quickly carrying a heavy shield. Sir, all the skeleton trolls left behind in the main city have been summoned. Jubi stood aside the heavy shield in his hand and said, How many people? Behind the giant wall was an army of skeleton trolls gathered together. Most of them were 5th-level skeleton trolls, but there were also a small number of skeleton one-eyed trolls. He holds an adze and a giant mace in his hands. However, the armor on his body is a 3-piece set of troll-heavy armor. Sir, the number is probably more than 200,000. Jubi thought for a while and said, The number is so huge that Jubi alone cannot count the specific numbers. Of course, what Fong Hao wanted was just an approximate number of words so that he could make his own equipment. In addition, the 60,000 newly recruited people I just recruited are close to 300,000. Fong Hao said. Fong Hao first made 60,600 pieces of armor and axes for the newly recruited skeleton one-eyed troll. Let them join the ranks of the trolls. Then find the Troll Heavy Shield production blueprint. The production quantity is adjusted to 3,000. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Obtain 303,000 Troll Heavy Shield. Bang bang bang. One by one, huge shields like door panels appeared from the sky and piled up in the surrounding open space. The Troll's heavy shield is not as big as the shield in the hands of Giant Wall, but not small either. The height of the heavy shield is nearly 3 meters, and its width is about 2 meters, making it very thick. There is a bracket on the back of the heavy shield. In other words, you can open the stand and let the heavy shield stand in front of you, completely forming an indestructible copper wall and iron wall. Troll Heavy Shield, Blue. Category Shield. Defense, Level 3 Defense. Ability, Giant Rock Barrier. Rock Barrier, solid value plus 80%. Enemy units attacking the shield will have their movement speed reduced by 5% and their attack speed reduced by 10%. Description: the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it is comparable to a city gate, do you think the enemy can afford a battering ram? The blue quality comes with a skill, which can be said to be very rare. The attached, Giant Rock Barrier, is also very consistent with the properties of a shield. Increases the solidity value by 80%. Enemies attacking the shield will also be slowed down. The toughness value is equivalent to the shield being more durable and less likely to be damaged when the opponent attacks. When the troll took it in his hand, Fong Hao also discovered that the way to use the giant shield was completely different from the sword and shield of the human camp. The troll picked up the heavy shield and put away the adze and axe in his hand. Move with a shield in both hands. Instead, use a shield in one hand and a weapon in one hand to move. Fong Hao continues to plan to make a flying axe. Jubi, I plan to equip the skeleton troll with throwing axes. How many do you think is appropriate for one person? Fong Hao continued to ask. Sir, usually 3 or 5 are enough. Jubi replied. Throwing axes, unlike arrows, need to be carried in large quantities. Since the distance of throwing axes is relatively short, both parties throw them when they are close. If you carry too much, you won't be able to use it, and it will affect your mobility. Good. Fong Hao agreed and started making the flying axe. Increase the production quantity to 9,000. Confirm production. Triggered by 100 times increase, you will get 909,000 flying axes. Bang bang. Countless flying axes fell from the sky, scattered into the surrounding open space. Jubi, please divide all the equipment. Fong Hao said, looking at the equipment everywhere. Okay, sir. Jubi nodded and began to command the skeleton troll, stepping forward to pick up the weapons on the ground. Finished dealing with matters on the giant wall. Continue to where the skeleton minotaur is waiting. Armor and weapons were crafted. Then he asked the maid to call Anjia and Demitka. Let Anjia be responsible for commanding the skeleton minotaur and wear the equipment. Fong Hao took Demitka to the place where the skeleton mantis man was waiting again. 202 skeleton mantis men stood in place. His head moved slightly as the two approached. It gives people the impression that they are a little smarter than ordinary skeletons, but not much smarter. These mantis men have special attributes and are proficient in various melee weapons. What weapons do you think should be equipped with them to maximize their combat effectiveness? Fong Hao asked Demitka. There isn't much choice in armor. Although his frame is not big, his height is close to that of a skeleton troll. You can wear troll equipment. But he was proficient in all melee weapons, making it difficult for Fong Hao to choose. Sir, since we are proficient in all weapons, we can equip them with white steel two-handed swords. Demitka thought for a moment and said, he knew all the weapons of the troops in the territory. The infantry is equipped with a green-black iron knight's sword, and the cavalry is also equipped with a green single-edged sword. Only white steel two-handed swords and white steel daggers have reached blue quality. But daggers were not suitable for large-scale battles, so Demitka proposed a white steel two-handed sword. Fong Hao nodded. He also thought of the white steel two-handed sword and just wanted to hear other people's opinions. Now that Demitka has said so, he doesn't need to worry too much. Okay, then it's a white steel two-handed sword. Fong Hao determined the equipment and began to make armors and white steel two-handed swords to equip the skeleton mantis. The troops were being outfitted and continued late into the night. After all the equipment was completed, Jubi directly led nearly 500,000 troops and rushed overnight to the bloody fortress where the Black Thorn was stationed. The other side, Bloody Mountains. Under the unified command of the Rockhead tribe, the Troll Coalition fought all the way to the Bloodmaw tribe's lair. The coalition forces established a camp on the north side of the Bloodthroat tribe for final rest and preparation. Logs and stones were used as simple defenses. The enemy's heads were raised high with wooden sticks and stuck all around. The trolls set up their tents. A bonfire burned in the iron barrel, roasting the remains of the creature. The trolls gathered around the fire, buzzing and chatting while waiting for the food to be cooked. For trolls, fighting is commonplace, and death is not that scary. Only the humans who followed the trolls, serving as slaves and backup food, huddled in the corner and shivered. Inside a huge tent made of multiple animal skins sewn together, the leaders of the Troll Coalition gathered in the tent. After reporting the battle losses of each tribe, we began to study the next plan. We will have another day of rest tomorrow, and in the early morning of the day after tomorrow, we will launch an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe. As long as we capture this city, even if Caius comes back, we will not have the strength to stand up. At the top of the list, the leader of the Yinsho tribe, Baigat, said in a deep voice. What on earth did Caius go to? He won't suddenly come back when we attack, right? A troll leader said with some worry. Meet Fist, Caius, the most powerful hero among the trolls. The reason why they dared to attack Bloodmaw this time was because they got the news that Caius was not in the tribe. Otherwise, no matter how large the troll alliance is, they will not dare to attack Bloodmaw. Haha, you can rest assured about this. In the last battle, the undead posed a great threat to Caius. He took the sacrifices to the holy mountain of Ko. There is no way to return at this time, and he doesn't even know it. As long as things here go according to plan, there will be nothing we can do when he comes back. Baigat said after laughing. The holy mountain of Ko? Caius believes in that legend. Huh. It's just a way to confuse the tribesmen. The battle with the undead not only filled us with anxiety, but there was also a lot of dissatisfaction with him within the Bloodthroat. They took the sacrifices and came back and claimed that they had received some omen. It's just a commonly used method. Baigat said with a sneer. People are also aware of this set of methods. There are even people present who rely on this method to take the leadership position. Hearing Baigat say this, the others also relaxed. Haha, Chief Baigat is right. These are just some tricks of Caius, but he must not have thought that we would wipe out his tribe when he went out. Yes, no matter how powerful he is, we won't be afraid of him with a few remaining soldiers. The troll leaders were also relieved. Baigat laughed loudly again and continued. After capturing the Bloodthroat, we can attack the undead and break through the fortress. We can also get out of this desolate land. There are human villages everywhere outside. Our people can no longer you don't have to worry about going hungry anymore. After hearing Baigat's words, everyone showed yearning expressions. The Bloodthroat tribe blocked the way out, but I had heard others mention it. As long as you leave this mountain range, there are human villages with little fighting ability everywhere. The living environment is not as bad as here. Speaking of humans, Chief Baigat, the food in the army is seriously insufficient. Are the humans you brought with you really planning to feed them? A one-eyed troll leader suddenly spoke. After this person finished speaking, the other leaders present all looked at Baigat. Baigat naturally understood what he meant and said calmly, It's just some food reserves. Since there is a shortage of food, you go and choose half of the humans to eat meat for everyone, and the remaining half is food for tomorrow night. Hearing Baigat's words, the one-eyed troll's face instantly lit up with joy. Okay, I'll pick someone now. After saying that, he took his mace, opened the tent, and walked out directly. The corner of the camp. There was a tent made of rags and scraps of animal skins. It's more like a warehouse of debris at the edge of the camp than a tent. The small warehouse was now crowded with more than 100 humans. Humans wear shabby clothes, are covered in oil, and have haggard faces. Among the people, there was a man clustered around. His clothes were the same, but there was an extra look in his eyes, a look that he had not given up yet. Is everyone here? Suyang asked in a low voice. My lord, we are all here. One person said, casually tightening the entrance of the tent. Suyang nodded and pulled out a few packages from the bottom of the pile. While opening it, he said, Sooner or later these trolls will eat us, Let's escape tonight. As soon as these words came out, the room instantly became noisy. Suyang told them to escape, but it was not so easy to escape. Once caught, they would probably be cut into pieces and thrown into a pot to stew. Lord, can we escape? Those guys are very strict with us. A villager said softly. Yes, I'm prepared. If we all go together, we will be able to escape. And if we stay, they will eat us tomorrow, so we have to fight no matter what. Suyang said, and several huge packages were wrapped open, revealing the leather armor and weapons inside, as well as some round scones baked yellow. Looking at the golden scones, people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At the same time, I was also a little surprised. When did Suyang prepare to produce so much equipment? Each person has one set. Change quickly, and then let's get out of here. Suyang urged. After a brief hesitation, the people below all took action. Several people walked out and distributed the leather armors in the package one by one. Everyone wore them. After putting on weapons and armor, they all sat on the ground again and began to wait silently. When the night gets darker, they will escape from here through the gap that has been left. In the room, there was an unusual silence. There was only a sound of insects chirping outside the house. At this time, suddenly there was a low curse outside the house. Damn, where have these humans gone? Hearing this voice, everyone in the room became nervous instantly. Shoo! Suyang swallowed and made a silent gesture, looking out through the cracks in the tent. Outside, a strong one-eyed troll was looking for something, dragging a blood-stained iron hook on the ground. Seeing the iron hook, Suyang's heart suddenly tightened. He knew this kind of iron hook. It was specially used by trolls to hang food. At this time, the purpose of the one-eyed troll's visit was already very obvious. That's to pick the food. Just when Suyang was a little confused and couldn't think of a countermeasure. Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound behind him. The weapon in the hand of a villager hit the stone with his trembling hands. Suyang looked outside the door again, only to see the one-eyed troll already looking this way. A ferocious smile appeared on the ugly face. So you are hiding here. Wow. The iron hook scratched the ground, making a noise. Everyone in the room turned pale in an instant. At this time, they were fully armed and were seen by the troll. We'll definitely kill them immediately. Suyang watched from the gap as the one-eyed troll approached a little bit, his face looking extremely ugly. It will be the day after tomorrow that he will launch an attack on the Bloodmaw. The trolls shouldn't have attacked them today. So what happened? But now is not the time to think about these things and draw the iron sword from his waist. Make a gap under the tent on the other side. He whispered, you guys go out first. Once he finds us, we will try our best to kill him. As he spoke, he took off the armor he had just put on. Oh, the farmers nodded subconsciously. The loyalty of farmers is not low. Even if they face danger, they will still carry out the orders given by Suyang. Hurry up, Suyang urged again. The farmers lay on the ground and crawled out one by one along the open positions. The sound of the dragging chains was getting closer. The one-eyed troll had already arrived in front of the tent and was about to open the tent. Suyang got out directly. Without waiting for the one-eyed troll in front of him to speak, he took the lead and said, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? The single eye on his forehead stared at Suyang and said in a deep voice, why is it you? Why are you here? Even in the eyes of trolls, human beings all look the same, basically the same. But he still recognized Suyang's iconic black hair and black eyes. In several previous meetings, Baigat also asked Suyang to participate in the meeting and collect some resources for the army. The chief of Baigat asked me to sort out the debris here, and he asked you to help me? Suyang asked curiously, but his body still blocked the entrance to the tent. Where are the others? The one-eyed troll continued to ask, scanning around with his one eye. Who else? Are you here looking for someone? Where are the other humans? Why don't we see anyone else? The one-eyed troll asked, swallowing his saliva. Baigat still thinks highly of Suyang. The one-eyed troll really couldn't eat him. He wanted to find other humans to serve as his midnight snack. Oh, I've arranged for the others to go to the camp to help build equipment. Do you need manpower? I'll arrange for people to come over when the time comes. Suyang casually dusted himself off. The one-eyed troll looked around at the quiet surroundings, always feeling that something was wrong. Bending down, his huge eyes stared straight at Suyang. Then he sniffed his nose and asked curiously, what does the tent smell like? Why is it so fragrant? What are you hiding? No, did you smell it wrong? Suyang frowned. Damn reptile, how dare you hide food? The troll roared angrily and slapped Su Yang's body 2 meters away. Then he opened the tent and got in. Su Yang stumbled up, covering his left arm, his face pale. Just after the slap, his arm felt a sharp pain, and he might have broken a bone. Damn it! How could he be so unlucky? He obviously had a good plan. Suddenly something like this appeared, but he had no way out. He saw the troll getting into the tent, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. He also got in immediately. The tent was empty. Su Yang glanced sideways at the location where the tent was opened. Under the moonlight, a hidden figure could be vaguely seen. This is a warehouse for storing sundries. Where can I get something to eat? Su Yang said in a low voice. Even when he was beaten, he did not dare to rebuke the other person. Even if he often follows Baigat, it does not mean that his status is higher than that of the troll. No, I obviously smelled it. The one-eyed troll was like a hound looking for evidence, sniffing the surrounding scent without mentioning it. One-eyed trolls are a branch of trolls. Lack of longitudinal sense makes their eyesight poor and their perception also decreased. But the troll in front of me seemed to have a particularly good nose and kept shouting about smelling food. It could be the smell of scones. The one-eyed troll kept sniffing, and his eyes fell on the hole that was cut on one side. Hee hee. So here it is. Let me see what you reptiles are doing. The one-eyed troll smiled, leaned down, and stretched his head out along the hole. The head just popped out. Then he saw a human being standing on a stacked wooden frame from the side. Holding a big stone in his arms, he jumped down and hit him on the head. How dare you? Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the stone hit the troll's head directly. The stone shattered, and One Eye rolled his eyes, and he was knocked unconscious. I fainted, sir. Let's leave quickly, a farmer said. Su Yang walked out holding his injured arm and shook his head. The troll's recovery ability is very fast. It would be bad if he woke up just after we ran out. We must kill him. Su Yang's eye showed a sharp look. Kill? Kill the troll. Quickly, get the iron hook and chain, tie him up, stuff the iron balls in his mouth with the iron balls in the warehouse, and don't let him scream. Su Yang quickly ordered. Everyone acted quickly and tied up the unconscious one-eyed troll and sealed his mouth. Su Yang took a deep breath and pierced the troll's neck with his sword. The pain caused the comatose one-eyed troll to wake up instantly. His eyes were filled with fear and anger, and he began to struggle violently. The huge force instantly knocked the farmers who were holding them down. But even though his whole body was tied up, he couldn't make a sound. Su Yang immediately stepped forward, struck him with another sword, and said in greeting, Quick, kill him together, and then let's leave here. Puff puff. People swarmed forward and turned the troll in front of them into a hornet's nest. The troll is dead. The night was already very dark. Su Yang lit a kobold candle and wrapped cloth around the middle part. After everything is done, wave your hand. Come on, let's get out of here. He led everyone around and bypassed several drowsy sentries. He got out of the dog hole that had been prepared and disappeared into the night. Later in the night, call. The sundries warehouse in the camp instantly burst into flames. Since the warehouse itself was filled with many flammable items, the fire had already spread by the time the trolls discovered it. Set nearby warehouses and tents on fire as well. The fire enveloped the entire camp. The trolls roared loudly, carrying items and trying to put out the fire. Baigat looked at the location of the fire and then at the chaotic camp. His face was also extremely ugly. Have you seen those humans putting out fires? Baigat stopped a troll and asked coldly. I didn't see it. He must have been burned to death inside. The troll replied, Okay, you go put out the fire. Okay, patriarch. As soon as the troll left, the remaining troll leaders also walked over quickly from their respective positions. Chief Baigat, do you suspect that it was those human reptiles that did it? A leader asked coldly. It seems that these humans escaped. Baigat has concluded that it was humans who did it. In other words, Su Yang did it. Those submissive farmers did not forget to burn down the warehouse when they did not dare to escape. Damn it. I'm going to catch them and kill them all. A troll said angrily. Baigat grabbed the troll who was about to leave. He shook his head and said, We will settle the accounts with them after it is over. Go and wake up all the people. Be careful that the enemy will raid the camp when they see the light of fire. At the same time, notify them and launch an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe at dawn. Attack at dawn? No one has had a good rest, someone said. Baigat glanced at the fire in the camp. After the fire, food and supplies will be lost, and we won't be able to rest for a day. I tell everyone to take a good rest after capturing the Bloodthroat tribe. Although the troll army is not chaotic, it does not have the order of the human army. The storage of baggage was as chaotic as their camp. It's okay if nothing happens. In this fire, most of the supplies were basically burned. If they rest for another day, the army will be hungry. After hearing Baigat's words, the other leaders also understood. He nodded. Okay, we'll attack the city tomorrow morning. Well, go ahead. Everyone dispersed to pass the news to their respective tribesmen. Baigat looked at the fire with a solemn expression, feeling a little annoyed. If I had known earlier, I would have killed these humans directly. The next day, early morning. After Fong Hao had breakfast, he took Anjia and Demidja directly to the bloody fortress on the Bone Dragon. Far in the sky, you can see the army of bones waiting under the fortress. There are also busy orcs. The Bone Dragon fell in front of the fortress. A group of skeleton heroes from Blackthorn walked over quickly and greeted them personally. Sir, Black Jing and others saluted. Fong Hao and the others jumped off the Bone Dragon. Well, have all the items the army needs to carry been counted? Yesterday, Heijian and Shigya had already arrived at the fortress. Statistics were made on the number of troops, as well as the items and tools needed for this troop dispatch. Fong Hao came the next day to make the counted instruments. Sir, the statistics have been calculated. Black Jing handed over a piece of parchment. The names and quantities of the utensils are listed above. Record the arrows and various instruments needed this time. The largest number among them is the number of arrows. A total of 5 million are needed, and this is because the fortress itself stores arrows. In addition to arrows, there are also carts, iron axes, spare ropes, etc. There are more than 20 in some series. Fong Hao didn't waste any time and came to an open space. Then he opened the Book of Lords and started making it. In a large area of light, various instruments were produced. No wonder it is said that war is about making money. If it were not for the rich mineral resources in the Cold Wind Mountains, even if it increased 100 times, it would not be able to support the consumption of the undead army. After the required tools were produced, Black Jing continued to arrange manpower and organize the tools. All are loaded onto pallets by category. The skeletons began to pack up their arrows and tools, and Fong Hao and others went directly to the commander's mansion. Everyone sat down and Fong Hao continued. Black Jing, you know the Bloody Mountains best. This time the operation will be directed by you. Black Sword, Giant Wall, and Heavy Arrow, you three will serve as generals. Blackthorn may not be the strongest, but he knows the place best. Although Jubi retains most of his memories, he does not possess command proficiency. Therefore, after thinking about this task, Fong Haosi decided that it would be best to leave it to Blackthorn. Yes, sir. All 4 people stood up and nodded to accept the order. The 4 of them are all skeleton heroes, and their loyalty is 100%. They will unconditionally execute the orders given by Fong Hao, and there is no need to worry about the loss of loyalty. Well, the action this time is. Fong Hao just wanted to say something more. Rapid footsteps sounded outside the door. A slightly plump pink pig man, wearing brown leather armor, strode in with several gnolls. Fong Hao took one look and recognized the pig clan leader, Petty, whom he had not seen for a long time. After taking the stamina potion, Petty's physical fitness also improved. Not only has he reached the 3rd level, but his appearance has also changed slightly. She still has pink skin, but her appearance has begun to show signs of changing to that of a human. Fong Hao saw Petty, and Petty also saw Fong Hao at the same time. He immediately stepped forward and saluted. Lord, Miss and Jia, several adults. Petty was always considerate and said hello to everyone. Well, Petty, what's the rush? Fong Hao asked directly. Petty immediately said, Sir, the scouts sent out have returned. He then looked at the jackal behind him and said, Tell the adults the information and don't leave out any details. A jackal came out and said, Sir, early this morning, we discovered that a group of troll forces had begun to attack the Bloodthroat tribe. The opponent had a large number of people and had prepared catapults, city ladders, and other equipment. Bloodthroat, the throat side, is currently holding on. The weapon they use to fight back is a crossbow-like weapon. Each attack can penetrate several enemies. By the way, neither side saw flying units or cavalry. The jackal finished speaking in one breath before exhaling heavily. The jackals did not have a good impression on Fong Hao, but it cannot be denied that they have good detection and tracking capabilities. After listening to the jackal's report, Fong Hao's brows instantly wrinkled. Didn't it say that the Troll Alliance will launch an attack on Bloodmaw tomorrow? Why did we attack today? It seems that something happened again. Fong Hao did not ask Su Yang. After all, the situation on his side may not be as accurate as the scouts. It's also a good thing that they started the war early. The earlier the troops on both sides are exhausted, the earlier their own manpower can start. Can the number of people on both sides be counted? Fong Hao continued to ask. The jackal looked confused and hesitated. Sir, we don't dare to get too close. A rough estimate is that the attackers have at least 200,000 to 300,000 people, and the Bloodthroat side only has tens of thousands of people. Okay, you did a good job. After the war, Commander Blackthorn will reward you, Fong Hao said while looking at the few people. Upon hearing Fong Hao's promise, the expressions of several people instantly became happy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, you guys go down and rest first. Petty will stay and continue to discuss countermeasures. Fong Hao continued. Yes, sir. Several scouts and retreated, while Petty carefully sat down aside. Petty signed a slave contract with Fong Hao and can be trusted. Next, several people compared the map and reconfirmed the battle plan. Black Jing and others went out again to organize the team. 1 p.m. Waiting for your triumphant return. Fong Hao said softly. Black Jing and others saluted again and waved their hands. Let's go. The undead army passed through the bloody fortress and stepped directly into the mountains. There is no end in sight. The army of 3 million undead marched through the fortress in mighty force, heading towards the depths of the bloody mountains. Fong Hao stood on the city wall and watched the army leave. This time to attack the troll, for skeleton heroes, Black Thorn, Black Sword, Jubi, and Heavy Arrow were arranged. The garrison of the fortress was handed over to Petty and an army of 700,000 undead. There is a slave contract between Fong Hao and Petty. Can be trusted. Moreover, there is only one road extending from the fortress to the Bloody Mountains. In other words, if the trolls want to attack the fortress, they will encounter Blackthorn's 3 million troops. The possibility of bypassing the army and attacking the fortress directly was very slim, even impossible. But out of caution, Petty still left an army of nearly 700,000 undead to avoid any accidents. Petty, I'll leave this to you. This is the sound-transmitting conch. If danger occurs, report it to me immediately. Fong Hao took out the sound-transmitting conch and handed it to Petty. Petty took it with both hands and promised, Don't worry, sir, I will definitely complete this mission. This should be the first time that Petty has commanded so many troops by himself. Her chubby face turned even pinker, and she looked excited. Fong Hao smiled slightly. You don't need to be too nervous. The chance that the troll can get around is very small. Even if there are some who come, they are just scattered deserters. If you pay attention to guarding, there will be no problems. Okay, sir. Petty nodded seriously. Fong Hao looked at the city again. The slender line of undead still has not finished. Then he took Anjia and Dimikga and returned to the territory on the Bone Dragon. Returning to the territory, the sky has darkened. Had dinner. Fong Hao lay in the hot spring, leaning his head on Eater's round and smooth thighs. While eating the fruit fed by Eater, he watched everyone chatting and talking nonsense on the regional channel. Even in this world, everyone lives a very hard life. But getting together can always relieve a lot of stress and make the atmosphere more relaxed. In the past few days, people in the channel have begun to purchase terracotta tiles. Moreover, everyone also knows that terracotta is the material used to upgrade the City Lord's mansion from level 7 to level 8. There are still a few people who can upgrade the Lord's mansion to level 7, but most people still plan to reserve it in advance to prepare for their subsequent upgrades. Fong Hao was a little surprised at the upgrade speed of the Taowa people he first acquired. I had only reached level 8 a few days ago, and the opponent's speed didn't seem to be much behind me. I immediately checked my terracotta reserve and found 3,200 terracotta. It's enough to upgrade yourself to level 9. Damn it. Qiu Zhishang's comparison is too dark. A piece of clay requires a piece of equipment or a rare material. Doesn't this make everyone look like idiots? Hey, don't mention it. He is the only one in the channel who has the drawings of the kiln factory. It will definitely be more expensive. That can't be sold like this. I asked. The quantity of 7 liters of 8 terracotta tiles is 1,200. Who can afford 1,200 pieces of equipment? In the channel, everyone is discussing the matter of terracotta. Although Fong Hao came in later, he also understood what happened. Qiu Zhishang was the lord who wanted to exchange a piece of equipment for a piece of clay tile last time. After being rejected by Fong Hao, the terracotta tiles were sold on the channel, and the price did not change at all. Anyway, so far, no second person has been found selling terracotta tiles in the channel. Terracotta tiles are made from clay, and the quantity required is quite large. Just changing one piece of equipment completely aroused public outrage in the channel, but there was no better way. Soon, Qiu Zhishang also saw what was being discussed in the channel and came forward to speak. We are all sensible people, so there is no need to talk like this. If you have terracotta architectural drawings in your hands, you may not be any better than me. Again, the price is here. If you have time, you can complain here. It's better to get some materials and equipment to exchange for clay tiles. As soon as these words came out, the channel instantly became quiet as if the tape had been cut off. It is not uncommon in this world to get a special blueprint and become rich overnight. Even if people think Qiu Zhishang is very dark, but the others have obtained this unique drawing, who can guarantee that he is not the second Qiu Zhishang, or even darker than him. However, the current atmosphere in the channel is still in a normal state. The affordable products sold by Fong Hao help most people tide over the difficulties. The channel even promoted the slogan of helping each other. After a brief pause, someone came out to refute. Someone will get the drawings soon, and it will be up to you how you sell them. That's right, this blueprint is not the only one. It's only a matter of time before others get it. Yes, no one else has it. Boss Fong Hao must have this blueprint. Let's go to Boss Fong Hao to buy it. Qiu Zhishang smiled slightly. TCH. I thought you were going to say something. That's it. To tell you the truth, Fong Hao talked to me about the price a few days ago, and he is probably saving up equipment now. After saying that, he also sent a screenshot of the chat between himself and Fong Hao to the channel area to prove the accuracy of what he said. However, the part he cut did not have a beginning or an end, only the part in the middle where Fong Hao asked about the price and thought the price was a bit expensive. Look, your boss Fong Hao will also buy from me. He is just saving equipment. Now whoever has a higher level will have the advantage. Don't you want to work hard and become the regional boss? Qiu Zhishang said again. A message was sent. Seeing the screenshot, the channel became a little confused again. The number of people who had previously denounced it together instantly decreased a lot. Even Fong Hao wanted to buy terracotta tiles from Qiu Zhishang. But Fong Hao can get these equipments, but they can't. Once the price takes shape and the market assumes that a piece of terracotta is equal to a piece of equipment, then most of their territories will not be able to upgrade from level 7 to level 8 at all. In an instant, everyone felt a helpless feeling of despair. Looking at the chat in the channel, Fong Hao frowned deeply. Although he doesn't agree with Qiu Zhishang's method of exchange by hollowing out the other party. But I don't want to get involved in this matter. I thought that if the price was so expensive, it would be better if no one would buy it. Unexpectedly, Qiu Zhishang actually took over the chat history between the two of them. Coupled with his lies, it seems that I am also willing to buy terracotta tiles from him. This will mislead others. With such a high price for terracotta tiles, Fong Hao is an indirect accomplice. The image he had always built was ruined by Qiu Zhishang. Fong Hao thought for a while and listed 500 terracotta tiles directly on the channel. The price is 50 pieces in exchange for a rare material. He also said, I will not buy terracotta tiles outside. Currently, the terracotta kiln in the territory is already producing terracotta tiles. 500 tiles will be sold every 5 days, but the efficiency cannot keep up. You can upgrade if you're not in a hurry. If we wait a little longer, the quantity will increase and the price will fall. The material of terracotta tiles is clay. It's not valuable at all. It mainly consumes time. Moreover, Fong Hao also has to take care of the materials needed to upgrade the affiliated territories and cannot sell them on a large scale. But you can also take advantage of the lack of pottery in exchange for a wave of rare materials. I saw the message Fong Hao posted and what he said. The channel was boiling again instantly. I am Chow. Boss Fong Hao is rising. My last statement today Boss is awesome. Qiu Zhishang, you are a profiteer. Even if the price is the same, I will buy it from Mr. Hao. The boss is awesome. Messages were scrolling one after another, with words like awesome and powerful written on them. Qiu Zhishang stared at the screen in the channel blankly, and his face turned pale instantly. This was obviously his business, so why did Feng Hao get the advantage for nothing? Feng Hao's asking price was also very high, and the clay was not worth anything at all. But with his arrogant and domineering remarks just now, Feng Hao's price seemed very easy to accept. As a result, I am afraid that no one will be willing to buy their own terracotta tiles in the future. So if I have saved so many clay tiles, wouldn't it be like throwing them all into my hands? Feng Hao, you're going to have to die. Qiu Zhishang slammed the pottery cup in his hand to the ground and cursed loudly. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Feng Hao felt relieved. Although he is not afraid of other people in the channel, he does not want to be taken advantage of. His reputation was ruined. The area is fixed, and as the territory expands, they will meet each other sooner or later. In this world, they are fellow villagers, and they don't want to appear as bad people in front of others. Wow. Feng Hao sat up from the swimming pool, bringing up a wave of water. Master, do you want to rest? Ear picked up the towel and gently helped him dry the water on his body. Upgrade the Lord's mansion first, and call in Jiao out too. Go to sleep after the upgrade is completed. Feng Hao waited for Ear to dry himself. He wrapped a towel around his waist and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Stand in front of the Lord's mansion and check the requirements for level 9. 9th level Lord's stone building. 10,500 hard and tough wood, 16,000 stone bricks, 1,100 iron, 900 metal parts, 1,800 terracotta tiles. At this time, Ear pulled in Jiao out. There was no one in the Lord's stone building. Feng Hao directly confirmed the upgrade. The light instantly enveloped the Lord's mansion, and the area occupied by the Lord's stone tower expanded again. The outline of another tower appeared on the right side in the light. The upgrade lasted for half an hour. The light dissipates and the upgrade is completed. This time, the area of the Lord's mansion was expanded again, and a hexagonal tower appeared on the right side, symmetrical to the left side. 9th level Lord's stone tower. Lord Feng Hao. Ability, production and collection plus 4%, unit movement plus 4.5%, all attributes plus 5%. Existing buildings, 8th level underground cemetery, 8th level stables. Note, the core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade. Hard tough wood 25,000, stone bricks 16,000, fine stone bricks 5,500, marble floor 800, iron 2,100, cast iron block 800, metal parts 900, terracotta tiles 3,000. After upgrading to level 10, in addition to the increase in materials, several new materials also appeared. It seems that reaching level 10 is another bottleneck. Okay, error. Anjia, you go back and rest. Feng Hao said to the two of them. At this time, Anjia's eyes were no longer sleepy. The face of the Lord's mansion, which was waiting to be expanded, was full of excitement. Hey, come on, there are so many rooms on the second floor. I'll help you move to the second floor. Anjia took Ear and rushed directly into the Lord's mansion. Night. Bloody Mountains, Bloodthroat Tribe. At this time, the Troll Coalition had broken through the solid city wall and was chasing the remaining enemies in the city. Baigat, sitting on the throne in the chief's hall in the city, felt the seat under him with a happy face. At this time, a female troll who was 2.5 meters tall and burly was escorted up. He knelt down on the ground silently. Baigat looked at the woman in front of him and became interested. He stood up and walked down from the throne, came to the female troll, tore off all the clothes on the woman's body, and completely exposed her body to the air. Baigat looked at the beautiful troll who was covered in sinewy flesh and had thick black hair on her chest. In addition to desire, there is also endless pleasure in the eyes. After overthrowing the Bloodmaw tribe, everything Caius owned would become his property, including the woman in front of him who was once Caius's favorite. Baigat looked at the huge weight on the woman's chest, and her breathing became heavier. He pushed the troll woman to the ground and started to take action. In the hall, several troll guards saw this scene. He also quietly exited the hall. Another moment passed. A troll leader walked into the hall. Looking at the two people who were busy on the ground, their footsteps paused slightly. But he still said calmly, "Chief Bygat, those guys from Bloodthroat have set up a defense in the northwest corner and are making their final resistance." "How many people are there?" Bygat turned around and asked. "There could be more than 1,000. Organize the men to attack directly. Kill all the men and leave the women." Bygat said without hesitation. "No man with a bloody throat can be left behind. Don't dare to stay either. Once Caius returns, these people will see hope and launch a crazy counterattack." Caius was difficult enough to deal with, and they didn't dare to take the risk. "Okay, I understand." The leader nodded in agreement and walked out again. The leader left, and Bygat once again pulled out the troll woman hiding behind the throne to perform the unfinished exercise just now. Bloodthroat City was in a mess. The blood gathered in red streams and flowed down the street. There were stumps of limbs and broken walls all over the ground, and there were shouts of death everywhere. The Troll Alliance troops trampled on the blood, looking for the hiding enemies. All the men were killed, and the women were divided among the crowd to relax. Until late at night, the shouts of killing gradually stopped, and the city fell into silence again. Finished clearing the enemies in the city. Several troll leaders also strode into the hall. At this time, Bygat was sitting on the throne with a glowing face. He opened his mouth and asked, "Is everything resolved?" "It's settled. All the men have been killed, and the women have been divided equally among several tribes, so that everyone can relax," a leader said. Bygat nodded and said nothing more. "Trolls are more savage in their habits than orcs. Don't talk about this bloody-throated woman. Even within the clan, snatching women is a common thing. Are there any statistics on casualties?" Bygat continued to ask. "There are more than 80,000 people left in my tribe. My people have suffered a relatively large loss. There are still about half of them, about 50,000 people. You've still lost a lot, and I only have a few thousand people left." Everyone spoke to each other one by one and listed their number. Bygat listened and had an idea in his mind. They stormed the city and suffered heavy losses. There are currently about 400,000 coalition troops left, but many of them are injured. Even though the troll's body is strong, it still needs a certain amount of time to recover. Well, let the army light a fire to cook and have a good night's rest. I have arranged for people to search for Bloodthroat's wealth. Tomorrow, we will divide the spoils according to the tribe's contribution. I, Bygat, am not Caius. Everyone contributed. Everyone has a share, Bygat continued. Hearing Bygat's words, smiles instantly appeared on everyone's faces. Bygat naturally takes the lion's share of the spoils, but they don't want to waste their efforts. Now that they have the other party's commitment, they are naturally very happy. We naturally believe in Chief Bygat. That's right. Overthrowing the Blood Maw is only the first step. We still have to break through the undead fortress and get out of this barren mountain range. Bygat nodded. Well, after we solve the problem of Caius, we will break through the undead fortress and get out of here. Yes, Chief Bygat is right. After several leaders discussed the follow-up plan, they walked out of the Patriarch's Hall. Everyone returned to the tribe and started to make fires to cook. After capturing the Blood Maw, they had enough food to keep their army fed. "Chief, I have left you 2 women in the house. Their breasts are so big that they are bigger than this spoon." A troll cook stirred the iron pot set up on the campfire with a huge wooden spoon in his hand. The iron pot was bubbling hot, and broken bones and pieces of meat could be seen in the sticky liquid. "Well, call me when you're eating." The troll leader nodded and said, "Plop." Just when the leader was about to enter the house and have a good time first, suddenly something fell into the iron pot. The troll cook glanced at the sky, filled with dark clouds. Using the wooden spoon in his hand, he fished out the things that fell into the pot. There was a cylindrical object in the big wooden spoon. It was taken out of the pot, and there was still gray-white smoke coming out of the tail. "What's this?" The leader and several trolls around him also looked over. Just when a few people were about to curse and throw things, the white smoke goes out. Boom. It exploded suddenly, killing several people surrounding it instantly. At the same time, cylindrical bombs were falling all over the sky, like raindrops. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled every corner of the city, destroying already shattered houses and streets. There are enemies in the sky. There are enemies in the sky. A troll saw clearly in the sky where there were dark clouds and flying creatures. These are the bombs dropped by these flying creatures. The trolls began to flee. ducking into rooms to avoid the bombs being dropped. At the same time, pick up the rocks scattered around and start throwing them into the sky. Puff puff. Really shoot down the enemies in the sky. Looking at the skeletal corpses on the ground, the trolls also knew who their enemies were. It's an undead bat. The intensive bombing shook the entire city. The house turned into ruins, and the place where the trolls gathered for dinner turned into a hell on earth. The sky was full of broken limbs and pieces of flesh, and the trolls were running around looking for shelter, howling in pain. Bygat stood in the hall, looking at the city that was constantly exploding outside, his face even more ugly. What happened? Could it be that Caius is back and starting to fight back? Impossible. There is no way Caius can come back now. This attack method is more like a bomb developed by the dwarves. But why do they appear here? There are so many of them. It's enough to flatten a mountain. Stop running around. Hide in the building. Stop running around. Bygat shouted loudly. But amidst the explosion and the wailing of the tribesmen, his voice could not be heard at all. It's just a waste of effort. The covering explosion lasted for half an hour. The entire city was completely turned into ruins, with debris everywhere. After the explosion, there was a brief silence, and everyone's ears were buzzing. After a while, the survivors' cries were heard. Quick, treat the wounded and prepare to fight. Bygat began to give instructions loudly. The other leaders also walked over quickly. Everyone was wounded, and 2 leaders were missing. It's the undead. It's the skeleton bats that dropped the explosives from the sky, a leader said, without waiting for anyone else to answer. A troll stumbled over. He said anxiously, "Oh no, there are a large number of undead troops approaching outside the South City." At this moment, everyone's hearts were lifted. Why are the undead attacking now? How could it be such a coincidence? Several people said nothing. Silently walked towards the South City wall. Climb the wall. You can clearly feel that the ground begins to tremble. Looking down, under the hazy moonlight, you can see the endless army of undead. Damn it, it's the undead in the north. Hurry up. Let everyone gather and prepare for battle and bring all the equipment over. Bygat roared loudly, his face full of solemnity. The remaining trolls were gathered together. There are fewer than 100,000 people who can afford weapons. The rest of the people were killed in the bombing just now. The trolls gathered all the items they could move and carried them to the city wall, looking down at the endless army of undead. Even the trolls, who were naturally bloodthirsty and cruel, began to have trembling legs and swallowed their saliva. I had known that the undead would attack the Bloodmaw tribe. They can just wait 2 days before attacking. Now that I have lost most of them, I am still no match for those undead. The few remaining dragon-locking crossbow beds were carried over. Nearly 3 meters away, the crossbow bolt equipped with a hook lock was loaded on the launch slot, and he looked at the sky cautiously. The undead have a bone dragon unit, and they are afraid that the bone dragon will be the first to attack. All trolls enter a state of preparation for war. However, the undead stopped 1,000 meters away in front of the city wall. Dang dang dang. The skeleton troll raised the huge black shield above its head, forming a metal shield wall above the defense. The nearly 300,000 metal iron wall is comparable to a black barrier. Under the shield is a skeleton warrior holding a siege ladder. On the city wall, looking at the formation below, all the trolls looked extremely ugly. Chief Bygat, isn't this your rock-headed heavy shield? Why is it in their hands? A clan leader asked seriously. Bygat's face was equally ugly, and he also recognized the appearance of the shield. But how does he know how the other party is equipped? There are not many such heavy shields in the tribe, and they are all left by the older generation. Don't say this. Prepare to fight first. Bygat said. Boom, boom. Suddenly, drums sounded from the army of undead under the city. As the drums sounded, a faint energy enveloped all the undead soldiers. Outside the city, there is an army of bones. The undead army has advanced to a distance of 1,000 meters below the city. My lord, the archers are ready. The shield soldiers are ready. Lord Blackthorn, the troll heavy shield, is also ready. Messages were quickly sent to Blackwaddle. Blackthorn nodded, stood up, and said, Drum, attack. Yes. Several orc messengers dispersed instantly and ran in different directions. Shouted, Drum roll attack. Boom. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The drummers scattered in the undead camp beat the giant leather drum in front of them. A dull drum beat sounded in the camp of the undead. The gray-white light spreads with the sound of drums, shrouds all undead arms. War drums of the undead. Category: War drum. Ability: all attributes plus 5%. Limb reorganization. Limb reorganization. Under the aura, if the body bones of the undead soldiers are damaged, they will find the body parts of their fallen companions and replace them. Description: the sound of war drums will resound throughout the battlefield, and the immortal warriors will get rid of their physical restraints and freely replace their physical defects. Wow. After the drums of war, the infantry began to charge. Woo. Like a hurricane roaring. The rain of arrows passed over the heads of the army, covering the sky above the city like an iron net. The dense arrows were like a huge black net. With a harsh roar, it covered the sky above the troll. The trolls looked up to the sky, with uncontrollable horror in their eyes. Trolls just assembled. Chaos began again, running around looking for cover. If he wasn't in a hurry to avoid it, he just lay down on the ground and covered his body with his companion's body. Crackling. In the blink of an eye, the arrow fell, hitting the ground, walls, and the body of the troll that couldn't avoid it. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. Under the city wall, the beat of the undead war drums became more and more rapid. The army of bones began to attack. Under the tortoise-shell array on the troll shield, there were figures of skeleton warriors. The climbing ladder was put up on the city wall, and the skeleton warriors began to climb the ladder. More undead, like stacked arhats, tried to trample on the bodies of their companions and climb the city wall. More and more undead are joining in. Like mud that is constantly swallowing and expanding, it quickly spreads towards the top of the city wall. On the city wall, the trolls looked at everything in front of them, filled with fear and powerlessness in their hearts. Can they be able to defend against so many undead? Even if he stood there and let them kill him, he would probably be the one who died of exhaustion. Quickly, launch the dragon-locking crossbow downwards and shoot towards crowded places. Bygat gave the order loudly. The dazed trolls suddenly woke up. Holding the shield, the door panel blocked the rain of arrows that kept falling. Controlling the locking dragon crossbow bed, he began to adjust the direction. Click, click, click. The dragon-locked crossbow bed made the sound of gears turning. Aiming at the pile of undead that spread rapidly upward. Boom. The locking dragon arrow, 3 meters long and as thick as an arm, shot out. Boom. With a roar, the crossbow hit the center where the undead gathered. The earth and rocks exploded, and dozens of undead souls were instantly killed, with bones scattered everywhere. The pile of bones that had been built instantly fell apart and was scattered along the city wall. An immortal skeleton warrior raised its head. His legs were gone. It moved quickly with its 2 arms, randomly found 2 legs and pressed them on its body, and continued to attack. Wow. More and more undead stood up and assembled their bodies at will. You can even replace your own head and continue to participate in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. On the city wall, dragon-locking arrows were fired one after another. Try to stop the undead's attack. But there are too many undead armies. Even though the locking dragon arrow is powerful, the number is small and the blocking effect is very limited. Soon, the first skeleton warrior climbed onto the city wall. Turning his head, he rushed towards a troll. Boom. The troll swung the battle axe in his hand, and with one blow the skeleton that had just climbed up was thrown off the city wall. However, one skeleton after another kept swarming towards the city wall. Pounce on the troll on the wall. Damn, why are there so many undead? Bygat smashed the skeleton in front of him and cursed loudly. The last time the trolls attacked the fortress of the undead, he heard from people who came back that there were a lot of undead. But he didn't pay too much attention. He has also seen the undead, and he can often encounter caves full of dark energy. It's just that they are all low-level skeletons that can be broken at a touch. No matter how many there can be more. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 should be enough. In his mind, the reason why the last battle failed was due to Caius' incompetence. But the scene before him made a feeling arise in his heart. Could it be that the areas outside the Bloody Mountains have long been ruled by the undead, and all human beings have been killed and turned into bones and undead? Otherwise, why would there be so many undead soldiers? How many people must be killed to have so many? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. It turns out that there are no human villages outside, or any living creatures everywhere. All were killed and turned into undead. And now, the undead have begun to attack the bloody mountains again. At this time, look under the city wall again. The east, west, and south city walls were already covered with skeleton soldiers, climbing up like dense insects. More and more undead and trolls are fighting together. If the delay continues, the walls on both sides will be occupied again. They were trapped and died in the city. Baigat's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. I have just conquered the city. I have just taken Kaya's position. Do I want to give up now? He was unwilling to do so. Chief Baigat, what are you waiting for? Retreat, otherwise everyone will die here. A troll leader said loudly. Baigat glanced at the trolls who were being beaten to death, and then looked at the Patriarch Hall unwillingly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Take your people with you. Let's retreat and go out through the north gate. This place is left to them." Hear Baigat's command. All the trolls began to retreat, no longer entangled with the undead. No more trolls to stop me. In an instant, the army of bones surged into the city wall like a rolling wave. Seeing such a scene, the eyes of the retreating troll became even more desperate. He turned around and fled towards Beiching desperately. Squeak! The city walls were breached and the heavy city gates were opened. More undead poured into the city. Behind the undead, Blackthorn strode into the city. "Sir, there are still some trolls left who are fleeing towards the north city gate. It seems they are planning to abandon the city and escape." A jackal ran over on all fours. "How many people are left?" "Not many, probably tens of thousands of people." Blackthorn glanced at the north direction and said coldly, "Let the giant skeleton bat chase and kill the people." Black Jing finished his words. Wow! Densely packed skeleton giant bats soared into the sky and chased towards the north. The trolls were like deserters, abandoning their armor and fleeing towards the north gate. During the day, he was desperate to rush into the city. At this moment, I wished I could grow wings and fly out immediately. Leave this hell on earth. While running, a troll glanced at the passing building. He said loudly, "Clan leader, our injured clan members are still staying over there." More trolls were seriously injured under the covering bombardment. All remain in one building. Now that they are running away, aren't these people going to stay and die? Upon hearing these words, Baigat's eyes instantly turned red, and his expression became distorted. He looked back at the army of bones pouring into the city. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. There is no other way. We have to live to bring the news to the people in the tribe. We can't take them away. We must save our lives to avenge them. There are too many undead troops. Coupled with the continuous consumption, with their small number of people, they are simply unable to resist the undead. It is even more impossible to take away the wounded. What they can do is to escape, then bring back the undead attack on the Bloody Mountains, organize more people, and drive these undead out of the Bloody Mountains." The others didn't say much. They also knew that they could not take away the wounded at all. Without stopping, everyone arrived at the city gate. Just when a few people opened the city gate, wow, there was the sound of flapping wings behind him, followed by the wail of the troll. "Ah, help!" Everyone looked back. Then I saw several trolls behind them, their whole bodies covered by countless skeleton bats. When they dispersed again, they turned into white bones. Defense, cover, and open the city gate. The skeleton troll kept waving the weapons in his hands to drive away the attacking bats. After another group of people died, the city gate finally opened, and everyone rushed out of the city gate. But the skeleton bats still pursued them fiercely and had no intention of letting them go. "Go to the stone forest in the north," Baigat ordered, intending to use the terrain to get rid of these bats. "Capture the city." The undead army began to clean up the city, kill the injured and wailing trolls along the way for last-ditch damage. Soon, the injured trolls were discovered in several buildings. Blackthorn showed no mercy, and the army poured into the room. Then the corpses were taken out and piled up in the same place. The entire city was cleaned up. The army began to clean up the battlefield, collecting arrows and weapons and equipment scattered on the ground. And the city was fortified. Black Jing led the people into the Patriarch's Hall, trampling on the ground, leaving bloody footprints. The entire city was like a bloody rain, with red streams and puddles all over the city. In the hall, Blackthorn saw the sand table of the Bloody Mountains. The sand table records the roads within the mountains and the location of each troll tribe. It was clearer and more detailed than the map Fong Hao gave them. Black Jing opened the map given to him by Fong Hao and began to compare them one by one. Commander Blackthorn, we found a dungeon where a group of female trolls were imprisoned. One of the trolls said that he could give them a secret in exchange for their lives. Blacksword came in and said, Blackthorn's order was to kill all the trolls in the city. All the undead performed the same thing, cleaning the whole city. Only one dungeon was left behind. When Blacksword was inspecting, he discovered the women imprisoned in the dungeon. Conditions were put forward for convenience. But whether to let these trolls go depends on what Blackthorn says. Blackthorn said without any hesitation, then bring that person in and listen to the secrets from her mouth. Is it enough to exchange for their lives? Okay. Blacksword walked out again. About 10 minutes later, a female troll in ragged clothes walked in. Looking at the skeleton sitting above him, he knelt down on one knee and performed the courtesy of a troll. Tell me, let me see if your secret is enough to offset your lives. Blackthorn said directly without any nonsense. For the heroes made by immortal corpse which, those superfluous emotions are just useless burdens. Therefore, they will not show any sympathy for your miserable fate. It depends on whether it is beneficial to the war situation. Master Undead, I know where Caius has gone and the location of the treasure house here. I hope you can spare us. We pose no threat to you. The woman was still kneeling on the ground, her face serious. Early next morning, Fong Hao woke up from his sleep and received the message from Blackthorn. Last night, they had captured the Bloodthroat tribe's city. This made Fong Hao feel happy. The actions of Blackthorn and others were faster than he calculated. Had breakfast. Fong Hao took Dimija and Anjia and rode the Bone Dragon directly to the Bloodthroat tribe. The Bone Dragon entered the Bloody Mountains, and the huge city below could be seen from a distance. Just in every corner of the city, collapsed houses, bricks, wood and rubble everywhere, and piles of ruins. Just like the remains of a city after being bombarded by intensive artillery fire in modern warfare. The Bone Dragon fell in the center of the city. Several heroes quickly stepped forward to greet him. Blackthorn, after bowing and saluting, said, Lord, we captured this city late last night. A small group of trolls escaped from the north gate, and there were several prisoners who were willing to reveal information. The remaining giants, all demons, will be wiped out. Fong Hao nodded. Well, good job. As they spoke, they entered the Patriarch's Hall. The troll's architectural style highlights violence and roughness. Decorations made from skulls or other parts of bones of various races of creatures can be seen everywhere. To decorate this hall, Fong Hao walked straight up to the throne and sat down on the huge metal throne. There was a cold feeling on my butt instantly. As they got closer, Blacksword sent another list. Said, Sir, from this battle, I gained 80,000 squirming spines, more than 500,000 troll equipment, 72 dragon-locking crossbow beds, 15 tails of siege vehicles. Fong Hao nodded and looked at the list in his hand. Blacksword is talking about something more important. In addition to the squirming spines and weapons and equipment just mentioned, there are also materials, food, and various gemstones and artifacts in the warehouse. The harvest is quite large. Blackthorn, where is the prisoner you mentioned in the conch? Fong Hao put the list away and continued to ask. Blackthorn mentioned in the conch the secrets revealed by the captives. This is also the reason why Fong Hao made a special trip. Sir, wait a moment. I've already sent someone to bring it over. Black Jing said. Not long after, a tall female troll wearing shabby clothes was brought in. The female troll raised her head slightly, and when she saw the human on the seat, her face showed a moment of confusion. He was obviously an undead, but why did he become a human again? But she didn't hesitate and knelt down on one knee. I've seen it before, Lord Human. It can be seen that the female troll received special treatment. The torn clothes were barely hanging on the body. From Fong Hao's perspective, you can see basketball-sized breasts and lush chest hair from the loose neckline. What's your name? Fong Hao asked calmly. Lord Human, my name is Stella, and I am willing to be your slave, your most loyal servant. The female troll whispered. This made Fong Hao feel a little curious. I killed so many of you trolls, and you don't hate me, but you still want to be my slave? Fong Hao asked curiously. The woman had calmed down. It was not you who killed the tribe, but the foreigners from Baigat. You killed them to avenge us. Feng Hao was stunned. This female troll was quite smart. Turned Feng Hao, the enemy, into the benefactor of the tribe. Okay, tell me your secret. If it helps me, I will consider signing a slave contract with you. Feng Hao asked someone to bring a leather blanket and put it under his buttocks. Okay, Lord Human, I am the woman of Caius. This time Caius went to the holy mountain of Kao. According to the legend of the trolls, a real giant god sleeps there. The sacred mountain of Kao, giant gods. These two words made Feng Hao frown instantly. This world has gods, Feng Hao believes. After all, there are several statues of gods enshrined in the territory, which indeed add attributes to the territory. But Feng Hao couldn't believe it when he said that gods would sleep in such barren mountains. Sleeping in this mountain range. Then this god is worse off than himself. You're saying that Caius went to find the giant gods to deal with us, right? Feng Hao asked. Stella, the female troll, did not hide anything. Yes, Sir Human, the last battle with the undead caused Caius a lot of dissatisfaction among the trolls. The opinions of him both inside and outside the tribe, they were all very large. So Caius took the tributes to the sacred mountain of Kao and received guidance from the gods. Stella's identity makes it easier than others to understand Caius' situation. This was a situation where Caius was under a lot of pressure and could no longer suppress it with force, so he thought of going to the gods. The reason why the Troll Alliance launched an attack on Bloodthroat during this period. Seeing that Caius was not in the tribe, he took the opportunity to capture the city directly. Are there really gods there? Feng Hao looked confused. Stella said firmly. Every troll living in the Bloody Mountains firmly believes that there are gods sleeping in the holy mountain of Kao, especially the Bloodthroat tribe. The successor of the new leader must send tribute to the holy mountain of Kao. Tribute. Suddenly, Feng Hao felt something was wrong again. Don't trolls believe in the god of killing? I had previously discovered a statue of the god of killing that the trolls believed in the Dragon Burial Cave. Just now in the city, I also saw the collapsed statue of the god of killing that had been bombed. Could it be that the god of killing is sleeping over there? The one in the holy mountain of Kao is the god of slaughter? Feng Hao asked the doubt in his heart. It's not an adult. The god of killing is the spiritual belief of the trolls. He gives the trolls the courage and strength to be invincible and the belief to dare to challenge the strong. The giant god will give the trolls enlightenment and guidance in confusion. Stella said seriously. It seems that these beliefs are ingrained into the heart of every troll. Has anyone seen the giant god? What does it look like? I'm not sure about this. Only the leader of the Bloodthroat clan is qualified to offer tribute to the gods. Stella hesitated for a moment before replying. So every time you offer tribute to the gods, will you get any reward, or will you get any benefits? Feng Hao continued to ask. You will get guidance from the gods, and Caius will bring the guidance back and pass it on to other people in the tribe. Stella replied. After hearing this, Feng Hao had his own guess. There are two possibilities for this giant god. The first kind makes the gods not exist at all. They are gods made up by the leaders of various tribes in order to control their tribesmen. When encountering some difficulties, they will use divine guidance as an excuse to make it easier for them to issue orders. The second type is to really have a powerful creature that will provide some help to the trolls. But the possibility of gods is slim or even impossible. Do you know the location of the holy mountain of Kao? Point it out to me. The sand table of the Bloody Mountains was pushed out. Feng Hao stood up from his seat and came to the sand table. Find sand table, Hanfeng Mountains. Stella stood up and pointed at a place on the sand table. It is located just northwest of the city, and the distance is really not close. Who else is on this mountain? I'm not sure about this, but it seems that there is a tribe living there, protecting the gods from being disturbed by anyone. Stella continued to answer. Feng Hao nodded and remembered everything she said. He continued. Okay, you said you still know the location of the Bloodthroat treasure house, and you can just lead my people to find him. Yes, Sir Human, but I still hope you can let me and the women in the dungeon go. We pose no threat to you. Stella spoke again and saluted again. Okay, I'll consider it. Black Sword came in with the soldiers and took Stella out of the Patriarch's hall to find the treasure house she mentioned. After Stella left, the hall became quiet again. Standing in front of the sand table, the Lord's book emitted a faint light curtain sweeping the sand table in front of him. The Bloody Mountains sandbox has been included. You can view the overall map of the Bloody Mountains on the Book of Lords map page. Same as the previous sandboxes. After the inclusion, the entire mountain range map was included in the large map. The terrain of the mountains, the winding roads, and the locations of each tribe are all revealed one by one. What Suyang gave him was a map of the route from Yinsho tribe to Bloodthroat tribe. The sand table contains a map of the entire mountain range. It was clearer and more accurate than the map Suyang gave him. Completed map collection. Feng Hao sat back on the throne again. Continue to the Book of Lords. At the very beginning, when you reached the Patriarch's throne, the system had already issued a prompt to occupy the Bloodthroat. But I was talking to the female troll at the time, so I didn't have a chance to check. The Bloodthroat tribe has become your affiliated city. You can rename the city here and have control over all resources of the tribe and affiliated villages. The Bloodmaw tribe and the Bloody Mountains feel a little too bloody. After thinking about it, I looked at the map again. This city, located to the north of its main city, is the first barrier to deter the northern trolls. Simply fill in the word Zinbaking in the unnamed place. Wait for the remaining troll tribes to be attacked. This city will be a city that deters the trolls in the north. Zenbaking fits the bill. Named successfully. Zenbaking. City level, level 9 original city. Attributes. Mineral mining plus 15%, gold coin tax plus 5%, troll reproduction plus 5%, civil strife plus 50%. Description. A city with attributes can bring various benefits and accelerate the construction and development of the city. The level of the city is quite high. Taxation and reproduction are the lowest among the several cities occupied. Moreover, a civil unrest was added. Feng Hao made a special inspection. Civil unrest. Residents in this area are difficult to control and prone to riots. Sure enough, not a good attribute. 50%, that is to say, half the chance that there will be civil strife. Just like this time the Troll Coalition fought against the Bloodmaw. Although all the trolls in the city have been basically killed, the city still needs people to run it. This civil strife must not be allowed to remain. But how should we deal with this attribute? Feng Hao was thinking in his mind. System prompts continue to appear. Unlocking drawings. Construction drawings of fine stone processing factory, large quarry construction drawings, dragon locking crossbow bed making drawings, troll house construction drawings, troll warrior. Training ground construction drawings. A level 9 city has quite a few blueprints to unlock. Fine work stone processing factory, wood 3000, hard and tough wood 1800, stone 2200, stone bricks 1200, iron 420, metal parts 120. Description. Through processing, stone bricks can be made into finer stone bricks with higher density. Factory for processing joinery stone tiles. This made Feng Hao feel happy instantly. When the Lord's mansion reaches level 10, the material of finely crafted stone bricks appears. Unexpectedly, the construction drawings were obtained the next day and workers could be arranged for processing. This is simply what is missing. Continue to the second drawing. Large quarry, for 1,200 wood, 3,500 stone, 1,500 stone bricks, 820 iron, 500 metal parts. Description. In the large quarry area, large stones can be mined into stone bricks, and the stone collection efficiency is plus 15%. The 15% collection efficiency of the quarry remains unchanged, but a finished product mining attribute is added. Large stones can be processed directly into stone bricks without the need for secondary processing. It can also be regarded as reducing the consumption of manpower and time. Moreover, this kind of quarry is suitable for mountainous and rocky areas like the Bloody Mountains. Don't worry about not having any stones to mine. The next drawing also moved Feng Hao's heart. Long Sua crossbow bed, 8th level equipment. It turned out to be the blueprint for making the locking dragon crossbow bed. He clearly remembered that it was this crossbow bed that cost him 3 bone dragons. Not only can it attack air targets, it can also be used as a bed crossbow on the ground. It can be said that this device is very powerful. The last remaining, Troll House construction drawings and Troll Warrior training ground construction drawings are left. Feng Hao is not very interested. Troll houses are houses that can be built suitable for trolls to live in. In the training ground, you can recruit a kind of 5th level Troll Warrior, but Feng Hao is not very interested in it. It consumes troll stones and a lot of food on weekdays, so it is not as useful as skeleton soldiers. After reviewing the drawings, Blackthorn walked in from outside. He opened his mouth and said, "Sir, I have interrogated several corpses, and what they said is not very different from the female troll. I can confirm that what she told is the truth." After Fang Hao talked with the female troll, Black Jing also walked out of the hall. Using the conversation with the dead skill, he interrogated the corpses of 2 trolls. A corpse cannot lie to the skill user. Other than not knowing the secret of the treasure house, the rest of the information is the same. It can also prove that what the giantess said is true. Okay, I understand. Fang Hao nodded. Half an hour later, Black Sword came back again with the female troll, and behind him were several undead warriors carrying treasure boxes filled with gold coins. With a few bangs, it was placed on the ground. It can be concluded from the weight that there are a lot of gold coins. "Sir, this is Caius's treasury, and it is also the trophies collected from various tribes over the years," Stella said again. Fang Hao looked at the female troll curiously. He is tall and muscular, especially his large breasts and thick chest hair that are eye-catching. "You told me everything so easily?" This female troll who called herself Caius Woman actually told everything so easily. "Sir Human, I am just a gift from a small tribe, and I am not as loyal as you think," the female troll said still calmly. Stella was originally born in a small tribe. It was sent to the Bloodmaw tribe as a gift to please Caius. Because Stella's appearance was indeed more in line with the troll's aesthetics, she was chosen by Caius to stay with her. But this did not change the fate of the small tribe and Stella. Within a few years, the tribe was wiped out in a civil war between the trolls. Although she lives in Bloodthroat, but his identity is just an accessory to Caius, and he has no feelings for Caius and Bloodthroat. Just live numbly. Now the undead have captured the city. She doesn't want to die, nor would he risk his life to keep those secrets. The female troll's tone remained calm. Only when there is slight hesitation will there be a slight pause, and I can't feel any fear from it. I'm not as loyal as I thought. These words are really straightforward enough. Okay, I agree to sign a slave contract with you. If you can guarantee that those women are obedient enough and won't cause anything, I can let them go," Fang Hao said directly. Women and men are still very different. After men gain power, it is easy for them to become more ambitious, but this is rarely the case for women. Fang Hao didn't mind wasting a slave contract on him, even if he was not satisfied with it. "Or she can be killed." "Thank you, sir. I will manage them well and not cause any trouble," Stella promised. There was still no change in his expression. Fang Hao took out a blank slave contract, and the female troll directly cut her finger and pressed it on it. The contract emitted a ray of light that enveloped the troll's body. "The two have already reached a contract. Troll Strella's current loyalty to you is 72 points. Loyalty points are 72, which is actually pretty good. Okay, let's remove the shackles from her body." 2 undead warriors immediately came up and removed the shackles on her legs and hands. Stella moved her wrists and pulled the fallen clothes back onto her shoulders. "Go and change your clothes," Fang Hao continued. Although no one is very interested in the body of the female troll, the overall appearance is somewhat unjustifiable. "Okay, Sir Human." Stella nodded and thanked him, then turned and walked towards Aoki's right side. Fang Hao casually collected all the money boxes on the ground. A total of 2.72 million war coins, more than 7,000 gems, and nearly 1,000 gold items. Caius' wealth exceeded Fang Hao's imagination. "I thought that these trolls with bare breasts didn't have much money, but I didn't expect to have such a huge amount of wealth." After putting everything into the storage space, Fang Hao continued to say to Njia, "Njia, search carefully to see if there is anything valuable. Don't forget to find the treasure box." "Okay." Anjiao agreed, greeted a few skeleton warriors, and ran up the stairs. The other side, bloody mountains, giant stone forests. At this time, Su Yang led his 120 villagers out of the cave. "Check the map in your hand and walk outside." Everyone moved forward in silence, carefully observing the situation around them. Suddenly, dense footsteps came from the front, approaching quickly. Footsteps are heard. Everyone's expressions immediately became tense. Could it be that their actions were discovered and the trolls came to arrest them? "Hide quickly." Everyone separated instantly, and there were more boulders around to hide. Wow. While several people are hiding, Dozens of trolls turned around to confirm in panic and fled. His body was covered with scars, and he looked like he was a deserter. Suyong frowned and watched, waiting for the troll to run farther away before planning to come out. But just as he took a step, he took it back instantly. Whoosh whoosh. A sound broke through the air. I saw several mantis men standing on the stone pillars with heavy swords on their backs. The mantis men looked at the direction where the troll left. Kick your feet. Whoosh whoosh. He jumped out in an instant, stepped on the stone pillar, and disappeared from sight. Holy shit, Naruto. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.